The gate is narrow. The gate is narrow. The narrow gate won't open for all, big or small, wretched and wicked, kind and good. Spirits are judged. There is a reckoning of spirits. Justice will be swift.
The gate is narrow.
The gate is narrow. My ravens and crows will be there to witness the end
Of this matrix.
ravens and crows. Ravens and crows. The gate is narrow. The gate is narrow. This hell realm will be sealed forever and ever. Evil demons belong here.
Evil demons will burn here.
As you. Spiritual species. I am not you. I am not we. I am not in your sick, weak, collective human beings.
Hive-minded, slave-minded haters
which is exactly what my arm doesn't need. So I think today was a much needed rest day. And then we'll hit the boxing tomorrow. And actually, man, I woke up, my arm was feeling rough, and it's feeling good now. So we're doing good. Do you ever jack off to Greta Thunberg? You know, there was some AI pictures going around of her that were not real. I don't know if I ever went through with it, but I was thinking about it. Favorite series and actor of all time? I really like Breaking Bad. Which is exactly what my arm doesn't need.
I don't know what's so confusing. I think my voice and what I'm saying is completely reasonable. I tried to be nice, but if you're going to call me names and prove a point of the things that I've experienced already from people like that, it's just, it was a perfect example for me to use. That, you're not going to gaslight anyone, even if they are trans themselves. There's some of us that are actually awakened to all of this, and it's just a joke. Wow. Look at that. If that's not a sign from Allah, I don't know what is. Look at that. It's a cute white feather. I don't know what's so confusing. I think my
Pop star Dua Lipa's opened a library of banned books. Based? What books has she chosen to offer there? Camp of the Saints? No. We're talking truly censored, truly buried, truly radical tomes like The Handmaid's Tale, Stamped, Racism, Anti-Racism and You. And This Book is Gay, which can all literally be bought on Amazon Prime for next day delivery. Wow, so banned. So censored. Will someone please ban my books so they will be put on prominent display in bookstores?
Hi, I'm Dua Lipa, and this is the Manifesto Library, a partnership between the Service 95 Book Club and Livraria Lello Porto. Livraria Lello has been a source of inspiration for over a century. Dreamers, radicals, and artists have passed through these doors. Works of activism, reimagining, and dissent have found a home on these shelves.
She basically opened a Barnes and Noble and is LARPing like some kind of revolutionary. Another book given pride of place in Dua Lipa's banned library is Gender Queer by Maya Kababe, a self-proclaimed non-binary LGBT activist. And to be fair to Dua Lipa, this book has indeed been banned from appearing in numerous school libraries across America. There's a very good reason for that though, isn't there? It's a graphic novel that depicts explicit gay S scenes involving minors. If I showed you the images that are in this book, this video would, if not be removed altogether, most certainly be age restricted so under 18s couldn't watch it. Okay, so how is it that such images can't be seen by minors online? But it's perfectly fine to have this book on school library shelves across America, targeting, in some cases, middle school children as young as 11 years old. They think curating books for children's libraries to protect them from age-inappropriate content is the same as banning books. It isn't. Together, the library invites readers to consider the importance of free expression and the enduring power of literature to question the status quo. The status quo being Not wanting children to be exposed to literal porn. I tried to order a book documenting the Native American attacks on settlers in New England, and the only available copies were over $400. That's what a banned book looks like. But the left wants to pretend The Handmaid's Tale is some impossible to obtain forbidden manuscript. Celebrity opens NYT bestsellers library. A banned book library, but the books aren't banned. Yeah, when you have to feign your own oppression to bury the fact that you've controlled cultural and literary institutions for the best part of a century, you're probably not being oppressed.
You're anti-free
Actually,
speech.
a righty, pal. You're actually a righty.
No, I don't think so. I don't think so. You're not right wing. You're left wing.
Whatever.
You're left wing. You support LGBT. You support all the leftist shit, don't you?
And if I do, or if I don't, what?
See, you can't give a
what's
straight
wrong?
answer.
Yeah.
I know what you are, because you can't give a straight answer, you piece of shit. Never a straight answer, NASA. Never a straight
And
answer.
what do you
That's
support?
That's you.
What
You're
do you
leftist,
support?
aren't you?
I'm a what?
You're a leftist. Do I need to speak slower for you?
No.
Have
just
you ever
speak a
had your
little fucking
IQ
louder.
tested?
Get that dick out of
Have
your
you-
mouth so I could hear you.
Have you
better.
ever had your IQ tested, faggot?
Yeah, of course.
Is it under 50?
You don't have to speak slower. Just speak
Is it under
louder and get the
50?
dick out of your mouth
Is
so I
it-
could hear what you're
is it
actually
under
fucking trying to
50?
say.
See, you wish you had a dick in your mouth, you talking fucking degenerate and gay, aren't you? Because you're leftist.
Yeah, man, grow up. You're the one that's so fucking immature.
Call me a racist again. That was good. You think you're making a good showing of yourself? You're a weakling.
Yeah, whatever, bro.
Put on your little dress.
I gotta
Go
laugh,
march
bro.
at your pride
Nothing you
parade.
say, because I know you're trying to.
Go
You're
march
trying
at
to.
your pride parade,
You're trying
chubby.
to hurt me or
Go
whatever,
boy.
but you ain't hurting me, pal.
Big
you can say
nose.
whatever you could. Yeah, you call me big nose.
I
whatever
will
the
say
fuck you
whatever I
want.
want.
Go ahead. It doesn't bother me.
I will.
I bug
do.
out on it. You
That's
could
why
call
you
me-
did a 27-minute video, because it doesn't
Yeah.
bother you.
That's right. I did.
Talking in your car, crying.
I look at
He's
it this
a
way.
hater.
You're
No one's
making
a hater.
You listen. Shut up and let me.
I'll
talk
make
for a
whatever
sec.
videos I want. You shut
All right.
the
Yes.
fuck up.
Yes. No.
loser.
No. Hey,
Shut up, or I'll mute you again.
Oh, because you don't.
There you go. He's muted again. Calm down, Karen. Calm down, Karen. I'm going to put you up on the screen. Did you use beauty filters in your car video? Because you don't look like your video today. You look like this. Your skin's horrible with pot marks. Look at the schnoz on this guy. God damn. How did your nose get that big? And where'd you get all the pot marks? Are you using beauty filters in your most recent video that you recorded earlier, a few hours ago?
Hello. Can you actually unfucking mute me so I can talk?
You're unmuted.
Hmm.
Hello.
Now this
Are
is what
you
I want to
gay?
try to say. Can you
Look
keep
at the
quiet?
screen.
Trying
at
to
you.
talk.
Stop killing our children, son of a... We don't care if you think you're rich.
Wow, what's up, folks? Welcome back to the show. So the Nolan Wells investigation continues. As you all know, this story is all over. It's all anyone is talking about right now. And the community is just getting more insane as the days go by. Notice these people are quite theatrical. And they love situations like this to where they can play the victim. You know, there's those movies that pander to them, right? We all know the kinds of movies, lots of this involved, right? Don't do it, I'm just minding my own business. You know what I mean? You know exactly what movies I'm talking about. These people all envision themselves in those movies. They want to be those characters, okay? They get some sort of sick satisfaction off of this idea that they are oppressed. They really enjoy it. They really enjoy it. There's another group that does that as well, predominantly. Okay, so a lot of similarities between these kinds of people, all right? So that woman wishes she was an actress. That was like her audition video to Hollywood. She's like, please cast me. Please cast me. I want to play this role. And that's exactly what they're all doing, okay? They are ignoring the facts of this case. They're ignoring the obvious realities of this case. They're ignoring the fact that they are actually some of the most privileged people in America because of who they are. They're ignoring all of that. And they're trying to railroad these boys and saying that they are guilty of something that they did not do. They want this to be something nefarious, okay? So I know I already covered this, but there's a few more things coming out about it. Your natural inclination is when you hear a story like this happen, you feel very sorry for the parents. That's how everyone would feel. However, when you start to see how in the wake of all this, like literally in a couple days after this happened, how they're behaving, it makes you not feel so sorry for them, and it makes you actually start feeling sorry for the families of those boys that were on the boat who befriended this kid at the way that they are treating them, okay? So for context, these people grew up together. Their parents all went to school together, the Wells family and the families of these boys that were on the boat. So they go back generations being friends, okay? Being close friends. I guess they trusted them enough to allow them to hang out with each other. But now all of a sudden, when an obvious accident happens, they're all up in arms, okay? So the parents, the way they're acting, maybe it's just me, but like if my child died in an accident, I don't think I would be glammed up on the news. I wouldn't be trying to get in the spotlight. I would actually be trying to get away from the spotlight. I'd probably like go underground and probably end up like a crackhead in a street or something. You know what I mean? I don't think I would be out parading with these people that I've hired and trying to garner more attention and trying to hop on to every show I possibly can and trying to get all this attention and trying to spin a narrative that it's not. I would just be at home with my family mourning the loss, okay? But I guess everyone mourns differently. This is what the community is presenting as evidence. This is all now coming out, and we're just kind of following this story. This is what they're presenting as evidence that there was some foul play going on, despite the fact that when the park ranger found the body, they said there was no evidence of foul play, that it was just a drowning. This infamous grifter who goes around the country and just tries to ramp up animus, because, you know, that's how he has a career. If he didn't say that we're out to get them, he would have no career because he's incompetent, he doesn't know what he's talking about, and he's not very good at his job.
He was one with 3 young white men who happened to end up with his phone, happened to end up with his
This
key.
one's strategic. While everybody's watching the weapon systems and the headlines, the real battle is happening much further upstream, in the raw materials that make modern defense possible. Evidence that they have to prove that those boys that he was on the boat with. By the way, that's about all the evidence that they have to prove that those boys that he was on the boat with, you know, that there was foul play. All the evidence that they have is that they happen to have his phone and his keys. Well, if you've ever been out on a boat, if you get on the boat, the first thing you do is you put your phone and your keys in the compartment, in a secure, dry, safe compartment of the boat. Because as you're driving the boat, you're going fast, you're hitting wake, the boat's kind of bouncing around, things can fly out. If you keep your phone out there, if you hold it in your hand, when you're dealing with other things, you're risking dropping it into the water. When you get off onto this island that had no internet service, you leave the phone there, you're drinking, you're with your friends, there's hundreds and hundreds of other people on this island, everybody's pulled up to the island for the 4th of July. Well, Nolan starts talking to a girl. He starts talking to a girl. The friends are like, we got to book it out of here. The bilge pump is not working. Called that, by the way. The bilge pump is not working, and we have to leave before we start to sink. We might either have to get towed out of here, but they ended up just driving on their own. Nolan was like, I want to stay here. I want to stay and talk to this girl. I know a bunch of people else on this island. Actually, one of his other best friends who was of the same tribe, he was on that island too. They were hanging out, and he was off talking to this girl. He split off from everybody else and was talking to this girl. Just focused on talking to this girl. And he's like, I'll get a ride back later. So obviously in the confusion, in the fear that the boat is going to sink, the boys forgot his phone and keys were up in that compartment. It happens. And Nolan forgot to tell them, oh, by the way, can you get me my keys and my phone? Because he's busy talking to a girl. Well, they drive off and he forgot his phone on the boat. But that's their strong evidence.
Then there's just too many questions that they should not be closing the investigation.
And that's just a blatant lie. They're not closing the investigation. No one's closing the investigation. The investigation is very much still open. But these people want to perform their own independent investigation, which I'm sure will totally not be biased. Okay, and this video is just insanity. So this is the assistant to Ben Crump. Ben Crump is the Wells family attorney. Interesting choice of attorney. I guess they just decided this is the route they want to take. Instead of just mourning the loss of their son, they want to make it a big thing. They want to be activists now. They want to be beloved by the community. They want to try to raise money for it. You know, not how I would respond personally, but okay. And this is the incredibly competent and very well qualified, very professional assistant to the attorney who is defending them. And I'm sure she has no biases, right?
Obviously, we need the autopsy report, that there are real questions about witness accounts. All of that, I think, is fair game. But let's be precise, because a kid is dead here. What's the actual evidence? Not a feeling, not a vibe. What is the evidence that anyone has produced that shows race had anything to do with this?
Well, we can talk about the evidence of what's been going on in America the last 400 years.
Talk about this case. Talk about this case.
I'm talking about it, but I'm going to talk about it the way I want to talk about it. Now, if you've asked me to come on to be your guest, and I'm going to talk about it the way I want to talk about it, sir.
Wow, strong evidence she's presented right out of the gate. You know, she's trying to convince the public that they are on the right side, that their case is the strongest, right? And the evidence that she presents is, well, actually, I don't care about the evidence. In fact, I don't want to look at the evidence because it disproves my entire argument. So what I'm just going to say is, look at what happened 200 years ago, and that's proof.
Now, you asked me a question based on what does race have to do with it. We can talk about Fannie Hamer and what she's talked about in Mississippi being a place of oppression. But as we talk about this case and what's important, if you do not want people to speculate, then investigate. The family, I'm not talking about those online, but the family has that questions be answered. And I would like to ask you, do you have a child?
I do not have a child.
Okay, well, I do. I have a 19-year-old daughter. I also had a cousin who was murdered, who was also a football star, who was murdered at 19.
I wonder how that came about. And I wonder who did it. To her cousin. Maybe another cousin, you think? I think I could safely bet that it wasn't one of these that did that. But maybe she'll just change the history in her mind. You know, she conveniently leaves that part out. If, by the way, if her cousin was murdered by someone and it was one of us, she would definitely bring that up. So, have a feeling that her cousin was murdered by a usual suspect. You know? But, of course, the claim that they're trying to make is that we're out there committing all the crimes that they are, in fact, committing.
And it took us about a month to find his body. So maybe there's not empathy there from you, sir. I'm not sure.
This has nothing to do with a lack of empathy. You're calling for an investigation. Everyone is. Is there anyone who's saying that there shouldn't be an investigation?
It actually does, because you're jumping to race when the family.
I'm not jumping to race. I didn't hire.
It's actually unbelievable. The fact that these people have their legal licenses, she's an assistant to an attorney, is baffling. And it's quite concerning, okay? And I would just...
Police wearing body cams is the reason why black people are getting the boy who cried wolf treatment. It's the reason why all the equality that we've been screaming and fighting for is actually catching up to us. It's the reason why I can scroll on my FYP and on TikTok and on YouTube and on Facebook, and I can see a lot of these different other groups of people making really funny racist memes towards us. Now, at one point when white people were making these racist cartoons, they were exaggerating our features. They were being super dramatic with our culture. I'm looking at these other videos and they're just taking what they see off the internet and what they see from these cops on these body cam footage. And these body cam footages is really showing that not as afraid of the police as they say. Black people got this mindset when it comes to the law that just because we black, we are exempt. One of the main things that I see in these body cam footages is, oh, it's other people committing worse crimes than me. What the f does that even mean? A crime is a crime. If you got caught, you got caught. It ain't always goes into, oh, you just doing this because I'm black, you racist. But you were just committing a crime though. How is he racist for telling you that you were committing a crime? Did black people fight to be equal or exempt? I'm confused. Everything can't resort to, oh, but I'm black, y'all racist, y'all racist, y'all racist. And this is why, like I said, we're getting the boy who cried wolf treatment. Ain't nobody really giving a that racist no more, because people can visibly see crying racism over stuff that's not even racist. At this point, a motherfucker can't breathe. They racist. Like, it's getting in social media. Don't make it no better, cause you don't know how to keep the internet. So it's like people ain't nobody taking it seriously no more. That's the reason why I said, you know what, I'm just getting my own.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, it's true. Like, we thought that, not we, the culture thought that the body cams would somehow, some way prove that the body cams thought that the body cam, not we, the culture thought that, honest with you, it's true. Like, we thought that, not we, the culture thought that the body cams would somehow, some way prove that every white cop is racist and the police departments are being overly aggressive towards black people. And let me tell you what I see. I see a tale between two worlds. I see that when you capture people not doing stuff that they supposed to do, whether they black or they white, people don't even pay attention. And the only thing that they talk about, or the only thing that they highlight, is if and when, very rarely, because we don't really see a whole lot of it at all since they started wearing body cams and they started making it standard across most agencies. We don't see cops doing stuff that they're not supposed to do. We see people getting caught up in doing stuff that they not supposed to do. And a lot of that used to be swept right on under the rug. And the only reason that we started having more conversations about what people are doing is because the body cam footage became something that we was using with regard to, like, you know, the reaction videos or capture the moment or all of that other stuff. And so really it became something even better for police officers because they're now more protected by, you know, what people are accusing them of versus people just automatically taking other people's word for it. We can pull the body cam footage, we can see what's really happening, and then now we got to start holding people accountable. And so now,
roll after watching all they started releasing body cam footage, police accountable, and then they started releasing body cam footage. All right, slow your fucking roll. After watching all those police body cam videos, blood of Jesus, I became pro police myself. Holy fucking shit. Legit, stop asking for the body cam. It's over.
Look, I understand that not all cops are good cops, right? There are some bad apples out there. But the way some of y'all be acting in these body camera and police chase videos on this app is crazy. It's crazy. And I could not be a cop. I could not do it. I could not be in law enforcement. Y'all don't know how to act. And this isn't a race thing. This is everybody I've seen, white, black, brown.
Jeez Louise, where is that crying Indian when you need him? Anyway, so today we're in Las Vegas, Nevada, And we're going to be talking about this woman right here. Her name is Hind Bustami. And she is what I call a YouTube loser. The subject of YouTube loserdom has always fascinated me. Without further ado, let's dive right into the story of this YouTube weirdo. YouTube. TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, Rumble. Whatever social media platform you normally use or watch to consume content, it seems that every day, everybody wants to be famous. They want to be rich. They want to get it the easy way. And before, in this generation now, this is an apathetic generation of slacktivists, people who don't really want to put in a lot of effort and time into crafting or honing their skill, whatever you want to call it. We live in an age of instant gratification. And case in point, you have TikTok. And case in point, you kind of have YouTube. And YouTube is a platform that's going to be a little bit harder to get a foothold in. And for one, 28-year-old Hind Bustami, she is no exception. She wants to be famous. She wants to be world renowned. She wants to be a DJ. Now, at this time now, she has about maybe 40 subscribers on YouTube, which is really no small feat. She worked to get those subscribers by producing music, or maybe just borrowing certain beats off of people. She fancies herself a DJ. Now, being a DJ is kind of like being a YouTuber. I mean, you got to have some kind of talent, but mostly it's always going to be some kind of, it's going to always be some kind of luck involved in becoming well-known or becoming, famous or what have you. Now, this girl, she did attend school. She did go to UNLV for a while, and her mother, Afaf Hussanan, she, wants the best for her daughter, right? But of course, you can only do so much for your kids before you kind of have to wash your hands of the situation and just kind of let them go do their own thing. Now, Hind, other than playing really, really terrible music, she also loves doing drugs. She loves doing drugs, and she loves exacerbating her mental illness. This girl is bipolar. She has some kind of mental psychosis. I don't know at the time if she is seeking any kind of help for her mental illness, but maybe she uses her crappy music, her DJ dance crap music, to soothe the savage beast that is enveloped inside of her brain. Now, I first heard of this girl not because of her crappy YouTube channel, because she went viral for all the wrong reasons. So, I'm on my phone or computer looking up stuff, and this body cam video of this girl comes up on my feed.
I'm gonna go ahead and take care of those today. This will give you filming for it. Yep. Thank you. Oh, and by the way, I've got all the. My arm. Yes, you are.
I'm not going to. I was just saying.
Well, that was silly and childish. Okay.
Freedom of speech. I'm sorry you guys didn't teach us better in college.
You can't put that back on my face because of COVID. You can't put that back on my face. I will literally sue you. Let go! Help!
Okay.
This is America!
Yes, and you're under arrest right now, okay?
Let go of my arm! Let go of my arm! I've been squeezing fiber. At least can it be a in my Answer my question as a deputy, bitch!
Watch your foot now. We're not deputies. Please do. Again. Jeebus. There I was. Minding my own business. All right. Hey, no problem. That's over there. Looks like you were described earlier. I'll go talk to her. Thanks last week.
So what happened was on August 31st, 2022, Hind Bustami, she's at the airport here in Las Vegas, and she has been drinking way too much, and she goes to Chili's and she skips out on a tab and then promptly falls asleep in a secure checkpoint area of the airport, and she's kind of holding up the line of people going through because now they deem her a security threat. So as you see it in the body cam video, she's very, acting very belligerent. And what you guys didn't hear on the video, but was written in a Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department report, was that she basically, not to quote her word for word, but she said the only reason why people, the cops, were arresting her and harassing her was because she was so gorgeous, so beautiful, so good looking that they had never seen a woman nearly as attractive as her, and that they wanted to always readily admit it. I mean, I don't know. I believe I've seen prettier women than Miss Bustami, but there's no problem. It's not a big deal of having confidence in oneself, in one's looks, even if those looks don't really translate or don't really tickle people's fancy. So she was taken in not only for skipping up on the tab, but she also had a warrant. This girl has a lot of run-ins with the law. She's a convicted felon. She has fraud on her record, some kind of gaming crimes. So she is no stranger to being placed in handcuffs and having her picture taken in jail. So you would think, right, that you would try to parlay that little bit of instant viral fame, that the 15 seconds that you received by saying, you know what, this might be a benefit for my career as being a crappy DJ. Maybe I can kind of parlay this into some kind of, I don't know, maybe somebody will see me, they'll hook up with me, and they'll help me become the famous person that I always wanted to be. Now, she gets a couple subscribers from this incident. So now she's up to about 72 subscribers. Now, it's a long ways away to 1 million subscribers, unless you buy them. Some YouTubers, they like to buy their subscribers when they can't beat the competition. They just beat them with an American Express Black Card, but neither here nor there. So she doesn't decide to do that at all. No, she decides that what better way than to put the cherry on the Sunday that is my crazy from Hind Bustami, and she basically says, I think I killed my mommy. And the operator is like, well, what are you? And I stabbed her in her neck. I cut her neck open. I cut her neck off. Something along those lines. And they're like, okay, so they get the address to the call, and they would come right here to June Flower Drive. So they're looking for 10190 June Flower Drive. Now, the police here, they're no stranger to coming to 10190 June Flower Drive, because in the last couple of years, the police, I think maybe even a year, the police have come here 12 times for domestic situations involving Hind and her mother. That right there is 10190 June Flower Drive, and this is where Hind killed her mommy. I don't know if anybody lives there now, but it looks pretty
Ravens scream in the blood-red sky, shadows crawling where the dead men lie. Viking axes sing, oh the steel don't lie. Thunder cracks, his name's the cry.
The king is here.
The king is here.
Wild eyes blazing.
Nothing to fear.
The king is here.
The storm draws near. Bow or bleed, the choice is clear. Mad laughter rides the howling gale. Waves of fury, shields like scales. Bones break under the hammer's tail. Flesh and fear, both frail.
The king is here.
The king is here.
Ravens feast.
The end is near.
The king is here.
The storm is clear.
Kneel in ashes, taste the spear.
Crown of iron, dripping flame.
Carved by war,
Etched with pain.
ravens rise.
They call his name.
The king is here. Forever reigns. The king is here. Forever reigns.
Forever reigns.
Forever reigns.
Steel flashes under blood-red skies.
The Raven King laughs as the world cries.
Storms in his footsteps, thunder in his veins.
Enemies tremble at his name. The king is here.
The shadows bend.
Axes sing until the bitter end.
Madness in his crown.
Fury in his eyes.
No one escapes when the Raven King rides. When the Raven King rides. Raven circle,
Battle's done.
his legend rises with the sun.
The king is here.
Chaos reigns.
A kingdom forged in fire and chains.
Hello, 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 everyone. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Let's go back to this video. This crazy chick. This crazy bitch. This crazy bitch here. She thinks she's so good looking. She thinks she's hot stuff. She's a narcissistic, crazy bitch.
Those looks don't really translate, don't in one's looks. Even if those looks don't really translate, there's no problem. There's it's not a big deal of having confidence in oneself, in one's looks. Even if those looks don't really translate or don't really tickle people's fancy. So she was taken in not only for skipping up on the tab, but she also had a warrant. This girl has a lot of run-ins with the law. She's a convicted felon. She has fraud on her record, some kind of gaming crimes. So she is no stranger to being placed in handcuffs and having her picture taken in jail. So you would think, right, that you would try to parlay that little bit of instant viral fame, that the 15 seconds that you received by saying, you know what, this might be a benefit for my career as being a crappy DJ. Maybe I can kind of parlay this into some kind of, I don't know, maybe somebody will see me, they'll hook up with me, and they'll help me become the famous person that I always wanted to be. Now, she gets a couple subscribers from this from this incident. So now she's up to about 72 subscribers. Now, it's a long ways away to 1 million subscribers, unless you buy them. Some YouTubers, they like to buy their subscribers when they can't beat the competition. They just beat them with an American Express Black Card. But neither here nor there. So she doesn't decide to do that at all. No, she just...
So this Tigga here, Lamont at Large, is verified with almost 700,000 subs. And he does very short videos. He doesn't put a lot of work into this. He does travel to places to make videos. He does that. So he spends money driving. But he doesn't make great videos. He just doesn't. He doesn't make great videos. He's kind of a dull, boring guy. He's not fully black, obviously. Look how pale-skinned he is. But he's part black. He's part Tigga.
How do you think you killed your mommy? And she says, well, I broke a table over her head, and then I took the shards of glass and I stabbed her in her neck. I cut her neck open. I cut her neck off. Something along those lines. And they're like, okay, so they get the address to the call, and they would come right here to Juneflower Drive. So they're looking for 10190 Juneflower Drive. Now, the police here, they're no stranger to coming to 10190 Juneflower Drive, because in the last couple of years, the police, I think maybe even a year, the police had come here 12 times for domestic situations involving Hen and her mother. That right there is 10190 Juneflower Drive, and this is where Hen killed her mommy. I don't know if anybody lives there now, but it looks pretty abandoned somewhat. Either that or somebody just doesn't really take too much care of their property. But there is an open window right there, so neither here nor there. But that would be the murder location. And when the police came here, they found Afaf on the floor, just covered in blood, and she was declared deceased right then and there. So when the police arrived to that location, Hen was long gone. She is gone, girl. And I want to say about a few hours later, they would find her in Barstow, California, which is about, I'm guessing off the top of my head, it's about 180 miles or so away from here. So CHP had found her there. I think it's around 5:30 in the morning now. And the first clue as to her guilt, other than her, basically calling 911 and saying that she killed her mommy, was that CHP officers, when they found her, she was covered in blood. She did not take any effort, she did not make an effort at all to clean herself up. So she's wearing the same clothes. There's just blood just drenched all over her. So they immediately took her in and arrested her, charged her with the murder, and then Nevada came and extradited her back to Las Vegas. Now, Nevada, to me, of all the states that I read about when it comes to crime, Nevada is the most lenient when it comes to women committing murder. Now, some women are doing life without the possibility of parole, and they're never ever getting out. I've spoken to some of them. But a lot of them have committed these murders, whether they're heinous or not so heinous. And I don't know what it is with Nevada, but they just seem to be pretty lenient with women. Now, obviously, Hend has some psychological issues, to say the least. And the court-appointed psychologist, before they, try her, they're seeing that she's not mentally there to go to trial. And basically, the court-appointed psychologist says that she has like intermittent episodes of psychosis. And that they're like, if you're going to try her and charge her with the murder, you're going to have to mentally fix her. So instead of going through a trial, they give her the deal of a lifetime. Obviously, the court sees that this woman has issues, so they give her 15 years to life in prison. Now, the condition of that term of that sentence is that she has to go through ongoing mental health treatment. I've talked to a couple women who are incarcerated in that prison where she's at. And one of them, who doesn't really know her, says that, I'm going to use her words, she's out to lunch. Like, she just is walking around the prison out of it. She's not there. She has some friends, but for the most part, everybody knows her to just be off of her rocker. So I want to say that she goes up for parole. Off the top of my head, if I'm wrong, I'll put it in the screen. I think 2037 is when she is up for parole, and as long as she, does everything she's supposed to do, and she does all of her mental health checks and all of that stuff, then she should make her first parole, and by that time she'll be 44 years old, 43, 44 years old, still the most beautiful woman that anybody has ever seen. I could not find whether Fav Husseinen, I think I mispronounced her name previous. I hope I'm saying it correctly. I could not find anywhere online whether she has a grave or not. But yeah, just a crazy tale. Oh, and by the way, I forgot to mention this. What was the reason that that she killed her mommy? Well, they got into an argument over her smoking cigarettes. Now, I don't know if it was like, don't smoke in the house or don't smoke at all. But Hend loves smoking cigarettes and meth. And the mother got tired of it and snapped and killed her. Anyways, that's the story. I'm sticking to it. I'll catch up with you on the next video.
I'm not in this world because I like it here. I'm not in this world because I'm waiting for something. I'm not in this world because I'm trying to achieve something. I'm trying to prove something. I'm not in this world because I have a purpose. I don't like it here. I don't think I ever did. The time that I thought I liked it, yeah, was the time I was hopeful. But I never really liked it. There was never really a time when I felt like I love it. I love it. I love it. I would only feel good about being here because of the things that I felt were going to happen, things that I hope would happen, I'm still young. I don't know how the world really works. I'm thinking, yo, I'm gonna be an awesome rapper. I love music. I'm gonna be an awesome rapper. Yeah, I'm gonna have my own house and yeah, have my own things, and I'll just be happy. You know, I'm gonna get married to a woman who loves me, a woman that I truly connect with, and together we'll be unstoppable. You know, all the things that I hoped I will have made me feel good. It wasn't really that I was in a good situation, and that's what made me feel good, right? I don't like it. I don't know what I'm doing, you know. Every day I'm thinking about a way to set myself free, you know. And I don't know how we can set ourselves free as conscious beings. You know, we exist here and we know that it's tough, you know. We know that this is not an easy life. That it's really hard and sometimes it gets harder. You can't press rewind. We don't really got a lot of options. Like, it would be nice if you could press rewind. You know, you're forced to watch every second of this movie, and most of the time it's just bad, you know. You're watching each and every second, experiencing everything fully.
What's up, guys? Angry Unk. Here we go. Nice.
Look at this. Your kids is bad.
Look at this.
Get my brother to shoot the shit out you, bitch.
Get my brother to shoot the shit out you, bitch. Nice. Nice. Like, these police officers really want to deal with this. It's not sad. It's disgusting and repulsive.
Tell that lady get that camera out of her face. Bitch, get the fuck up.
Nice.
Yo, freedom bros,
And look at this. It's so bad. Let's watch it again.
Look at this. Your kids is bad. Get my brother to shoot the shit out you, bitch.
Look, and they laugh. They just let. They think it's so funny that they're getting arrested. They're that one's probably what, 8, 9. The other ones are probably 12. Nice. Probably have their EBT benefits already too. But it's race. Yeah, it's race. It's all about race. That mean old black cop. Give me a break.
Done, but they want me to pay, and I'm a lawyer, and legally you don't.
You're not a lawyer. Because if you were a lawyer, you'd have money to pay for it, and you would be making it. They're always a lawyer, they're always pregnant, and we all know what else they are.
Have to pay.
Oh, you're going to have to pay.
No, you don't.
We ask him very nice. Go ahead and pay. We will finish for you. Yeah. What is the problem? Pay before and after.
Because my services are not done.
You almost done there, and we, the owner. Oh, no, you cannot go out.
You're not going to
you cannot go out.
Ron, don't touch me, motherfucker.
Oh, there it is. There it is. I'm a phenomenal black woman.
You don't mind? I'll be waiting for the police out here.
No.
Don't touch me.
So what? Why she go free like this?
No, she's not going free.
No.
Look, just walking.
So why you go free?
Poor people just want their money.
Cannot do work for no
Look,
pay.
I'm leaving because I can.
Can you do that to everybody in the United States? Get that without pay?
Can you come early? She leaves tomorrow now. She
Yeah, cooking is black and she has.
And you cannot let she go like this. Man. So,
Then I'm just gonna ignore
now
you.
she leave without pay.
Can you come earlier? Oh, she's leaving now.
She leaving now.
Could you imagine going in for services knowing you have no money and you're going to pull this shit? And it's definitely done more than once by her alone. And then it paints these poor Asian workers in a bad light, that they're racist and blah, blah, blah. No, you are a piece of shit. Period. Black, white, yellow, you're a piece of shit.
Holy shit! I never see that in my life. Get done without
I'm a
pay.
phenomenal black woman. Give me a fucking break.
She didn't pay.
She didn't pay, now she will go.
Okay, I take the picture of the car and she leaving. Okay.
The license plate is not right.
Make her famous, people. Make her famous.
It's a fake license plate, I believe.
The fake license plate.
This is the lawyer. I'm a lawyer. I'm a lawyer. No, you're not. You're a thief.
Yeah.
You're a thief. Next.
Did you just
Another
cancel the
thief?
ride? Yeah, I did. Okay.
Right. It's my. I'm getting married.
Yeah. Hold on.
I feel like I shouldn't. Have
No, I'm
paid for
sorry.
anything.
I'm not giving free rides. You're gonna have to get out.
I'm a bride.
Yeah.
It's my wedding day.
I don't care. I'm trying to make money.
Why would I pay for anything on my wedding day? Are you serious?
I don't know if this is fake or not, but wouldn't shock me.
That's none of my business. I'm trying to give you a ride here, and we're doing it for money. That's
What
the
kind of
exchange.
man are you? You must have never been married. You probably ain't even got
I'm a
nobody you
hard-working
love.
man that's providing for his family. I'm not giving you a free ride just because it's your wedding day.
Good for you.
Congratulations and all, but like,
What fucking bride will pay for anything on her wedding day?
well, I don't know, but you definitely need to find some
Okay,
way,
can you get me?
someone to.
Please get me to the church right now, before I be
Well,
late.
I can't now because you need to get out and just start a new order.
Get out.
Yep.
Where am I gonna go?
Goodbye.
Here.
Yeah, get out.
This is an abandoned place.
Go
This
on-
is not
go
the
on.
church.
Well, that's you should have waited until we got to the church.
My name is Derek Michael DiCarlo. This is my cat, Artemis Grace. She's a beautiful cat. I'm just doing this video as evidence that she belongs to me. I do share her with an individual by the name of Kayla Elizabeth Django. By the way, today is November 8th, 2024. And I'm documenting this video as proof that she is my cat. I have been temporarily staying at my parents' house with her. My parents are Robin and Richard DiCarlo. And I have an upcoming trip to West Virginia. I run my own business. I'm going to stay with a friend. And I just want to make sure that there's no issues in the future with the other owner involved, who is, again, Kayla Elizabeth Django. There's been some issues through text message as far as my rights to being able to pick up and drop off Artemis Grace as far as transport goes. And I just want to make sure in the future everything is done safely, everything is done fairly, and also in the most professional manner possible. I don't know what's going to happen, but because I've been denied the rights to transport her myself, and now everything is being done through my mother, Robin, to which I do not agree to. I'm not necessarily okay with it, but I will do whatever it takes to see my cat. When I was with Kayla, she's my ex-fiance. We had picked her up in Arkansas, so she's a rescue. And she was left behind by her previous owner. And the owners of the Airbnb had agreed to let us take her with us. I was the driver of the vehicle, which was a 2010 Toyota Tundra. And we were in Arkansas, USA, which is where we found Artemis Grace. And so we took her with us. We did her flea and tick treatments. We fed her. She always has food and water. I take very great care of her. She gets plenty of exercise and playtime. And I just want to make sure that that continues. Kayla had also taken her to a vet appointment. And that was a few years ago, and that was in Plymouth, Massachusetts. So it may be that she's registered in her name as well. I am here documenting proof with the certificates of Artemis Grace registered as a service animal to me because I do a lot of traveling. I never put her in unsafe conditions. I'm very careful, and I take really great care of her. So again, I just want to make sure that that continues, and this is all being saved as proof that I do take care of this cat, who's right in front of me now about to take a nap. And also, the Airbnb was paid for by me, although Kayla had run that transaction, as well as the messages with the owner. I had forgotten this because we had discussed it briefly recently, and so Kayla will have the proof of that discussion. I have the proof that I paid for the Airbnb, as well as the transport to and from the Airbnb, and I have no problem providing those documents. Thank you. Okay, so going further, here's a certificate that I had purchased. This was a few years back, a couple years back now. And this is just a certificate that I had purchased to register Artemis Grace as a emotional support animal. You can see here it's still intact. It is no longer valid. There's the possibility of me renewing this, but the only reason I'm putting this in the video is just to document proof that she is in fact my cat. And from what I understand, Massachusetts does not let anyone actually register their cat as theirs. So this is really the only proof I have on paper, unfortunately. And this was by Dr. Frank J. Welch. There's a signature. And here's another page. As you can see, her name is on there, her approximate weight, and Dr. Frank's signature once again, or rather Dr. Welch. There's a license number on both pages, as well as a certificate and a token that they gave me that I do not use, but I'm putting this in the video just as more proof. And that's it.
So hello all and welcome. It is I, the Realist Philosopher, and this is the Realist Philosopher Show. So how y'all doing today? Hope you're all doing good, fine, and well. I'm doing okay, I'm doing all right. So we're back with Sticks, Hex, and Hammer 666 and the big giant zit on his forehead. I guess you can still get zits at 38 years old if you have poor hygiene and don't bathe for months on end. Of course, he doesn't seem to be eating either, which is very odd because he's constantly posting recipes and the meals he ate on his Twitter. So I don't know what's going on here. I don't know. Maybe he's got AIDS. Who knows? But anyway, Sticks ain't looking too good. His hair has not seen a comb in months. Wearing the same shirt. I wonder if it's badly stained. I don't know. He looks pretty disheveled and bum-like. But anyway, he's making the same videos again and again. And in this video, I think this is probably the 30th time he's made this video. He's talking about how he's not normal. And it's good not to be normal, because normal is boring. I've heard this so many times from this guy. Why do I get the feeling he's talking to me? Like I dunk on him, then he makes a response. Anyway, let's get to it, buddy.
All right, everyone, it's time for the first video of the day. Yes, indeed, talking about how I am not normal.
Yeah, big shocker. No, really? I had no idea.
Nor do I intend to be.
Would require too much work.
Nor do I want to be.
I don't know about that. He wanted to be when he married that chick in the Netherlands and had a kid with her. Even though there is some speculation that that kid ain't his.
I look at normalcy as being on a gradient. For instance, there are people that are low functioning.
That's you. Oh, you're a normal bum, that's for sure. For a bum, you're pretty normal.
Or retarded.
Methinks a mirror is needed.
Their normativity is going to be different from someone who is in average society. So a midwit, basically.
Wasn't that you? Aren't you a midwit? I think you're a midwit.
And then that's going to be different from someone who is particularly intelligent.
Which isn't you.
And that will be different from an actual genius.
Which you are not.
So you've got this general sort of schema that you can work with in order to categorize people. Now, I don't really like to categorize people. There are people who are...
You know why you don't like to do that? Because if, you were into categorization, you'd have to categorize yourself. And if you categorize yourself as, well, not in a good way.
Of low-functioning intelligence.
That's you. But you are low-functioning. But you're very low-functioning, man. What are you talking about?
Who are extremely talented, for example.
That's not you.
An idiot savant, they call it, in something or another. And there are geniuses that are completely insane, and they do terrible things. You'd look at Fauci, for example. He is not an unintelligent fellow.
I don't know that I agree with that. The fact that he's a doctor does not sway me to believing he's all that intelligent.
He's just a person using their intelligence for evil purposes. So I don't really want to be normal. I don't
think you could be. Not after the life you've had. I mean, you could try. He has tried and he's failed.
To be a dullard. I'd rather be on the eccentric side.
So if you're normal, you're dull?
Because it's more exciting.
Being eccentric is exciting? Is it? I would think that chasing your kid around, watching them walk for the first time, hearing their first word, hearing the first time they call you daddy. Now that sounds exciting to me. Oh, no, not for sticks.
It's more fun, and
your life is fun? Dude, you're living in a storage closet / laundry room. You're sleeping on the floor. What are you talking about? You're on the run from the law. That's fun?
At the end of the day, being, the regular dullard.
Low-functioning idiot, yeah.
And I don't mean like, oh, you've got a 9 to 5, I'm looking down on you. That's not what I'm saying.
But you have said that in the past.
I'm saying that there are people who are simply dull.
That's you. I find it very interesting. Sticks, you're one of the most boring people I've ever seen. You just repeat yourself over and over again. You're not very creative. You don't have good takes to begin with. And you just repeat the same takes over and over again, and they're bad takes.
They're simply boring.
That's you. But you're boring.
I don't want to be boring.
Well, that's unfortunate because you are boring.
The hell would I want to live my life like that for? That doesn't make any sense at all.
And yet you do.
I'd rather live a short, eccentric life than drag on and be boring and eventually get Alzheimer's probably and end up in the old folks' home.
Well, with your dental hygiene, I think that's very likely. From what I've seen, there's studies showing that poor dental health, there's a correlation to that and Alzheimer's. So, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if you developed Alzheimer's.
I'm not interested in that kind of lifestyle. Now, some people might not have a problem with that.
I mean, seeing their kids grow up and the grandkids grow up and interacting with their kids and the grandkids and having purpose and meaning in their life. Oh, yeah, that sounds so terrible. Yeah, we would live like you.
And I'm not saying that a person of median means is necessarily a boring person at all. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not
But you have said that before.
insulting anyone.
You have before.
Simply saying that there are people in society who are very, very dull.
That's you, man.
They conform to all the rules.
Oh, I see. So conformity makes you dull. Conforming to rules makes you dumb. What makes you dull? What rules are you talking about? Follow the speed limit? Don't point guns at your girlfriend? Don't discharge firearms in your parents' house? You mean rules like those? Yeah, those pesky rules.
They go to school and...
Well, didn't you go to school? I mean, I know you flunked out of university, but what's wrong with going to school, man?
And that's basically all they do.
Well, no, I think they go to school, they have careers, they have families, they have lives, which you don't have.
That's not really the lifestyle for me. And
yeah, we can see that, buddy.
And I don't know why anyone would want that life.
Your lifestyle is that of a Skid Row bum, Kramer wannabe, who's had a little bit of luck, gotten a little bit of fame, and who has suckered a handful of people into supporting you because you're unable to support yourself. More like unwilling, but probably unable as well. Look at those arms. He couldn't pick nothing up. I don't think he could even do working at Burger King or McDonald's. Bag of fries would be too heavy for him to lift.
Style. I really can't understand it. Just saying. I am never going to be normal. I've been abnormal since I was a child. It's funny.
Yeah, well, your dad's the Night Stalker, and your mom is a, pothead, lifetime pothead, married to the Night Stalker. So nobody's really surprised that you're abnormal, Sticks.
A lot of people are criticizing me lightly.
Yeah, gee, I wonder who you're referencing. Nobody makes more videos about this guy than me. He's talking about me.
Or, they think that I've gone insane or something like that.
No, I don't know about that.
But the thing is, I was already insane when I was in elementary school. I was already acting out back then when I was a little kid.
Why didn't his parents do anything to stop that? That's my question. Dad was too busy night stalking. Oh!
I've been doing this my entire life. One of my hallmarks is destroying ICQ by troll raiding.
Wow, what a great life you have. Trolling ICQ chat. Is that even still a thing?
and posting and stuff like that on 4chan.
Wow, what a rich life you have. You could have had a family, kid, grandkids, but instead, you S-post on 4chan. Wow.
This is part of my lifestyle.
It really sounds like you're just trying to justify your bad life choices. That's what it sounds like to me, buddy.
I have never been normal, and I can never be normal.
Well, no, I think you could be. You could turn your life around if you wanted. You could stop boozing, right? You could go back to Vermont and face the music. You could go back to New Orleans and face the music. Yeah, you'd spend...
A city inside one building, a hill swallowed by houses. These places feel less like cities and more like human storage. Today we're looking at 25 examples of urban hell on Earth, starting with number 1, Jealousy, Haiti. Guys, I swear this is not AI, it's just Jealousy, a hillside neighborhood above Port-au-Prince, urban hell on Earth. Starting with number 1, Jealousy, Haiti. Guys, I swear this is not AI, it's just Jealousy, a hillside neighborhood above Port-au-Prince, the capital city of Haiti. At first glance it might look like a scene from WALL-E or even TV Static, until your brain catches up and realizes every little pixel is somebody's house. And it's not like some of these homes are empty either. In fact, it's the complete opposite. Every inch of this place seems inhabited. How do property rights even work in a place like that? I mean, if you need a house, do you just walk up the hill and build one on the edge? The really terrible part is that just above it, there's a small forested area with much wealthier homes, swimming pools, tennis courts, and big villas. So apparently, the wealthy are still on top, literally. If you're wondering how you even get to your house in this place, well, that's not so simple either. There are streets, but not between every shack, so in many areas, you have to move through stairways, narrow gaps, and tiny passages between homes, turning the whole neighborhood into a real-life maze. And there are no proper public sewer or water hookups in many parts. Just imagine carrying your day's water all the way up that hill. Back in 2013, the Haitian government launched a project called Beauty versus Poverty and painted about 1,000 houses in bright pinks, blues, greens, and yellows. It cost around $1.4 million, which is why a lot of people looked at it and thought maybe water and sanitation would have been a better place to start. Estimates suggest the population may exceed 80,000 people, many of whom arrived after the 2010 earthquake, when large numbers of displaced people had to find somewhere to live. Instead of living on a tropical island that should feel like paradise, this is their home. And in a place with little proper drainage or sewer infrastructure, when it rains, everything goes one way, downhill. A serious mudslide could probably destroy huge parts of the neighborhood in almost an instant. If a natural disaster were to hit Haiti, I hope it stops and says, wait, no, they've seen enough. Number 2. 30,000 people in one building. This building gotta be a nightmare for the pizza delivery guy. I mean, the app would say the estimated time to arrival is 20 minutes, but I feel like you would still need 20 minutes just to find and get to the apartment. And think about the mailman. Can you imagine being excited having only one more building to deliver mail to, then you realize it's this building? If everyone has a letter, the mailman would need like 2 days to deliver them all. On a serious note, they probably have pretty advanced delivery systems inside, like lockers downstairs with QR codes, maybe even delivery robots, and odds are even the pizza business is inside the building. And that's because nearly 30,000 people live inside this single structure. That's the population of a small town, just compressed into one building. At this point, I think it should classify itself as its own city. From the outside, it looks like a beehive or an ant colony for humans. This is Regent International in Hangzhou, originally designed as a luxury hotel.
So the guy that's doing these videos has a very boring voice, which is why he gets millions of views with his boring voice. They love it. 2.7 million views on this shit. Very boring voice. Almost sounds like AI. I can't tell for sure if it's a real human or AI. The voice is that fucking monotone and bad. And this is what people watch. Most humans watch shit. And they love it. They love it.
Hotel before being turned into housing. It looks like one continuous wall of balconies, repeated floor after floor until your eyes just give up trying to count them. And you can kind of see the scale in the little details, like hanging laundry and tiny signs of thousands of separate lives packed together. It almost feels like a modern-day version of Kowloon Walled City, except this one is actually legal. The building curves in a huge S shape, like it's trying to wrap around itself just to fit even more people inside. It rises around 200 meters with nearly 40 floors, but the real scale here is not the height, it's the density. Inside, it's built to function like its own ecosystem. There are shops, food courts, salons, and even small supermarkets, so people don't really need to leave that often. You could wake up, eat, work, shop, and go back to sleep without ever touching the outside world. Some people like that convenience. I just want to know what the water pressure is like at shower time. Number 3. World's largest fishing festival. This is what happens when 50,000 people all decide to fish in the same place at the same time. Every year in Argungu, Nigeria, this stretch of the Mata-Fadan River turns into one of the most crowded fishing events on earth. At the starting signal, thousands of fishermen jump in simultaneously, packing the water shoulder to shoulder. Everyone uses simple tools like hand nets, wooden traps, or just their arms, but space is the real limitation, because the river itself is only about 50 meters wide. You are not just competing with fish, you are competing with the person literally touching your shoulder. There is constant splashing, bumping, and repositioning, like a crowd trying to exit a stadium but underwater. Their goal is to catch the biggest fish, sometimes weighing up to 75 kilograms. But even finding one feels like luck, because visibility is low, movement is restricted, and every spot is already occupied. Around the riverbanks, Thousands more people gather to spectate, so the pressure builds both in and out of the water. Number 4. We have Paris at home. When you ask your mom to take you to Paris, and she says, "We have Paris at home," but Paris at home looks like this. In the hills of Tegucigalpa, someone built a full steel Eiffel Tower replica directly over a road as the entrance to a gated community. Not beside the road, not in a plaza, but literally over it. From a distance, the silhouette is convincing enough that your brain almost buys it for half a second. Then you notice the power lines slicing across the sky, the concrete walls, and the random pile of blocks that make it feel less like Paris. It is the kind of place where someone can proudly say, "I have been to the Eiffel Tower," and technically not be lying. In fact, you do not just visit it here, you commute through it. Because behind it is just a regular residential development trying to look expensive. But to be fair, they did commit, because the structure is detailed enough that you can see the lattice work and even stairs going up inside. And if you were wondering, according to Wikipedia, there are over 50 Eiffel Tower replicas around the world, like Tokyo Tower, a whole mini Paris in Tenducheng, China, and even a town in Texas named Paris, with an Eiffel Tower replica wearing a cowboy hat. But what about the city that is literally called the Paris of South America? At number 5, we've got Villa 31. This might literally be the highway to hell. This is Villa 31 in Buenos Aires, where parts of the neighborhood sit right next to a highway, so cars are basically driving just a few meters away from somebody's window or balcony. I just hope the air is still bueno. A massive elevated road cuts straight through on top of buildings. Underneath it, thousands of small brick houses stacked together in every direction, like the place just kept growing without ever stopping to plan. Imagine living next to that road. The noise alone would be bad enough, but then think of the smoke, the dust, and the constant traffic right outside your house. The weird part is that this neighborhood is not out on the edge of the city, but right next to some of the richest, most expensive, and most polished parts of Buenos Aires. Some of these homes are so close to the road that your bathroom window is basically at eye level with passing traffic. Imagine brushing your teeth while a bus driver makes eye contact with you at 60 kilometers per hour. There are wires hanging everywhere, rooftops turned into extra rooms, and streets that feel more like gaps between buildings. But what really stands out is how normal this becomes in a city where extreme wealth and poverty can exist on the same block without ever really mixing. A few streets away, you get wide boulevards, trees, and elegant buildings. Then you turn a corner and end up here. It is messy, loud, and uncomfortable to look at, but also weirdly functional in a way that makes you realize people will adapt to almost anything. Number 6. Indian stray cattle. Okay guys, seriously, whose car is this? This is what happens when a country ends up with millions of animals that technically belong everywhere and nowhere at the same time. Many Indians traditionally consider cows to be sacred animals, but a huge number of them end up living like this anyway. India had over 5 million stray cattle recorded in the 2019 livestock census. A big reason is that cow slaughter is banned or heavily restricted in many states, so once a cow stops producing milk, it turns from an asset into a cost. Farmers who can't afford to keep them often have no real exit option, so the cows get released. They wander into streets, railway lines, construction sites, and eventually into cities, where they adapt in the worst possible way. Instead of grass, their diet becomes garbage, plastic bags, or any food scraps they can find in open dumps. New Delhi faces a significant issue with over 40,000 stray cattle, causing traffic accidents and public safety concerns. Cows standing in the middle of roads, sleeping beside shops, or digging through piles of trash while traffic squeezes around them. It looks chaotic, but it's also normalized, like the city just decided this is fine now. Number 7. World's widest highway. Everyone has heard of Egypt's Great Pyramids, but have you seen the Great Highway? This is what happens when someone says, "Just one more lane, bro. I promise this time it will work." Well, there's almost no traffic here, so I guess it worked this time. Maybe a little too well, because I can only see about 2 cars using it across 32 whole lanes. It looks like they added all these lanes just in case a traffic jam decides to happen one day. This road is in Cairo, and it leads toward Egypt's biggest ghost city, the new administrative capital, and the Red Sea coast, built to bypass the city's infamous traffic. At its widest point, the highway stretches to around 32 lanes, split into 2 massive rivers of asphalt with a thin strip of sand in the middle. This probably makes it the world's widest highway, which is ridiculous when you consider that Egypt only has one vehicle for every 11 people. But it becomes even more ridiculous when you remember that lane lines in Egypt are often treated more like suggestions than rules. Anyone who has been to Egypt knows that 32 lanes probably means at least 50 cars side by side. But this super wide section only runs for a few kilometers, and then it narrows down to 4 lanes again. So at some point, all that traffic still has to squeeze back together, causing congestion. This beast used 1 million cubic meters of concrete and 290,000 tons of steel, and was built in a record 4 years. From above, the lane markings repeat endlessly, like a giant barcode stamped across the desert, and somehow, there are barely any cars on it. And this is in the middle of a desert, so the heat coming off all that asphalt must be absolutely brutal. Up close, the scale feels ridiculous, especially where it widens into huge cloverleaf loops that look more like racetracks than exits. It would probably take you a solid minute or two just to walk from one side to the other. That is, if you are insane enough to try. Number 8. Village on top of rooftops. This is Sar Aga Sayed, a remote village with almost 2,000 people in western Iran. There are no streets, just rooftops layered into each other. The roof of one house is the walkway for the house above it, so every time you step outside, you are literally walking on someone else's home. Noise travels easily, and daily life basically happens right on top of you. There are no railings, and most paths are just packed earth with sudden drops. So one wrong step and, yeah, let's not think about that. Getting anywhere means climbing.
Have you guys ever had crazy coincidences happen in your life? Like things that you basically would have never guessed would have happened. And like, let's just say you woke up one day and it was just a regular day, right? And you're going to work, going to school, or doing whatever your day typically contains, right? But something randomly happens, and the way that it happens is by sheer coincidence. And everything just happens to be lined up perfectly for this event to happen. And this random event that just coincidentally happened to occur, it could be a bad thing or it could be a good thing. It could be a thing that's life-changing for better or worse. Now, for example, let's just say you're at a gas station and, I don't know, maybe you're getting lottery tickets. And then you bump into a guy, and then that guy also has a lottery ticket. And then you're like, oops, my bad, sorry. But both of your lottery tickets fell onto the ground, right? And then you both pick up a lottery ticket. The lottery ticket's off of the ground, but you pick up the other person's ticket. And then you come home, you know, and then after a while, you find out that you just won the lottery. Even though it wasn't even your ticket that you picked up. You know, you just accidentally picked up the other guy's ticket. Now, that's something that is kind of random that could be life-changing for the better. Now, what about the guy that got the wrong ticket? Well, the guy that originally had the right ticket, but then he accidentally picked up the wrong one. Well, and then what if he finds out, oh my God, the winning ticket was the one I had. So that stranger that I saw, that I bumped into, out of sheer coincidence, he accidentally took my ticket. And now he's the one with $1 million jackpot, you know, and I'm the one stuck where I am. Think about that. And I wouldn't be surprised if such a scenario actually happened. I mean, surely something like that has happened before, you know? And when I talk about these random events that could happen, there's actually a term for this. So it's called the butterfly effect. And I've been looking into this, and it's just very interesting. It's just a very interesting concept to look into. Because one of the most interesting things about this entire concept is that you never know when you're missing out on something. Like, for example, let's just say you commute to your job with a car, right? Let's just say you are debating whether or not you should stop by and grab a snack, or I don't know, grab some McDonald's before your shift. If you do grab the McDonald's, maybe something could happen at that McDonald's that could change your life. Maybe for a lot of you guys that talk about, I'm so lonely, girls don't like me. I'm just kidding. I'm not trying to mock you, but I'm just trying to make a point. Maybe some of you guys that wish you could have a girlfriend, maybe if you actually pulled into that McDonald's, you know, maybe you could meet your future girlfriend there, your future wife. Maybe. But what if you actually don't pull up into that McDonald's and you just decide, I'm just going to go to work? Then you might be missing out on a connection. Now, of course, everything I just said is absurdly hyperbolic. I mean, what are the odds that you're going to find your future wife in a McDonald's? But at the same time, life is very unpredictable, so you actually may never know. So again, what if you go to that McDonald's and then you just start... What's up, people? Back at it again. This time it's going to be a different kind of video. I'm actually going to be on camera. You know, I don't do this too often, but as you can tell, this is going to be a serious video. I'm just out here skating in the parking lot. You know, it's 1 a.m. on a Saturday. No, Sunday. But we got some real shit to tell you guys. We got some real shit to talk about. I have been cast out from society. Yeah, I mean, this is something I've always kind of known. I remember saying the exact same words back when I was like 15, 16. One thing I've always known is that I'm not a normal person. You know, not to be self-pity and all. When I say I'm not a normal person, I just mean that the way people expect you to be, the way most people are, I knew I wasn't that kind of person. I just knew. I knew since the start. And it even boils down to the simple stuff like what I do for fun. I remember back in school, you know, I would be the kid that people will make fun of because you're a nerd, you know? I'm talking middle school. I went to middle school from, I believe, 2011 to 2000, probably like 2015. I think I graduated the 8th grade in 2015. And I was a nerd, bro. I was into the geeky stuff, the nerdy stuff, and I was proud of that shit. But I looked at what everyone else was doing, everyone else in my class. Gotta keep readjusting this mask on, I'm not gonna lie. But I looked at what they were doing, and they were talking all about shit I never really cared about. You know, football, the NBA, girls, dating. I already knew I wasn't gonna care about any of that shit. I was into anime, video games, shit like that. So that was the first sign that I knew that I was not gonna be like everybody else. But another sign that I knew I wasn't gonna be like everybody else was the fact that I even got bullied by other people that kind of look like me, other black people, you know. Well, I come from East Africa, so, you know, the black Americans, the black African Americans, they'll basically make fun of me for that. They'd be like, oh, this dude's a monkey, this dude is from Africa, go back to Africa, like straight up, I'm telling you. And I understand that, you know, kids, they're just kind of stupid like that, they play around and shit. I mean, but this was even going all the way up until I was in high school. Now, they wouldn't like physically physically bully me in high school, but they'll call me names. Oh, that's the African person. You know, I always knew, man, I always knew that I wasn't going to be like these other people. And in my particular case, I was too, how do I explain this? Basically, I was too black for all the white people, and I was too white for all the black people. And one of the dumbest things people told me was, you talk white, you look white. No, not you look white, but you act white. Now, think about how stupid that is. You act white. And one thing I always known, dude, is that if you're a white person, white people can have a range of all sorts of personality traits, right? You know, they could be rednecks, they could be jocks, they could be nerds, but no one's gonna look at them and say, oh, you shouldn't be like that, you're white, right? But when you're black, it's like, well, not even just when you're black, it's actually crazy because when you're Asian as well, if you're black, Asian, basically if you're anything but white in the Western world, people don't expect a range of personalities. People don't expect a range of what you could possibly be. They think that you could only fit into this one box. And I never cared about that box, you know? I mean, I did like hip hop, you know, sometimes. But even the hip hop I listened to, I wasn't even listening to like the shit everybody else is listening to. I was always kind of different from these other people in what they were interested in, right? I was always kind of different. And not only that, not only in terms of comparing myself to African Americans, but also in my ethnicity, I didn't particularly look like the other people in my ethnicity, right? So basically what I mean by that is my facial features were kind of different. Most people mistook me for Dominican. Most people don't assume that I'm from East Africa. They don't assume that. And I don't know exactly why that's the case. I guess Dominican is just the one I got mistook for the most. And man, I say that was honestly more traumatic because these are supposed to be the people that got your back, but they would make fun of me. They would look at me and be like, yo, this dude is not one of us. Crazy shit, right? Crazy shit. And one thing I always hated, man, is because in my ethnicity we practice Islam. I don't really practice that shit. I don't care about it anymore. You know, I've been left that religion. Don't really care about religion, but that's not the point. The point is, we would basically get sent to these schools where we would practice the religion and learn more about the prophet this, prophet that. And I'm like, I don't really care about that shit. But I was kind of forced into it, right? And I would even be bullied by the kids there because it was all like kids around the same age as me. Even over there, they'd be like, yo, this kid looks different. This kid does not look like one of us. It didn't help that I wasn't really that fluent in the language. I mean, I could speak it, but only at a really basic conversational level. I wasn't having like full-blown dialogue, you know, complex dialogue, you know what I mean? And they would say to me, like video games. Oh, we gotta talk about video games. So personally for me, dude, fighting games were the main thing me and my brother played together. And one game we played together a lot was Super Smash Bros. Now, Super Smash Bros. Obviously, if any of you know Super Smash Bros, it's a fighting game. And that's another thing that I'd really tried hard to be good at. You know, it's usually just a casual game, but there's a lot of people that actually play the game competitively. And I would compete against my brother, but my brother was just a natural at it. He was just top tier. Actually, I'd say my brother was basically like professional level. Like, he was beating people that actually play this game competitively, right? And the same applies to other fighting games. My brother, his favorite genre of video games is fighting games. And even though I tried hard to be on his level, he just outclassed me. I think he's just a natural at it, bro. You know how just some people are just a natural at what they do? My brother was just naturally talented at fighting games. So basically every time I played against him, it would just never work out, bro. And eventually I'm like, you know what? Screw this, bro. You're just better than me. And I remember, I think when I was like 14, 15, I just, again, same story. I didn't completely stop playing fighting games. I just stopped trying to take it seriously. Because I noticed that even for this, even for a damn video game, I was getting so worked up and stressed out. I'm like, at that point, it wasn't really about the video game. It was just about my ego. Like, my ego took a big hit, right? Because I kept getting beaten. I played online. I played a bunch of fighting games online. I sucked. And another video game I really tried hard to be good at, you know, after I was finished my fighting game phase, was League of Legends, bro. And I spent years trying to play this game. I spent years. And to be honest, looking back, I kind of do regret spending years on this game, but that's beside. I think one of the hardest parts about life that people don't talk about too often is just simply waking up. That's it. Waking up. You go to sleep and then you wake up. And when you wake up, that feels terrible. I guess it does vary depending on person to person, but from my experience, this is just going to be my experience. I'm not going to be speaking for anyone else, but waking up has always sucked. Always. Ever since I was a little kid. And I remember back in high school, it would hit really hard. It would be really bad. And the moment I woke up in high school, I didn't even use an alarm back then. My mom would just come into my room sometimes and be like, "Wake up, it's time for school." I remember sometimes my mom didn't even need to wake me up because I just kind of randomly, instinctively woke up like an hour before school started, or an hour before I usually wake up. I actually don't even know how that works, but that's besides the point. The point is, it always felt horrible waking up, especially
I urge people not to share or engage with that speculation. It's unhelpful. It doesn't aid our investigation. And particularly, it's distressing to the family and friends of Miss Widdicombe. Hello, 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 and welcome to this edition of the Jolly Heretic. Now, as everybody English watching will know, everyone British watching will know, and as Americans and other people rather might not know, something quite serious happened in the UK on the 8th of July. And that is that the former Conservative government minister and shadow Home Secretary and later Brexit Party member of the European Parliament and celebrity based around appearances on Strictly Come Dancing and various documentaries, Anne Widdecombe, was, it seems, murdered. We don't know who did it yet, although there is a suspect who is under arrest. We don't know what the motive is, although obviously she was a very outspoken member of Parliament in terms of being anti-trans, anti-gay, and anti-abortion. She had highly conservative views, and she was a highly committed Catholic who converted to Catholicism in 1993 from Anglicanism because of her objection to them ordaining female priests. And she was a kind of much-loved, eccentric, I mean, this term is now apparently considered offensive, I don't know why, but the kind of eccentric spinster aunt of the nation. She never married, she wouldn't talk about her private life, she didn't have any children, and she lived alone in an isolated house in rural Devon, and she was found murdered. And today I want to talk about the police reaction to this, because the police reaction is very interesting, and the police reaction betokens, I think, the feminization of society. And that's why it sits so badly with so many of us that are of a sort of a conservative bent, that don't like the current way society is. It's a highly, highly feminine reaction. And that's what I want to look at. Before I do that, could you do me a favor? Could you please subscribe? Could you subscribe on YouTube? Particularly leave a like, leave a comment, hit the bell button for the algorithm. And could you subscribe to my Substack? That's jollyheretic.com, where I put all the most based stuff I don't put on YouTube, in-person interviews, vlogs, blogs, films I make. And if you like what I do, you can support me for the cost of a pint of beer a month. Okay, back to the video. So I want to look at this feminization notion, how it's reflected here. And just the dishonesty of it. In my experience, normally men say what they mean to a much greater extent than women. It happens to me again and again. I'll be at a party and the female I'm with, my wife or whatever, will say, "Well, I think we'd better go now." And I said, "Well, why would we go? What's the problem?" "No, let's go." And let's go. And of course, she's noticed that there's some problem in the room. She's understood the atmosphere of the room. And before long, the couple that are hosting the party are having a massive argument and are at each other's throats. And she's realised this. While I have, but she won't directly say to me what it is that is the reason why we should go. I think we should go now. Yeah, it's getting rather late. They're not clear. They don't say what they mean. And I think we see, and they use language to a greater extent to kind of manipulate and to subtly get what they want. And I suppose this is a consequence of being physically weaker, and so whatever, you have to be good with language, you have to be socially skilled in a way that men don't have to be in order to get by. And so if we have a look at this, I urge people not to share or engage with this speculation. Well, what's wrong with speculation? Why shouldn't people speculate? There's been a terrible, newsworthy tragedy of a much loved national treasure of a figure, this eccentric old lady that says what she means and is blunt and direct and who people like. Why shouldn't we speculate? And of course, the reason that they don't want us to speculate is because they are concerned that it will have political consequences. They are concerned that if we speculate, by which we mean, it's not even insane speculation, is it? It's coming up with hypotheses based on the available information.
The internet used to be lonely, like exploring the ruins of an ancient civilization. And being alone in it wasn't a sad thing, but rather it made it feel like an adventure. But today, the internet is a living thing, and as you explore it, it explores you back, getting way more information out of you than you out of it. The internet used to be exploration, but today it's engagement. You're not discovering things, you're being fed content. Some websites back then even used to have guest books, where you could sign your name and leave a comment showing that you too found this place. The very fact that that feels like a foreign concept shows you just how much has changed. The internet was quiet. You were alone, isolated, and yet still happy. So what happened? Why is today's internet so big and loud, yet so unfulfilling? We have infinitely more content now, yet somehow less personality. The thing is, you don't discover anymore. You don't get lost. You get funneled into curated content, deemed acceptable for you by an algorithm perfectly tailored to you. How? Because it's spied on you for decades, all to keep you engaged and watching. They remove the ability for accidents, as in stumbling upon something weird, different, and amazing. They've replaced the human accident with an algorithm designed to keep you from ever getting lost again. For all of its flaws, the old internet felt alive, not because there were more people online, but because you could feel the people who made it. Every website felt like someone's little corner of the world. Their interests, their obsessions, their weird sense of humor. It was crude and ugly, but human. Real people made this digital world because they wanted to, not because of trends or algorithms or content or money. It was like a massive library of infinite possibility, the freedom to explore, interact, or not. You could be as loud as a hurricane or as quiet as a ghost. Now 90% of the library is closed, roped off, and you have to have an assistant guiding you from one thing to the next. You can't go off the path. It's not allowed. Too much freedom prevents them from monetizing you as efficiently as they want, so the path it is. You don't discover things anymore. You can't get lost. You don't fall down strange rabbit holes and end up somewhere you never intended to be. Instead, you're funneled into content deemed acceptable for you by an algorithm that has spent years studying your every habit, predicting your interests, and learning exactly how to keep your attention. This thing knows you better than you know yourself. The modern internet is designed to eliminate accidents, but that's a huge problem, because accidents are where discovery comes from. Some of the most memorable things I ever found online weren't things I was looking for. They were things I found by mistake. Strange websites and forum posts, goofy early internet videos, communities dedicated to topics I'd never heard of. None of them were recommended to me. None of them were optimized for engagement. They simply existed, waiting to be found. Going on these strange excursions and finding these weird things was the joy of the quiet internet. It was you alone, your face illuminated by the glow of a static monitor, spending an hour or two just exploring and having fun. Meanwhile, the modern dead internet doesn't want you wandering from its chosen path for you. Each platform is built around the assumption that it knows what you want to see next. The more accurate that prediction becomes, the less likely you are to encounter something unexpected. The result of this is an internet that feels larger than ever, and yet somehow so small. We are living in the digital ruins of an ancient society, nothing like what we've ended up with. The best aspects of that time were so quickly overwritten and forgotten, you might not even recognize them anymore. Think about these traits online and compare them to the modern internet. Individuality, personality, expression, freedom, only to be replaced with addictive empty content and endless doom scrolling. Just one more video and I'll be satisfied. I swear, just one more scroll. The quiet internet felt like a city, built up over decades by millions of people, adding whatever they wanted. It was so weird and fun and different. There's really nothing like it today. The modern internet feels like a casino. The building looks nice from the outside, and people seem to be having fun. But once you're inside, you realize how hard it is to stop. You've lost track of where you are and how long it's been. Is it daytime? Is it nighttime? Should you go to bed? Every light, sound, recommendation, and notification exists for the same reason: to keep you from leaving. It's especially weird to imagine this now, but there used to be an endpoint on the internet. You'd shut down the computer and leave the computer room. The screen would go dark, the internet stayed behind. It was a place to visit in a room that wasn't usually your bedroom. It was no different than playing outside or enjoying a video game. It was a fun thing to do. It wasn't the only thing to do. Another reason the old internet felt so quiet was because of the process of actually connecting to it took time. Today you click an app and you instantly find yourself online. But back then it wasn't like that. It was an entire process. You'd connect through dial-up, and then when you finally got online, it could sometimes take 30 seconds just for a single page to load. You were forced to remain patient and quiet. Now that sounds like a horrendous burden today, but back then that was simply the way it was. It was the calm before the storm. It was the prologue before the first chapter. It's similar to how there once wasn't spell check or autocorrect. Again, that sounds horrible today, but back then it forced you to spell words correctly and pay attention to your punctuation. While these tools have made communication faster and more efficient, this has also led to a massive amount of people today who can't read or spell properly. The first generation receives a tool that makes life easier. The next generation grows up never knowing how to function without it. We are in a pivotal moment in time. Everyone born going forward will be funneled into the dead internet at an extremely early age, and that'll be all they know. The memories of the freedom of the quiet internet as a place to visit will continue to disappear. It's like I said, it was a fun thing to do. It wasn't the only thing to do. Now,
so I need like the Kool-Aid man in the form of like a great guy to either come through my front door or
what's going to happen. Women order dick to their door as opposed to going out and meeting people. All right, what is up, guys? Today we're reacting to women's L's as per usual. And today we are reacting to women dating over the age of 50, which is just kind of an L because you're supposed to be done dating by then. But we're in a modern society and a lot of women think they can do better. So we're going to go through these women. We're going to rate them and see if we think they can get a man. I'm not in the doomer camp that says no women can ever upgrade or do better, because a lot of times women can and do better all the time. It just depends how fat, ugly, and insufferable they got. So I think we're going to rate together. And you guys put your observations in the comments, all right? Also, really quick, don't leave yet, don't leave. Okay, so we are doing a event in New York City and Dallas in the next 3 months. And if you want to come, we do have to vet you in order to come, so nobody crashes out and kills me. There's a lot of crazy people out there. So fill out the Google form in the description if you'd like to be a part of it, and hopefully I can see you there.
Really talks about this, but I'm single. I'm in my 50s, and I think the hardest part about being single is not having anyone to.
All right, so the rating scale we're going to do on this video is going to be for women over 50. So just so you know, none of these women are going to be above a 6. Okay. Everybody is below a 6. I would even say below a 5, below a 5. So this is just like if we're comparing 50, I think she's like average.
Run my errands when I'm sick. Nobody really talks about this, but I'm single. I'm in my.
Yeah. So again, women don't ever miss men. And if you pay attention, they miss the things that men did for them. So we just hate men, unfortunately. I don't say this with pride. We hate men, but we love having sex with men. Like I think women use men for sex more than vice versa. My name is Mary, and it really hurts to have no friends or family. This is a pretty good looking woman. Actually, this is as close as you're going to get to like a 8 or a 10 for a 50-year-old. This is still max 5.55. You know what I mean? Because she's 50. Yeah. So look at the comments, and they say, same, being alone is better than being with the people that hurt you. Get your little self a dog. The gifted ones often walk alone. Yeah, it's a lot of coping, but I mean, we have to cope because we're in a modern society and
are looking
all right, this lady, look, she's got the leopard skin. Ugh. This is like a 2 for
Have you ever gone
She's got nice eyes. Okay, I'm gonna give her a
out all day, and then when you're pulling into where you live, just hits you different sometimes, like a gut punch. But it's fine.
Yeah, and so when women have the like music in the background, I'm gonna add extra "you're insufferable" points. So insufferability score has gone up.
Just sometimes the silence is.
It's just like, there's so many communities and activities you can do if you're over a certain age. Like there's literally retirement neighborhoods that, I mean, they're like party hardies. And I mean, what she's really saying is she misses the attention of hot guys, because that ship has sailed. So that's what she's really saying.
But we get through it. Okay. If that's happened, I see you. If you want to share, I want to hear. Okay, I love you.
All right. Well, I don't love you back. So, all right. Nobody can talk about how lonely it is when you're rebuilding after 50. How can you rebuild after 50? You're supposed to be built. So you're kind of cooked.
Nobody talks.
It's like a 1. She's not even gonna, like, you know what I mean? I would say the most likely one to get a man was the most attractive one. It's pretty, like, she could still get a man. The blue-eyed one can get a simp, but it's going to be tough. She probably not to marry her, but just to like live. Women don't want
about
anyway.
How lonely it can feel when you're rebuilding your life after 50. When the phone doesn't ring as much. When the house feels quieter. When you're carrying things that nobody else can see. But here's what I've learned. Sometimes in the season of rebuilding, that is where you begin to reconnect with yourself. And that is where your strength comes from.
Yeah, reconnect with myself. Become more selfish and insufferable. So become less agreeable. So, all right, dating over 50, lonely, but not wanting to put forth the effort or go through small talk or date stranger. You know, I've talked to women in depth over 50 that are like dating and stuff. And honestly, I don't even think they want a man. Like, because you're competing with time with their kids, maybe their grandkids. And I don't think most of them want to give that up. Because again, men tend to want you to give up everything you're doing to hang out on their in their life. Which is, you know, they want a cheerleader. That's like the typical, you know, and the older you get, you got more stuff going on. So you don't really want to do it.
So I'll admit, I am a little lonely lately. I don't know. I just am. I think I'm also like a little down or whatever, but I would love to meet somebody, but I don't feel like really putting forth the effort. I know that's
what I mean. I think she could still she's smiling. She could still get a man. What they'll do is they'll say, oh, like they can't get the men they could get in their 20s. They're not going to be happy with any man they get. And I'm like, well, they could get Tom Brady and not be happy. The not happiness is not really that dependent on the man, if I'm being honest.
I'm a little lonely lately. I don't know. I just am. I think I'm also like a little down or whatever, but I would love to meet somebody, but I don't feel like really putting forth the effort. I
like
went on dating.
Because again, she's cute enough. I mean, she's like a 6 over 50, maybe 7, because America's so fat. I can't see her body.
A little bit today, and oh my God, it's terrible. I don't know how I ever met so many people on there. Like, I met a lot of nice guys, and some like were not for me, and some remained friends, and some like I was with for a little bit and I liked, and some quality men that I'm still friends with. But oh my God, it's just a mess. Like, my skits are not a lie. They're not at all. But I'll admit, I'm kind of lonely. But I don't really feel like making the effort of going to sit at like a high-end bar restaurant, not like a bar. Like, I'm not talking about like a random bar, but like a nice like restaurant, like, I don't know, Ruth's Chris or STK at Disney Springs or something like nice, and sit there and just have a drink or dinner or whatever, and possibly I'll meet somebody that way. I just don't really feel like doing that. So I need like the Kool-Aid man in the form of like a great guy to either come through my front door, or
that's what's going to happen. Women order dick to their door as opposed to going out and meeting people. So, yeah, that's like a new trend on dating apps. And I could see why, you know, it's like, assume women will always do the laziest option.
I don't know. I'm not sure I'm going to meet someone, or, and this is going to sound weird, I kind of want to just be with someone I was with before. Do things together.
You hit a girl once, if you're right, you do get a lifelong subscription. So, all right, let's keep going. Let's see this broad.
I had to guess you might feel that same way as well.
I guess these are actually pretty good looking women for old hags. Like, I mean, just, okay, I know you guys are going to say, oh, but Pearl, like, they're old and ugly. Yes, okay, but this is 4 50-year-old women. I would put them above average.
After I posted this video the other day, it was shocking how many comments I got from women mostly telling me they feel the same way, that they definitely feel lonely at times. So I did a little bit of research, and I found out that the loneliest demographic of people are midlife women, not the elderly, not teenagers like After I posted this video the other day, it was shocking how many comments I got from women mostly telling me that they feel the same way, that they definitely feel lonely at times. So I did out, it's a season of life thing. We are in the sandwich years and we are smashed between two generations, giving in both directions. And the first thing that typically goes is our social life. When I try to pinpoint when I started feeling this way, I really can't find that exact
40s
moment, but I can look back and see that over time friendships maybe faded because we just didn't make the time or we didn't have the time. Plans get canceled and you don't reschedule them. I think we can all relate to that happening, and we just kind of get stuck in our own little world, and then it gets harder and harder to get out of that. The research actually makes a distinction between being alone and feeling disconnected. Most of us aren't alone. We have husbands or partners, families, friends. We go to work. We're not just sitting in a room by ourselves, but we still feel completely disconnected, as if nobody really sees us. That feeling of being invisible is what I want to talk about more in part 3.
All right, let's see this. This is the same broad.
I went to dinner the other night with a group of friends, and while we had a really wonderful time, the whole time we were there, I felt like I was almost kind of floating above, watching it all happen and wondering, does anyone actually really see me? And this is not on the women that I was with. They are wonderful. This is just something I've been noticing about myself, that I'm probably lonely more often than I should be. One of my kids is doing an internship in Spain this summer. The other just graduated.
She's turning into being invisible. And that's a tough, because here's the thing, you could still be, especially her, she's still going to be pretty attractive in her 20s, probably still pretty attractive in her 30s, 40s. There's going to, you could still kind of be hot, but 50s is really when women, they become old hags, and that's got to be a tough transition. There's a drop off from I think there's a big drop off in attention from early 20s to late 20s. But then I think the next cohort is 25 to 35-year-old women that's competing, maybe late 30s if they're really attractive. But then there's 35 to 47-ish year old women, and then that plus is no man's land. So
working and spending all this time with his friends, so he's hardly ever at home, which is great. That's how it's supposed to go, but they just don't need me like they used to. I feel like at this stage in life too, all kinds of connections that I had through the kids' schools and things like that, some of those are dying out. And it's not that I'm just sitting alone in a dark room or alone in my car like I am right now.
This is she doesn't have enough to do. She's got to go do something, go learn something, take a class,
It's that you just kind of feel invisible. It's like you hold it all together, you do all of the things, and you do wonder, does anyone really see me? Does anyone know me, get me? I find myself thinking all the time, who am I when I'm not needed in the same way? And honestly, I have no clue. I'm 50 and I really want to figure that out. But I wanted to at least start this conversation because if I'm lonely, I'm sure somebody else out there is lonely. And I think we're just not talking.
Yeah, women are always going to complain at every feeling of discomfort. So, actually, I would say the majority of these women could get another guy if they're divorced. I don't know. This woman might not have been, but yeah, life has different phases. And I think women going into the invisibility phase is just kind of a rough transition. So I don't know, guys. Let me know what you think in the comments.
Can we talk about when a guy makes a girl pay, or he doesn't open the door for her, or he's just not being a gentleman and he's like, well, you wanted equality. Are you stupid? Are you stupid? We wanted equal rights, women should be able to vote and stuff. What? That's literally it. No one asked to pay for anything. No one asked to open their own doors or carry their own suitcases. Don't be manipulative like that. That's crazy. Don't flip it on us like that. Are you kidding? Are you kidding? We wanted to be able to speak and have a voice and get jobs if we wanted to. But please, that argument is so crazy to me. It's really funny. I'm like, oh, you're stupid.
No, we're not stupid. In fact, we're smart. We're smart enough to see what you're doing. See, what you want is the benefits of equality without paying the costs. It's like you said, the freedom to work if you want to. But that kind of picking and choosing, that's not really how responsibility works. When men ask for fairness and equality, you say that men are trying to flip it on you. But how exactly? This is just the logical extension of your own stated values. Maybe that's why it upsets you so much, is your own ideas are getting used against you. You want the privilege, you don't want the accountability. And it's always so interesting when women they say the quiet part out loud, and she's like, we never asked to pay for stuff ourselves. And she thinks men are stupid. Why exactly? Because we're not falling for this? I think that these women, when she says, are you stupid? I think that women, they have a difficult time conceiving of the possibility that a man could actually disagree, like truly on a principled basis, disagree with feminism. No, you couldn't have a principled moral objection to this ideology. You don't have a counterpoint or a rational, logical argument that would refute the claims that I'm making. That's impossible. Absolutely not. They can't believe that. And so the assumption is always that you don't understand feminism. You don't really get what the true definition of it is, what the movement is really about. You're just too stupid to really understand feminism. That's the real issue.
Let me read it to you. The feminism definition is the advocacy of women's rights on the basis of the equality of sexes. That's literally just saying like, hey, like, wow, we can vote now. Thank you for letting us vote. Like, wow, like maybe, you know, equal pay is nice. Wow, thank you for acknowledging that. It's not saying, F you, don't hold the door open for me, don't pay for my bills, Jeremy, don't do this, Jimmy, don't do this, Johnny. Like, that's not what it's saying. So there's a misconception with feminism versus misandry. Misandry is the hatred of men, you guys. So do not get those things confused, please. It is not, that's not a good thing. I want to be in my gender role, more or less, because I am a feminist, because I believe in my femininity, because that's what I want.
Now, I'm sure that she's going to say that I'm too stupid to truly understand what feminism's actually about, but I hate to break it to you, feminism and misandry are exactly the same thing. I don't want to hear anymore about how feminism is just about women's rights and women's advocacy. I don't want to hear you say that if men get left behind or if men are suffering under this feminist system, that that's just accidental, that that's not intentional. No, I don't want to hear it. That male suffering, that is intentional. The misandry is feminism. Feminism, at the absolute core of its ideology, demonizes men. It hates and blames masculinity, patriarchy. Men are the oppressor class. That is its identity. It is misandry through and through. And what's more, I can prove it using 3 tests. Test number 1, when feminism was presented with a neutral alternative that didn't require the hatred and demonization of men, did they take it? Test number 2, when feminism became aware of male suffering, did that cause them to stop what they were doing or make any changes, or did they double down? And test number 3, can feminism as an ideology actually function? Does it make any coherent sense without men as an enemy? I have no more time for excuses. You fail these tests and you are done. And I've been consistent on this. It's like with my belts. If they fail the test that I put to them, they're out. Is my belt stylish? Is it customizable? Is it going to give me the perfect fit every single time? Because if not, you have failed the test and you are out. That's what I did with my old belts. I threw them away. I didn't need them anymore because luckily I discovered Anson Belt and Buckle, the sponsor of today's video. I'm pleased to report that their belts passed my tests with flying colors. Their revolutionary micro-adjustable track system is so satisfying to use. The belt always fits perfectly, which is especially useful if you have like a pre-dinner waistline and a post-dinner waistline. But just using it, hearing it click into place, it is so tactile and satisfying. I swear, putting on these belts genuinely gives me a hit of dopamine. It's that pleasurable. It feels so good. I promise you try these, you will throw out your old belts. You won't want to wear them anymore. They've got that cool feature where you can mix and match any buckle with any strap, which means that you can customize your look to go with whatever outfit you're wearing. This is a great company. They're family owned. They've been around since 2009 and their products are so good. They have earned every one of their 40,000 5-star reviews. Their reputation is solid. People trust them, and why not? Their belts come with a lifetime guarantee of functionality. And because Anson Belt and Buckle are sponsoring today's video, they've got an incredible deal because if you click on the link link in the description box or scan this QR code, you can build a box set where you're going to get 2 bonus pieces, an additional buckle and strap completely free. That means you're going to get 3 buckles and 3 straps, which can be interchanged with each other to create 9 different combinations. All in one box. This is a great deal. You're not going to want to miss out on it. So click the link, build your box set, and upgrade your belt game today. Okay, back to the video and the first of our 3 tests. When women were presented with a neutral, non-man-hating alternative, did they take it? Because you see, there's no inherent issue with a woman's advocacy movement or ideology. Men and women are different. 99% of people understand that. And so as a distinct group, to have an ideology or a movement that advocates for their interests, that in and of itself inherently is not problematic. The issue is that feminism is actually a very specific ideology, and the tragedy is that it has completely monopolized the role of being an advocate for all of women's issues. But feminism wasn't the only choice, absolutely not. Women had lots of options. What about egalitarianism? Equality for all people, regardless of sex. You could have advocated for women under that ideology. Or what about chivalry, where men would be duty-bound to look out for women's interests? What about equal opportunity advocacy, removing institutional barriers for all individuals, including women? Or even a different branch of feminism, which sadly died out in the 1970s, difference feminism, that acknowledged that men and women were different and advocated for women's specific and distinct needs, but manages to achieve that advocacy without the demonization of men. I go into detail on each of those 4 different ideologies and movements and what society would have looked like if women had chosen that as the vehicle for their advocacy, kind of like an alternative history. I go into that in part 2 if you're interested. But my larger point is this, is that women had a lot of options available to them. There are so many paths that they could have gone down where they could have advocated for their own interests without making men the enemy. Men and women could have cooperated. We could have collaborated. We could have supported each other. We could have made progress as a team and celebrated each other's victories. How nice society would have been had we chosen that. How different, how pleasant, how wholesome. And instead, we get this.
Or all the men that say, have you ever thought maybe you're the problem? Have you ever shut the up? Have you ever thought that maybe you're the problem? Did you know, sir, that if all men were obliterated right now, that women would feel so much safer and so much happier on Earth? Did you ever stop to think that maybe being emotionally unavailable is the problem? And I can't stress this enough. You're all roaches!
I am serious when I say this. Do not tell me that hating men is an accident of feminism. Don't try that shit. Every single time that there was an opportunity to use neutral language that didn't specifically go out of its way to demonize men, feminism rejected it. This is not an accident. This is planned. The rallying cry isn't teach consent, it's teach men not to rape. The phrase isn't we must end intimate partner violence. It's we must stop violence against women. We don't speak about condescension, we speak about mansplaining. They don't say take all claims seriously or believe all victims. No, they say believe all women. It's not objectification, it's the male gaze. It's not ambition, it's the male ego. And that person over there, that individual, they're not angry. No, they are a man and he is displaying toxic masculinity. Every time a neutral term was available, feminism chose the gendered version. At every opportunity, they made sure to insert male villainy into our language. And of course, this has a very predictable impact on the way that little boys grow up, hearing about masculinity and men always in such an explicitly terrible way. Which of course brings us to test 2. When feminism became aware of the suffering they were creating for men, did they stop? Did they take responsibility? Did they make any changes? Did they even show any basic recognition of the problem, let alone compassion for what men were going through? Or in a truly sickening display with zero empathy, did they double down and actually take men's suffering under feminism as proof of their own success?
Sorry, not to be a hater, but the male loneliness epidemic, who fucking cares? Oh yeah, what are you guys gonna do now? Pew pew up a bunch of schools? You already do that. Oh, you gonna unalive your wife and kids? You already do that. You're gonna terrorize nations? Already do it. Start a war? Did it. Destroyed economies? Did it. Destroyed democracies? Doing it now. We're not afraid. And now you guys are just lonely and we're still not afraid. So, sorry. Male loneliness epidemic, get the fuck out of here.
No, I'm not going to get the fuck out of here. I'm actually going to stay exactly where I am because as much as you would like to, you can't tell me what to do. I'm going to sit right here and continue to advocate for the interests of men. I'm going to continue to show compassion for men because you sure as shit aren't going to do it. Feminism doesn't give a fuck about men's pain. To them, that's a victory. That's progress. Yes, men are lonely. Men are struggling with rejection and dating. Many men are depressed. They're coping with substance abuse. Male suicide is high. Workplace deaths are high. Male homelessness is high. Men are struggling in employment, in education. There are many men struggling in abusive relationships or with child custody issues. And there is zero plan from feminism to help with any of this. The combative model of power struggles that is inherent to feminism means that this is a good thing. This is something to be celebrated. It's a victory for them, a victory over the enemy. And at the risk of repeating myself, please, I hope this is obvious to you. You are the enemy. Men are the enemy. And that makes sense when you understand how women like this, how feminists conceive of male psychology, what they imagine men are actually like, what they think.
Men have gotten a free pass to gaslight and use women. Throughout all of history, you have basically owned us. We have been owned by you. We had no choice but to be your wives and have your children. We didn't even have the opportunity to use you guys and to gaslight you because we didn't have autonomy or freedom or privileges at all. Women are going to have to start playing the same way men have been playing. And guess what? For the first time in human history, we actually have a little bit of power and enough privilege and enough resources to do that. It's too late now. Sit down and take your talking to.
No, I have zero interest in being lectured by you. The value of your words to me is to demonstrate how ridiculous your ideology is. The feminist conception of history that men kept women as slaves, that women were owned by men, that men just inherently hate women and like to use them and to keep them down, that's fucking psychotic. That's not how men thought. This is complete projection. You are arguing with ghosts inside your own head. But it makes sense when you truly believe that. Why? When women see men struggling, they celebrate. This is the colonized overcoming the oppressor. Feminists imagine that when men see women succeeding, that we must hate that we are like insecure and we're like seething with resentment. That's how they imagine men are thinking. And they're so self-involved that they can't even understand a male advocacy movement, because they're not thinking. That's how deep their blindness is to men's issues. They're not thinking about that. They think that men's advocacy is just a ruse, like a dog whistle or a mask in order to try and strip women of rights. It's just a cynical ploy. There's no way you could actually care about men's suffering. No, that doesn't matter. No one cares about that. People only care about women. You just must be trying to keep women down. That's what your actual agenda is. You see, when you're this self-centered, it's actually effortless. It's really easy to make everything about you. But then, of course, they don't care about male loneliness or male suicide or men's struggle with substance abuse or any of that stuff. Male depression? No, that's not a problem. That's proof of progress. They actually think that the reason why men have mental health issues is because we're all just so angry and insecure about the gains that women are making. How can you argue with it? How can you even engage with something so moronic? My daughter is 5 years old and I teach her reciprocity. I teach her how to make deals, try and find win-win situations. And she gets it. It's not difficult. But then why is my daughter, who's 5 years old, seemingly showing a more evolved and mature approach to human relationships than adult feminist women who are still stuck in an ideology of zero-sum power struggles? In order for me to win as a woman, you have to fail as a man. And it's so frightening because this is the ideology that's running our fucking society. The world is crazy. But of course, if you ever do actually get a woman to concede that, men actually are struggling, that men are going through some pain, they have their own issues, worry not, because feminism has an inbuilt excuse, ready-made and packaged, to explain away any responsibility that they might have for causing that suffering.
You men are struggling. And this is why I actually can't believe that men aren't against the patriarchy, because you are suffering in the patriarchy. You are drug addicts in the patriarchy. You are committing suicide in the patriarchy. You cannot talk about your feelings because of the patriarchy.
The patriarchy. It is a magical, mythical thing capable of being so many things at once. You know, at the same time that it's our terrible, toxic past that we're desperately trying to escape from, it's also simultaneously the present that we are currently living under, while also being the nightmare future that we have to avoid at all costs. You know, we have to vote the right way in this coming election, otherwise we could return to a patriarchy. But I thought we were in a patriarchy, or I thought that we've escaped from the patriarchy. It's everything. The patriarchy is all powerful, all present, and it is responsible for everything, including men suffering. The truth, of course, is that we do not live under a patriarchy, we live under feminism. If you compare the values of feminism with the values of patriarchy, nobody could reasonably claim that our culture resembles anything close to a patriarchy. Which actually brings us to test number 3. Can feminism as an ideology actually function? Does it make any sense without having men as an enemy? Spoiler alert, no, it can't. Feminism cannot function without an embedded, permanent male guilt. Why do you think that the patriarchy never dies? It's this eternal boogeyman that's immortal. It's everywhere. It's in all time. It will never go away because it can't. It is structurally integral to feminism. Feminism, you see, explicitly exists in opposition to patriarchy, and men are the supposed privileged beneficiaries of that patriarchy.
These things off, and I wrote them down to make sure I don't forget it. You don't care about mandatory paternity tests. You don't care about paternity fraud. You don't care about male. You don't care about equalizing hard, laborious jobs outside. You don't want to equalize that. You don't care about what happens to people that are falsely accused, which is almost always exclusively men. You don't actually care about the declining school performance, the rise in ADHD diagnosis, and the medication, psychiatric medication that comes from it. You don't care about the lack of homeless shelters for men. You don't care about the weaponization of the family court, the equal custodial rights, reproductive say for men, reduction in child support and alimony, pathologizing of just men and masculinity in general, negative attitudes towards even men that want a nuclear family. You don't think or care about any of these things.
And that's never going to change because, that's what I'm trying to tell you. This is not incidental, okay? This is not an accident. It had to be this way. Feminism does not create male suffering as a mistake. It is a necessary ingredient. The demonization and discrimination of men is baked into the foundation. Feminism structurally cannot acknowledge male victimhood without inherently undermining their own framework. The architecture of feminism cannot accommodate men's suffering. If it tries, it will collapse under its own weight, which is why they don't try. It is not neglect. It is not indifference. It is a structural dependency upon male guilt. None of this harm to men is incidental. Feminism requires men to be the villain. This woman said that feminism and misandry are different things. They're not. And here's the thing. This is the part that's important. I'm not saying that you or women who identify as feminists are themselves misandrist. I'm saying that the ideology that you structurally depend upon is, by its nature, misandrist. The very architecture prevents win-win outcomes. It doesn't want cooperation. It doesn't want harmony. It wants a kind of mythological battle where the victim is always struggling against an oppressor, but also never wins, but is also clearly winning. Feminism as an ideology requires men, requires patriarchy, requires masculinity as a permanent scapegoat. It needs a kind of, disposal bin to throw away all the fault in society, to channel it towards men. This woman and every woman out there who identifies and sincerely believes in feminism, at your core, you're probably not a bad person. No baby is born guilty. But the issue is that we keep putting healthy individuals inside of a toxic environment. Every new generation that's born as a clean slate, healthy, heaps of potential, but we put them in a toxic environment with a toxic ideology, and then we're surprised when they turn out toxic. Ladies, feminism has lied to you. Men are not the enemy. We are your partners. We want to cooperate. We want things to return to balance. And feminism has destroyed any potential of balance. This ideology, this movement, it needs to die. I'm not saying get rid of women's advocacy, but you've got to do it in a different way. Because guess what? When men lose, you don't win. We all lose. We're in this together. That should be obvious. Is that not obvious? Speaking for myself and other people, like other men who are critical of feminism, I want you to know that I'm not your enemy. I don't hate women. I love women. I love femininity. I love you. I will happily support any woman's movement that advocates for the rights of women because I want you to succeed. I just won't do it inside a framework that is a zero-sum game that requires me to lose for you to win. That is not acceptable. I won't have it. What we need is a new movement that allows men and women to cooperate and work together. Go there and I will gladly join you. Okay, let's recap. In part 1, we spoke about how feminism did not choose to be neutral in their advocacy. Instead, they've chosen to structurally demonize men at the basis of their movement, which explains why they're completely fine to push aside, ignore, or even celebrate male suffering and male guilt. In part 2, I want to actually go into the nitty-gritty of 4 alternative frameworks that could have advocated for women and still could, that demonstrate that it absolutely did not need to be this way, that a viable alternative, many viable alternatives were 100% on the table, and we did not need to choose the most divisive, the most hateful. I'm talking about egalitarianism, chivalry, equal opportunity advocacy, and the one that I think is especially interesting, difference feminism. You might not know what that is, but come watch part 2 and you'll find out. It's completely free. You can watch it right now if you sign up to the free 7-day trial of my Patreon.
People be like, you shouldn't want a relationship so bad. You should just love yourself. Like, yeah, I love myself, but who's gonna eat my Like, I need someone to shut the up with all that self-love bullshit. Like, I need someone to
I wanna sit on your face. Sit on your face.
People be like, you shouldn't want a relationship so bad. You should just love yourself. Like, yeah, I love myself, but who's gonna eat my Like, I need someone to shut the up with all that self-love bullshit. Like, I need someone to
I wanna sit on your face. Sit on your face. I wanna sit on your face.
The contamination of women. There's a lot of it going on. We're seeing the effects firsthand. This generation is one of the most degenerate generations that I've ever seen. I mean, of course, I'm young, but you can go in the history books. There's been plenty of degenerate things going on throughout the world. Things we don't know about, things we do know about, things we don't care about. But the degeneration and the contamination of women is very prevalent. It's among the young women, which is the future generations. And I think it's a big deal, a much bigger deal than many people make it out to be, or even acknowledge. Because the everyday typical woman that I interact with it's not even in her reality, the idea that there could be some type of contamination against her actively happening all the time, all the way around her. So there's many different topics I could speak about, but today I really want to talk about the contamination of women through friendships, through social circles. And this doesn't only apply to women, because it is really important for anybody to analyze and be selective with the people that they allow around them and in their space. But I will say, being a woman myself,
I have firsthand experience with the ease it is to fall into patterns and to change my behavior based on who I hang around. I realized this, thankfully, thank God, at a young age, but it wasn't always like that. I remember being in high school, being easily influenced by the people I hung out with. I can look back and say, wow, that wasn't even me. What was I doing? Why was I acting this way? Why was I doing these things? Why was I speaking this way? Why was I listening to this music? And it's not to blame other women, as far as like, I'm not taking it off of myself and putting it onto them, but I really want to talk about how easily influenced we are. We need to acknowledge one thing going into this video. Women are highly socially adaptable. Whether they're doing that consciously or subconsciously, that is another topic. Probably get into that in this video, but we are highly socially adaptable. And I do believe that this goes back into history for our survival. You know, I'm not going to speak on the morals of it, but if there was a kingdom and that kingdom fell, the women would typically adapt and find husbands in the other kingdom that overcame their previous kingdom, and that's how they survived. It was a survival mechanism. Now, yes, this can also speak to the manipulative dark traits of women who seemingly pass off one man for the next when she's not getting her needs met, when her selfishness is more important to her than the well-being of the people around her, and she just changes. These are flaws, but I do think that we have seen patterns of this in history. We have seen it's hard for me to use this word, but in my opinion, it is true. We've seen the disloyal patterns of women time and time again, okay? So, I think this can be a positive and a negative thing, but I do think that this is a much more negative thing than positive in most circumstances, especially in the modern world. So, women, we unconsciously adapt and evolve and take on speech patterns, beliefs, fears, habits, insecurities, ambitions. We literally subconsciously take on almost everything. We are the most easily programmable species on the earth. We can be manipulated the most easy, even if we don't realize that or not. We're very easily manipulatable. And not only does society do these things and target us, but the women we hang around do as well. I am aware of these things, but I still fall into them. If I'm surrounding myself with women who can't stop talking about other people, what am I going to end up doing? I'm going to end up talking about other people. What kind of example is this for my kids? What kind of example is this for my future kids? What kind of example is this to anybody around me? How am I portraying myself? Not in a very good way. And a lot of times you're not even realizing you're doing it. So you need to analyze. You need to see, who are your friends that are the most likely to gossip? Why are you friends with them? What is the benefit for you? How is this helping you evolve as an individual? The same thing goes for men. Is your woman friends with hoes? Well, you should kind of be worried, because a woman who is friends with other women who cheat on their partners, who are hoes, well, they'll very quickly adapt to believing that these things aren't as bad as they might have once believed they were. They will very quickly begin accepting these things and laughing about them. That's why who you keep around you is extremely important. Men and women. It's not just for women, this part. If you hang out with people who joke about things that you take seriously or that you once took seriously, you're going to end up joking about that. You're going to lose your discipline. You're going to lose everything that has made you who you are. It's very easy for this to happen, which is why you need to really, really hone down and focus on who are you hanging out with? Who are you having conversations with? Who are you giving your time to? Don't become a person who starts laughing about things that were once important to you because everybody else is. I have almost become victim to that. I've almost fallen short and done these things. There's been times in my life where I really believed, that cursing was disgusting and I didn't want to curse anymore. And I really put it in my head, I want to stop cursing. I don't want to have that in my language. I want to present myself in a more classy, elegant, well put together manner. I do not want to use curse words to express myself. And then I would go hang out with people, men and women, doesn't matter, just people in general. And they would curse and it becomes so normal. And that thing that is so important to me seemingly becomes silly. Like, everyone's doing it. Why do I care so much about doing it? Maybe I'm weird. Maybe I'm the one that has a problem. These people are just normal. No. If you have a belief, you need to stick to it. And if there's people around you that cannot also follow in that belief, you need to analyze whether or not it's worth it to keep them in your life and your circle or not. If you are a person who values fitness and you value health, Will you be friends with a bunch of chronically overweight people that can't control what goes into their mouth? Will you? And then you can argue with me and say that this is wrong and you shouldn't have this mindset, but at the same time, the people that are close to you wear off on you. And eventually, missing the gym once in a while won't become such a big deal if everybody around you is overweight and they don't take care of themselves and they never go to the gym. All of a sudden, you will seem like the exception and you'll start to slack off. I've seen this happen. It's happened to me. When I was around people who didn't prioritize their health, didn't prioritize their mindset, didn't prioritize their future, didn't prioritize anything, I wasn't prioritizing anything. And if I came into that friendship or relationship, whatever it was, with the mindset of these things are important to me, very slowly over time, those things became unimportant to me, which is why it is so important who you allow into your life. Because slowly there's toxicity and their lack of care for themselves will wear off on you. That's why I say you should always be the worst in the 5 people you hang out with. For example, if you're a man and having a generous income and generational wealth is important to you, building that for your future family, that's something that's important to you. You should be the poorest person in your friend group because you're going to get the habits of the 4 other people who have it together. You're going to learn things. You're going to adapt your lifestyle. You're going to become better. But if you're the most wealthy man out of the 5 people in your friendship group, well, probably what's going to happen is either one thing, you're not going to be friends with them for very long, or you're going to start slacking off and going down to their level because they're going to start influencing you. They're going to start calling you crazy for missing out on the club to go to the gym. They're going to start calling you crazy for not drinking beer at the sports game because everybody else is. This is something I really realized while the World Cup is going on. Yes, I went and I, watched and I spent time there with people. I think there's nothing wrong with enjoying sometimes in moderation. And, it's always interesting to see things that bring people happiness and see things that so many people are passionate about. Now, I may have no interest in these huge theatrical events, for example, American football, for example, the World Cup. I can enjoy on a small scale personal teams, watching from my house. I'm not going to invest too much of my time into it, though, because I do believe it is a psyop and I do believe it is a way to harvest energy. Let me get back to the point. So I went there and to some World Cup events this year, and I was just watching everybody around me, and it's almost like nobody has a mind of their own. You're allowed to enjoy, you're allowed to relax a little bit, you're allowed to, have fun, but these people, they go in groups, and they think they're all different, but they're not different. They're the exact same. They react the same, they cheer the same, they have the same opinion about the game, they're all drinking the same alcoholic beverage, they're all getting drunk, they're all eating the same crap food, they're all wasting their money on bets, and nobody in those groups, in those circles, sees anything wrong with it because they're all on the same level. So they're basically clones of one another in different skins, and they see nothing wrong with it, and they never will. And they will continue to mindlessly go do these things. They will continuously mindlessly cheer for something. They will continuously stand out of their chair just because everybody else is doing it. It's like really a movie when you watch it, when you sit back and you watch and you analyze it. But it is very easy to get sucked into it because you feel that energy. Even me, somebody who I have these opinions about these things and these events, and I see them for what they are. In the moment, the energy is so strong, you kind of just want to give into it. You kind of just want to be part of it. And, there's nothing wrong. Your life isn't going to end if you adapt and you have fun for one day. But the point is that one day becomes, overnight, because now we're going to an after party. Or it becomes another day, like, let's go to the next game, let's do this again. And then it becomes this ongoing cycle of one more day, and eventually your routines are thrown off. Your values are thrown off. You're not even thinking about your goals anymore because you've given into this pleasure. You've given into this entertainment, and it's become your life. And I just use the World Cup as an example because it was something I firsthand experienced this week, in this last few weeks. But there's so many examples of that. Going out for a girls' dinner, okay? I've actually been hanging out with some people lately. I've been getting out, hanging out. I'm trying to, network and make new connections. But I'm very selective with who I allow in my space. I'm very selective with my time, and I want to remain that way. And I've been enjoying my time in my conversations with people in the past few weeks. And I've been enjoying, going out and doing some dinner or going out and doing a lunch. I've enjoyed experiencing those things in a very moderate setting because I know how fast things can slide down, even without your intention. How fast can a girl's lunch turn into, oh, let's go out this weekend? There might not be anything wrong with that to the average everyday person, but to someone like me, who I value my family, I value my husband, I value my image, I value my routines, I value my personal growth. Do I really want to sacrifice what I'm working to build for one day of fun? And again, maybe you think one day is not going to hurt anything, but I know how fragile the minds of women are. I know how fragile my mind is. I know how much I need to protect my mind to be sharp. I know how much it matters where you spend your time. I know how much it matters what your kids see you doing and what time they see you coming home, what time they see you spending with the family versus going out. So very quickly, one thing can turn into a whole bunch of things. So you have to be willing to protect your energy. You have to be willing to protect your time. You have to be willing to stand up for what you believe in, even when it's not popular. You cannot conform, women. You cannot conform to the groups that you hang out in. Just because they do it, just because it's normal, doesn't mean you should do it. It's not going to be easy. Trust me, it's not going to be easy. I can think back to when I was a little bit younger. I think I was about 19 or 20 years old, all right? And I will say that as far as my life went before I got married and had children, it was a great time in my life. I had started a business and it was very successful and it felt great. And I know that counters my anti-feminist mindset, but I will say it did feel absolutely good in that time when I was starting my business and I was, building something. It was great to be learning new skills and working independently rather than working for some fast food restaurant that I had been doing beforehand. And I was doing it with a partner. I was doing it with another young girl. Okay, it was great. I was learning a lot about people, meeting a lot of people, learning a lot about business, learning a lot about the world. And in that time, I found myself getting off from my job, finishing up, and instead of going home and working on the business or working on learning more knowledge to increase my business skills, I found myself going and hanging out with a bunch of degenerate people at a pool, or, going out to restaurants at night, or going out to watch, soccer games or whatever it may be, doing things that don't matter instead of going to the gym, instead of working on my business, instead of working on myself, instead of the important things. I was spending my time in unimportant areas, and I did this for quite a few months before I realized, at 19, 20 years old, I realized that this was going nowhere, that my time was way more valuable than things I was doing, and that the people I was hanging out with and around, I didn't want to be like them. And I don't know what clicked in my head. I just really looked at these people and I was like, what makes me different from them if I'm doing the same things that they're doing every day? And I didn't want to be like them, and I refused to. So I just cold turkey stopped. I stopped showing up even though people would text me late at night, come on, we're playing pool, or come on, we're hanging out at the pool. Whatever it was, I started ignoring those texts, backing away, locking in, and it was very lonely, and it wasn't easy, women. So if you're in a friend group now that is degenerate, that is not the best, that is not the circle that you want to be in, if you look at your friends and they're not people that you want to be like, if they're not people that you can learn from, it's time to cut them out of your life. They're not going to change. They're not going to change, which brings me into a good point I want to make. Think about how hard it is to change yourself. Think about on New Year's when you say you're going to start going to the gym, or you're going to start eating healthy, or you're going to start something new. Think about how difficult that is to actually do, to actually stay consistent in, to be disciplined in, and to do. That is not easy. How many times have you told yourself you're going to change, you're going to do something, and you've fallen right back into the habits that you didn't want to fall back into? It is not easy to change. When our brains are happy with the way that something is, and when something is pleasurable, in fact degenerate, we enjoy those things. When we get quick dopamine hits, it's not easy to stop doing that. Whether that's pornography, whether that's smoking cigarettes, vaping, drinking, going out, sex, casual sex, whatever it is, if it feels good and it's easy to attain, it's not easy to quit that. It's not easy to change from those habits and do something harder, okay? Just think about that for a minute. When's the last time you tried to change and you failed? It was probably difficult, and it was probably much easier to not change. All right, so now that you have that in your head and you understand, if you can't even change yourself, What in the world makes you think you are capable of changing another human being? Why could you change another human being if you can't even change yourself? So put that out of your head. I'm not sure how big of a struggle this is for men, changing people. Maybe you want to help your bro out. Maybe you want to put him on something. Maybe you don't want to leave him behind because you are learning a new skill and you want to bring him with you. If he's still on the crap that he's on, there is a 0.01% chance you could change him. If he doesn't see you elevating and he wants to follow that automatically on his own, he's not going to do that. Now, women, I know because I've had friends, I myself have done this as well, have had this in my head. We are people, I won't say we are people because there are a lot of different women. Generally speaking, women want to fix broken men. Okay? I have seen this over and over and over again. If you have a phone and you have social media, or if you have a TV and you have movies or shows on your TV, that you've seen some type of thing portraying a woman seeing a bad boy trying to fix him because she wants to be the savior. Now, whole different problem, but the point I'm trying to make is women want to fix things. And a lot of women want to fix broken men. So they get into bad relationships. They stay there for a long time. They ruin their lives. They ruin their potential. They ruin their future trying to fix a broken man. And now with friendships, this is something I have personally struggled with. This is one of my biggest weaknesses. This has happened to me time and time again from the time I can remember having my first female friend. I always wanted to bring my friends with me. I've always wanted to share knowledge with my friends, my female friends. And the thing that I've learned is, I've just said it here, but I've really, really learned that you can't change people. And it's not easy to accept that, especially as far as friends go. It's easier to accept as far as relationships go because, you can leave relationships in the past, lesson learned. But friendships is not so easy, at least for me. I have always been the girl that sought after knowledge. And even when I was young, 12, 13 years old, I was discovering things about the world that were lies, and I was discovering the truth about these things from a very young age. And I would always be so passionate about sharing that to my friends, sharing that to my close friends, to my family, to whoever I was close to at the time. I would be so excited to share that with them and say, look, can't you see? Everything that we've been taught is a lie. We need to fight against this. We need to speak out against this. We need to be different. Even when I wasn't perfect, I still was wired this way. And as I've grown and gotten older, and I discovered more things, and I've realized more things about the social hierarchies and the social structure of the world and social media and feminism and all these things, I've started to realize the truth of these things. And I always tried to wake up my female friends, and it never worked. They didn't care. They never cared. And you can't make friends care. You can't make people care about the same things you care about, which is why you should not stay in friend groups or stay in relationships in hopes that you can change them. Because like I already said over and over again, 9 times out of 10, you won't change them. You can barely change yourself. So stop trying to think you can change them. Leave them behind. It's not easy. It's not easy. And you should share the information with them at least once. But don't let people hold you back when you continue to grow. Don't feel bad about it either, because those people are always going to attract people like them. But when you are different, you don't need to stay there. You don't need to stay those places. You don't owe those people anything. If they were meant to be on your level, they would observe what you were doing and they would naturally understand and realize the change. They would understand what you're doing. They would understand why you're doing that. They would want to get sharper with you. Iron sharpens iron. Okay? So I want you to put that in your head. If you're a woman and you're in a relationship or a friendship with people that you know, they're not who you want to be like, they're not who you want to hang out with, they're not good for you, stop trying to change them. Stop. Leave it in the past. Leave it behind. You are blocking yourself from becoming a better person. You are blocking yourself from growing out of your toxic, negative, degenerate behaviors. So stop. I think another problem is that a lot of women are terrified of being alone. Terrified. I see so many stoic quotes and stoic, motivation and all these things on social media, but it's mostly aimed towards men. And I think that's because women are terrified of being alone. So they will sacrifice their standards just to have someone to hang out with. You know, if you open up a social media app, you can see tons of women talking to their camera about how they reached out to Miami promoters to go on yachts and restaurants. And what in the world are you doing? Like, literally, you're so scared of being alone, not having fun. You can't stand the idea of not being on trend that you will basically swap your soul and your self-respect and everything to go on some random guy's yacht? What is wrong with you? Have standards for yourself. Just because every other girl on TikTok is doing it doesn't mean that you need to do it. In fact, if you see a lot of women on TikTok doing something, the chances are you should do it the opposite way and not do that at all. So if you ever want to see what not to do, look at what everybody is doing. You inherit the standards of your group, okay? Obesity, victimhood, gossip mentality, cheating, promiscuity, laziness, all these things. If that is the standard and the normal of your group, you're going to have those traits. They are victimhood, gossip mentality, cheating, promiscuity, laziness, all these things. If that is the standard and the normal of your group, you're going to have those traits. They are going to go into your psyche. They are going to become a part of you. Whether or not you want to believe it or not, it's going to happen. The standards of your group eventually become the standards of your life. Aristotle understood it perfectly when he said, men become builders by building. Your character develops by repetitive action and by association. Character isn't something you're just born with. It's something that is constantly becoming and constantly growing into something. So every single person you allow into your life is shaping that character into something. So my message to you, men and women, protect your space, protect your standards, protect your attention. Because the people around you are slowly deciding who you're becoming. And usually by the time you actually realize that and do something about it, it's already too late.
Now this is just about the most depressing and upsetting video that you will see all day, because here is a clip of a very elderly man who has clearly had to resort to begging outside of a supermarket because he is that hard for money. And keep in mind, while elderly people who literally built this country are struggling for cash and have no help, illegal migrants who turn up in Britain are getting government paychecks immediately. Just take a look at this dire video.
That poor Irish man left out on the main road there now. All this. Someone's granddad there, look. Had to go in and get him a bit of grub there. A few smokes as well. But I tell you, it's an awful shame there of men being left like that. Irish men, elderly men. With every foreigner coming into the country and getting everything for free. Free shopping and all they get. There's a poor Irish man.
Now again, that is deeply upsetting, and the fact that asylum seekers get luxury hotels and pocket money and other benefits, free NHS healthcare, is truly disgusting. Should our government, at the very least, not be prioritizing those who have spent their entire lives working and contributing to this country over those who have arrived in this country illegally? We should be sending migrants who come here illegally back home immediately and taking care of our elderly. I do not think that is an unreasonable position, but of course the left will call you far right for believing this because they're all traitorous disgusters. Share your thoughts in the comments down below.
So after I closed up the table today, I needed to get into some air conditioning. It was just deadly hot. And I drove down to McDonald's, did a little bit of Wi-Fi, and I said, I'm gonna go in and just cool off for a while. And so that requires buying a little drink, which is a nice way to cool off, by the way.
So I just left.
Sure, just never mind. We've all done it before. Crosswalk says red, run across anyway. So I went I went there and I said on my way, I'm trying to get a haircut this week, and I was blessed with $20 today at the street ministry, which will go back into the street ministry. But I'm trying to make. God always provides, so I'll probably get a haircut this week. But I said on my way down, I said, if you could make this free, that'd be great. No big deal. And someone had donated, a woman actually towards the end, kind of like the woman donating her last shekel. She handed me a handful of change, which came to about 60 cents in dimes and nickels. And then as I pull up to McDonald's tonight, my parking spot had a dollar bill just sitting in the middle of the parking spot. So I park, I hop up under, I grab the dollar, and while I was charged for the drink, I did get it for free. And didn't have to break the $20 bill at all. And actually, because she didn't have the pennies to give me as change for the small, she upgraded it to a medium for me. Just, if you're paying attention, if you're not paying attention, or if you just are dismissive, you'll say, well, that was just good luck. How fortunate of you. No, wasn't luck.
God is able to help him get a free drink at McDonald's. God, sorry, I'm trying to get through this. I'm trying. God. Oh shit, I'm sorry. I don't know if I can get through this. It's so fucking ridiculous when I hear this shit. God is able to help him with $1 to get a free drink at McDonald's to pay for his drink. He believes it's God, but God can't help children dying of leukemia. And of course, I'm not laughing at that. I'm laughing at his illogical fucking view and so many religious people that just focus on themselves and they got a free drink and they think God is good. You don't look at the fucking realm and the massive suffering. You're a fool. And I'm laughing at him. I'm not laughing at anyone suffering in this realm, for the ones that are retarded that come to my channel lurking and don't know what I'm doing. I'm laughing at religiotards like this Catholic guy on the screen. He's an absolute fool. He's banned my accounts already on his channel for my comments in his live stream chats. He can't take it. He can't handle what the Sanity Machine has said in El Diablo. He thinks he got a free drink from God. Would you look at what's happened in Venezuela, you dumb fuck? Would you look at the suffering in this realm that's all around you? Can you not see past your nose? You got a free little drink at McDonald's, and you think, oh fuck, man, this is the level of idiot that I'm dealing with in this realm, and that's why I say I'm not human. I'm not like you. I'm not like you fucking zombies that couldn't think your way out of a wet paper bag if I handed you one of my sharpest knives to cut your way out. You'd say, what's this? What do I do with this? All I have to do is pray to God before I suffocate. You're absolutely fucking mental. You're stupid. You don't look at anyone else. You're just in a little bubble, and you say, well, God put a $1 bill there for me. It couldn't possibly have been blown there from someone that dropped it on the ground. No, that's impossible. You're blessed by God for it with $1. And you don't look at the massive suffering going on in this realm. Bodies being dug out of buildings that collapsed, tons from the earthquakes in Venezuela. Just for one example. There's millions of examples, dummy, but you don't look at anything. And he's typical. I'm not picking on this idiot, this fool, because there's millions like that in this realm, if not billions. And I know I can't fix you. I know I can't reach you. I know I can't teach you. I know I can't get through to you. You are what you are. You think you have it all figured out because you found a $1 bill. That's how laughably stupid you are. And he changed his name to Raising Lazarus. Raising Lazarus. Sorry. He used to have the name of Jeremiah Cohen, a Jewish name. Cohen is a Jewish surname for priesthood, priests or priesthood. So he'll use Jewish names, calls himself a Catholic, has his hand out for donations, begs people for cash apps, has a big crucifix around his neck. Absolute fool. And I'm tired of you, type. Tired of being around your type. On Earth, again, it's so much beyond just him. He's just one example I can point to because he has a YouTube channel. A lot of you lurkers are as foolish as he is. You're stupid. You're lazy. You're dumb. You're stupid. You're gullible. You're easily duped. You praise Allah if you see a feather on the ground. You praise God if you find $1 in a McDonald's parking lot where probably tons of money blows through there every day. You're absolutely stupid and gullible and foolish. You're zombies. And you deserve to be called what you are and called out on it. You are what you are. And you belong here in this realm. That's how far I'm willing to go. Now, I know there's others that won't do that, but I will. You belong here in this realm. You belong here.
Welcome to Smart Girl Philippines. I'm Irish, and today I'm talking about the importance of swallowing. That's right, the swallow. And just a heads up, it's not my intention to be crude or raunchy with this video. I'm simply having an adult conversation about a really important part of being intimate with someone. And yes, you can get diseases if you have sex. Duh! But my channel isn't about giving public service announcements like a dumb dog. So, I'll leave that to Google or your doctor or your Uncle Rico. I'm going to be explaining 4 reasons why swallowing is really important. And if you're offended by that, then go watch videos about stamp collecting. If you're still here, then let's get started right away. Number 1, spitting is annoying. There's nothing more annoying than finally reaching your orgasm and having a girl abruptly run away to the sink with the look of disgust and panic on her face. Swallowing helps finish the job in a relaxing and enjoyable way that isn't annoying for a guy. If you were at Chili's, you wouldn't eat a chocolate lava cake and then run to the bathroom to spit out the warm melted chocolate when the cake explodes in your mouth. That totally kills the mood. So, you shouldn't do the same thing when you're giving a BJ. Remember, spitters are quitters. So, a girl should always make her best effort to finish the job the right way. Number 2, swallowing helps a man feel accepted. Men shouldn't care if you spit after giving a BJ, but they do. Because swallowing is a huge ego boost for any guy. When you spit, you're basically telling a guy you're rejecting him. You're telling him that he's disgusting and you don't want him inside of you. And even worse, you want to immediately spit him out. But the reality is that right after an orgasm is when a guy will be the most sensitive. So, by accepting him and his baby juice completely without looking like you're disgusted is a really important thing to do. Deep down, every guy feels insecure and judged by women because they've been judged their whole life. So, being swallowed is an amazing feeling. It makes him feel like a king. And it will give him more confidence than any words or drinks or drugs could ever give him. So, think of swallowing as the ultimate hack to make a man feel like Superman. Number 3, swallowing is a huge turn-on for guys. Just the thought of a girl swallowing will get the attention of any guy. If you do it once, he's probably going to think about it for the rest of his life. So, if a girl is smart and wants to get and stay in the mind of a guy, she's going to swallow every last drop and stick out her tongue to show that she's been a good girl. Of course, she might want you to buy her an iPhone 17 Pro Max afterwards, but that's up to you. Pretty please. Remember, this is all about basic human psychology. Sex is so incredibly powerful in the mind because it's all about taking things that are typically seen as unclean or even gross and making them clean, and not only clean, but totally accepted, and sometimes even craved. Yummy. So that's why naughty things are such a huge turn on in the mind, and swallowing is one of the naughtiest things a girl can do. When guys think about it, it floods their brain with dopamine. Then, when a girl actually does it, it floods his brain with oxytocin. And that means he'll want to keep doing it over and over again. And when that happens, his brain will release vasopressin, which basically means that he's developed a really deep chemically induced bond with the girl doing the swallowing. So, yes, swallowing helps you bond with your partner in a very deep and meaningful way that will never be forgotten. Number 4, swallowing is healthy and it tastes good. Not great, but good. Assuming he's disease-free and didn't recently eat asparagus or Indian food, then swallowing his load has a lot of amazing health benefits. Of course, some girls don't want to swallow and will never swallow because they can't get used to the taste. After all, they don't make cheese-flavored ice cream or candy bars. And swallowing isn't going to be like drinking a vanilla milkshake from Dairy Queen. But if a guy eats plenty of fruits, especially pineapple, mango, and other citrus fruits, drinks plenty of water, and eats meat-flavored candies like snow bears, then his load will taste a lot better. And what's even better is that load contains lots of vitamins and nutrients and a lot of electrolytes. And it also has the bonding hormone oxytocin. Plus, it's got just the right amount of protein to make you strong. And of course, it pairs really nicely with Red Horse. And in case you didn't know, swallowing can help pregnant women stay healthier during their pregnancy. You can Google it. Let me conclude by saying, if you're a girl, then you should absolutely be doing your best to swallow your man's load. You have no idea how much he's going to be turned on by it and how much it's going to keep him connected with you.
Hello everyone. Hello. Welcome to the show. This is El Diablo Radio International, the greatest show in hell. Nobody does it better. Nobody. We have some lurkers tonight that don't want to say anything.
Is worry. I worry about the animals. Are they going to get enough to drink in the hot and dry stretches? Even the lightning bugs, are they going to have enough moisture? I do. This is then you bridge very quickly over into fear. Hey guys, it's Matt. I didn't recognize myself. Hey guys, it's Matt. I didn't recognize myself. I haven't shaved with a blade in many years. I didn't recognize. Like, who's this person in the box? It's usually the scruffed, and I use my hair clippers for my face. Hi, Zara. So it is me. Guys, in terms of part 2, the work, the biggest challenge in this entire reality I've never done a dedicated video on it. I have no answers in this regard, so maybe this will just go a few minutes before we make fun of headlines or something. But the biggest challenge in the entire reality for part 2 of the work, which is all that matters, is we are deeply caring individuals. Our type of person or entity is a deeply caring individual, so much so it pains us, it hurts us to see how things unfold in the world, people suffering. So how do you balance a deeply caring individual with the need, almost the need to not give a shit? I've gone back and forth on this for years. I've never talked about it in a dedicated video. I don't believe I have any answers. I guess I'll sit here and meditate on it and come back to you. So this might only be 5 minutes, this segment, before moving on to other things. How do you balance?
Movies Maddie never talks about suffering, but I've been very critical of him for years, saying he never talks about suffering. Now all of a sudden he has a video. He claims to have been doing YouTube for 16 years. After all this time, all of a sudden he has a video. Caring versus callous. He doesn't care. He doesn't care how many are suffering. Right up the road from him, Kensington, Philadelphia, the Kensington Hood. He doesn't give a shit. Movies Maddie doesn't care. Humpty Dumpty doesn't care. He's never mentioned it. I've never heard him mention Kensington. I never hear him mention suffering in this realm. Disease, earthquake, disasters, people grieving, mourning their loved ones that died. When the fuck does he show care for suffering? When?
A deeply caring individual with everything we want to be concerned with, or just naturally are concerned with. I want to tell you before the video today, and I've said this or in a few comments recently, but never mentioned it. When it's hot and dry like this, please put water out or a little water bowl for the animals. I mean, I put the water bowl for the animals. I care regarding the rain. I care more about the weeds and the grass. Water bowl for the animals. I mean, I put the water bowl for the animals. I care regarding the rain. I care more about the weeds and the grass. And a deeply caring individual needs to, in this reality, needs.
When does he show care for suffering people and suffering children? He doesn't. He never expresses it, ever.
To learn to be callous, but that's not the way. I know that's not the way, but it's like to survive the reality. You need to be unfeeling, callous, not give a shit. The animals, fuck them. Put water out. I got my own problems here. You son of bitch. The grass, the rain for the grasses and rain for the trees. I'm a total tree hugger. Total tree hugger. I bought a little pine tree. I went to see my two good high school friends in Wildwood, New Jersey. Right after I bought this house, 2003, something like that. I was here in 2002. This little on the back way out of Wildwood, not the main, not the Garden State Parkway. Was it Route 55 or Route 9 or something? We go the back way, and this little garden store, and I bought it was just like Charlie Brown's Christmas tree. It was a really sad looking Colorado blue spruce. Half the side was off. I wasn't trying to rescue it at the time. I think it was, instead of $40, it was $15. So I bought it, I planted. Anyway, it didn't do well. It didn't get full sun. It lasted about 20 years, but it just recently died. It died, I'll be very brief, guys. I'll move on. I know you don't want to hear this. It died from the bottom up. So just for years, it was brown at the bottom, black at the bottom. So it was really just the top. It was just 2 feet at the top was green. It was all dead, and I had cut it back, so it was just a stem. I was attached to it because of how I kind of rescued it on the side of the road, leaving Wildwood, New Jersey, where my friend had a house. But it just died, and of course I had to give it, you were a real beauty. I had to touch it and do that. Matt, we didn't need a 20-minute story on that. Deeply, I'm no different than you. I doubt there are too many people here. I doubt there are very, very few or anybody here that just, Matt, I don't give a shit about trees and animals, and the people here, the type of entity that's like us is deeply caring. So to survive the world, you have to not give a shit. How do we do this? How do we do this? If you stay as caring, it's like the world will eat you up and chew you out. So I don't know. I'll look to your comments. How do you carry both at the same time? Because you absolutely have to have that not give a shit attitude. I mean, look at to get by day by day, to mentally survive this reality. Look at Venezuela. I mean, you know, okay.
Now all of a sudden he's talking about Venezuela. It's almost like somebody told Movies Matter, you better start talking about something, some suffering in this realm. You haven't for 15 or 16 fucking years, or whatever he claims to have been doing YouTube for. Excuse me. I just, this guy makes me sick. He's so fake and people can't see it. What do I mean by people? Thousands of people watch this shit and they can't see it. They just give money on PayPal. That's what you're good at. Stupidly supporting deceivers, grifters, fakes, frauds, shills, gatekeepers. That's what truthers are good at. Supporting shit.
We covered it. I talked about it 3 weeks ago, and I said something along these lines that, hey, by day, to mentally survive this reality. Look at Venezuela. I mean, you know, okay. We covered it. I talked about it 3 weeks ago, and I said something along these lines. This reality. Look at Venezuela. I mean, you know, okay. We covered it. I talked about it 3 weeks ago, and I said something along these lines that, you know, what am I supposed to do? I mean, cry over Venezuela. It's horrible. If you almost can't allow yourself to read these lines that, you know, what am I supposed to do? I mean, cry over Venezuela. It's horrible. If you almost can't allow yourself to really think about it or get in the middle of it, because it'll tear you up. I mean, what those people have gone through over 15 to 20 years now regarding every not milk, every single not milk, part of the plan to take it down from day one, starting with Hugo, every single not milk, part of the plan to take it down from day one, starting with Hugo Chavez, part of the plan to take it down from day one, starting with Hugo Chavez. Now, I'm not going to go here with this, where some of you go with the earthquake. If, quote, they have the ability to create earthquakes, well, that's something I'm not going to speculate on. It's possible. I'm not going to take it off the table in terms of everything we've seen, in terms of all the strange stuff associated with this reality. But if you see that as the final not milk or one of the maybe I'm just not going to go there. It doesn't matter. Nevertheless, you have a people that after just being utterly decimated for 20 years, now this. So I can't allow myself to just to even think about it for more than a few days. It'll because okay, I guess I've said my piece on this. How do you balance it? How do you balance it? And I know myself to just to even think about it for more than a few days. It'll because okay, I guess I've said my piece on this. How do you balance it? How do you balance it? And I know there's a subgroup of you that will say, Matt, you need to learn to give a shit. I don't care anymore. My day's better. I'm not willing to go there, even if I personally suffer for the rest of my life. I am not willing to go to that complete callous mode. The callous, those that are around us on the download, it comes with a callousness. The download or frequency or resonance of the ship of fools. It's not I don't think it's a conscious I don't give a shit, or they're trying. It's just a frequency of the ship of fools where, I don't know, maybe a frequency of I got my own problems or I have my own busyness, or I think it is more about busyness. And, you know, by the time you get home from work and the kids this and that, and you don't have time to care. The frequency of this world puts people in the ship of fools where they don't have time to care. But it's not just that. That's just a small part of it. It's not just that at all. It's if you are completely locked on the frequency and vibrations of this place, as most people around us are on the ship of fools, you don't truly care about anybody in Venezuela. I don't know. I guess my main premise has been said, and I better think about this before just continuing to ramble on. Okay, I sat here for several minutes. Here's another problem. How do you balance, or are these completely contradictory? A balance of, okay, just naturally wanting to care about, again, the animals, the grass, the lack of rain, whatever it may be, the people in Venezuela, people hurting over here, with, Matt comes out, oh, the world isn't very real. It's fluid reality. It's not very real. We're 1 trillion times bigger than this place, which is true either way.
Testing 1 2 1 2 1 2. Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2.
You know what a good game would be? Hey,
King is here.
A good game would be to find people that's never seen the Panelverse, lay out an OTW AI pick, and then show real people and point out the person that's an AI pick of, and they'd never pick OTW's gnarly looking ass. He doesn't look. And it's disgusting how all of his AI pictures, you can tell he's really trying to get AI to boost him and his daddy Paul up. Like the pictures he makes of them in AI, it's so vulgarly homoerotic daddy shit. It makes me want to spit. Garbage.
Truly. Yep.
You were doing God's work here on the stream, Steven. Smite that shit down.
Facts.
It might be degraded since then. That was probably a better time in his teeth life.
Yeah, this was a lot. This was 6 years ago. I shared this with him backstage on this shit show, and that's when he kicked me. He didn't want to display this. I said, "This is my favorite picture of you," and he put it up tiny. Then he kicked me.
When he described the dentist as he always goes and gets all these teeth pulled out, it's yeah, because you don't go all the other times that they upkeep and tell you how.
What?
He said he's getting one pulled on Monday when I was on there. Yeah. I said, "Is it black? Is it a dead tooth?" I was asking him about his fucking teeth.
Don't get me wrong. I haven't been the dentist since back when I lived in Colorado Springs, but that's because I get it now. It's just early days of the Panelverse. Everybody's you used to smoke meth, but you have all your teeth. I was when I smoked meth, I could still brush my teeth. And they were they blew them out.
Well, OTW hasn't been to a dentist since he was a fetus. That's what I heard.
No,
he was in the womb, and they were trying to brush his fucking teeth when he was in the womb, and they couldn't find his yellow teeth. Look how yellow they are there. It looks like yellow corn niblets or something out of a fucking can. Look at that.
He's I'll get all dressed up in this sequin suit, and I'll write a rap about flat Earth, and I'll totally disregard my fucking choppers.
He thought he looked good back then. He was I don't have too many missing. He had a giant cockroach on his shoulder. I thought that was Jen. I thought it was Don't Judge Me. with him.
Andy believed that he's on a flat stationary plane. Sorry, viewers. Sorry. Not sorry.
Does he have any fans in the chat?
I mean, I'm sure there's an electric one in the window. I'm sure you might have like those Asian ones you hang on the wall, like you have American.
A Stinky Noel was here. God damn.
Hey, better than a lot of people.
Oh, I see. Don't judge me at 111 saying OTW should kick Steven. Little douchebag. Wow.
Oh, and I appreciated Noelle a couple weeks ago. She was going in on Snow, like live. Like we were trying to line up them fisticuffs. Because Snow's like, oh, I could take Noelle. I'm like, Noelle's probably got like 2 feet on you easy. She probably came up on that basketball, volleyball shit. Like you're just a little prissy princess, Snow. She's gonna retard strength you.
She's got retard strength. I think she would slap the shit out of her with those pancake titties.
Yep, she got that
retard titties.
I can picture like, you know, whenever volleyball chick teams are warming up, like they're at the net, like they're all like they'll leap at the net, then everybody strafe side, leap at the net, everybody strafe one over, leap, and picture Noelle like on top of that shit. I would, if I had to like size that fight up, I'd give Noelle hands down the athleticism in that fight and the reach.
Yeah, she'd also grab her ass like volleyball chicks do. They often pat ass and they'll grab ass cheeks and stuff.
Yeah. And Noelle dates a black dude, so I'm sure she's rated hands E for everyone way more often in life than Snow. Snow, Utah girl, went to Miami from Utah. Sorry, Snow. I mean, pound for pound, I can't put my money on you in that fight. Man, I was about to say, can we take that picture down?
Chucky.
How come I don't see Chucky?
There's a Chucky in.
Oh yeah, there he is. Hey, what's up, Chucky?
Chucky, isn't that Sarah the Raging Tomato? You know who I mean? She looks like Chucky. I think that's her.
That's a good one.
Yeah, she's. Do you know who I mean?
Yeah, I do know who you mean.
Yeah, isn't that her? She looks like a Chucky doll.
I don't know. I don't think that's her.
Sarah,
that's
the
Chucky
Raging
from
Tomato.
a long time ago.
Oh, this is
Chucky's been around practically since the beginning.
But I thought she was a living Chucky doll the first time I saw her. I thought it was like.
Well, I guess she was called a tomato because she's kind of like she gets all red in the face.
Yeah,
yeah.
She gets red. She gets red in the face when you talk about her sucking dicks and stuff. She gets embarrassed.
It's all from mewing, I know that. But wasn't she fucking you know, the guy that said he like beat Andrew Wilson in the debate and like it was like no, he actually got wrecked. Fuck was his name?
TMO?
No, the guy that he always go to flow states and he has a voice like this and he always come at me and Sam.
That guy.
Yeah, yeah, the historical. Him and Raging Tomato were like an actual like bumping uglies thing. So it proves that he's gay and she's trans, I think. Her Christmas show is after she. I said it.
If
well,
she sucks,
I'm like you know. I mean, I imagine it's because you've already went down that road and asked her. She likes
no, I never asked her.
Oh. So okay, no, you've been you witnessed someone ask her.
I witnessed it on her show. Somebody, I think. It was
my goodness!
Someone.
Wow, you must have been appalled.
Yeah, I was.
I figured.
I try to keep it classy. I'm not like these degenerates on YouTube like Flo Gay and that crowd. You know that guy, right? Taylor Swift.
I think so. Taylor Swift. Yes, I think I know
Yeah.
him.
I think he beefs with you once in a while.
Well, right now
has
we don't
clips
have a
of you.
beef, but it could happen.
But he plays clips of you where he's trying to rile you up. And
Oh, he
you were saying
does?
you were made for Yeah, he does. He plays clips of you.
Well, that's good. That's because he's a fan.
He's a
And
fag? What'd you say?
He said he's a fan.
Oh, a fan. I misheard. I thought you were calling him a fag. I think he might be both. I think he might be a fan of yours and a fag. I think he could be 2 in 1.
Well, all right. Let's not push it. But
I don't know. I don't hate the guy.
I think he likes me. He's a fan, and he misses me, and that's why he plays clips of me, right?
He's
Because
just a bit weird.
You don't give any attention to someone that you don't really.
He plays clips of me too. He likes me.
Well, there you go. See?
Yeah.
I mean,
Sophia
hey,
Daisy May.
Steven, I have a clip of Flow State. Listen.
So here's the thing about OGW. I like him. I do like him.
Oh,
See?
he does like you.
I told you.
I
likes
figured
me.
he might. But do you think he likes you in a platonic, straight way, or do you think he's gay? Like he likes you in the way that he wants to see?
Well,
nudes of
honestly,
you or something?
I wouldn't really want to think about it that way. I hopefully it's platonic, and it's like that there's nothing more to it, Because
I heard him say one time that
I'm completely heterosexual. It's like I
he
prefer
said
women.
that he likes you like he likes Lindsay. I don't know if you heard that.
I don't
but-
know. Let's listen. Let's listen to that.
So here's the thing about OGW. I like him. I do like him.
He does like you. but
That
he didn't
sounds a
specify.
bit gay. You're right. It
Yeah,
does sound a bit
It
gay.
does sound. It sounds a bit gay.
Hold on. I gotta listen to it again because he puts an emphasis on the like you at the end, and the other one is just and he put a lot of emphasis on the second time he said it on the do, right? So think about it. This is interesting. Listen again.
So here's the thing about OGW. I like him. I do like him.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
You're
Did
right.
you hear that? I
Yeah.
am right.
He said,
That's-
"I do like him," and that he wants to do you. I think he's like, "I want to do." He wants to do you. God damn, you're right.
This is a revelation right now, man. I never actually listened to it that way, but now that you mention it, that's weird, man. I
Yeah,
don't think he liked me like that.
he said, "I do like him."
Yeah,
That
I
really
do.
is
It's like,
gay.
it's really gay.
he said it the way he would talk to Lindsay. If I asked him, "Do you like Lindsay?" he'd say, "I do like Lindsay." The way he said it about you, he sounds gay.
Put another name there, like I don't know, like not Lindsay, but who else?
Venus, Cupcake.
Right. So think about it. Think. This is. Let's say it's you in the chat. Put your name in the place of OTW and tell me if this is like some sort of kind of like revelation here where he might want to do you, right? Listen very carefully.
So here's the thing about OGW. I like him. I do like him.
Oh,
I don't know. People in the chat.
No,
it's like if you're a female, it's like just transform the him to her, right?
Sophia. If he put "I do like Sophia Daisy May," they would think, yeah, he's got a boner for her.
I have that funny feeling that you might be right. What's up, Rodney Kitley? Holy fuck in shit. Turds. Talcadia style.
Is he from Talcadia, that guy? Rodney King? I thought Rodney King died.
King's. It's another Rodney King.
Oh, okay.
But he's been around for a long time too.
Rodney King was that Negro that the cops swung the batons at, wasn't he?
I don't know. I don't follow the news.
There was a famous quote by him where, see if I.
Contacted by the Crown at the Ontario Court of Justice to assist with the case that they had. So they asked me to reach out to the victim and make sure she's safe and take her home.
He drove me home in the fabulous Pride SUV. And as he was driving me home, we reached a stoplight, and then an individual in a pickup truck came up to us.
A transgender cop car. Look at that. Are you guys cops, or you just identify as cops? That's none of your business, and I'm hands-free. So there's nothing you can do. I'm just asking you a question, Sergeant. Are you cops, or you identify as cops? I have no idea. That reality doesn't exist anymore, right?
Part of me was shocked, but part of me was not shocked. I am a trans woman. I've been transitioning for 8 years. I get harassed and vilified every day of my life.
One, that's funny. Two, yeah, you probably shouldn't say that. However, ma'am, sir, perhaps riding around in a trans cop car is not the best way to fly under the radar. Just a little free tip.
Get this guy. Let's get this guy to 1K subs emotionally. Autogynephilia, like, it's a thing, and I think it's far more common. That's why I'm saying the clothes don't make the gender or your sex or anything. But I'm gonna try to sound a little, not a little, but yes, a lot more compassionate and loving. It's just that this is a dime a dozen. This is the hive mind. This is the ways that in which they think is so, oh my goodness, it's so out of the box when it's really like, it's actually playing into gender stereotypes. And that's what I am doing with this image. It's like, oh, women have to look a certain way. They have to have breasts, and they have to have makeup, and they have long hair. Like, I could just put on a wig and whatever. Like, basically that's what it's come down to, is the one there. It's like the word I'm looking for. Not the whole, oh, women are not a costume. Men aren't either. That's why I'm saying the clothes don't make the gender or your sex or anything. But, man, what was that word that woman used? She said they're trying to something like, basically like take over women's bodies by saying that they're women, and then putting down actual biological women, and they say cis, and it's just
Mr. Transman, send me a dream. Show me a gender that I've never seen.
The live is starting up. Hopefully I can be heard. I'm gonna wait a little bit, but I just wanted to show my face. I feel like, seeing my face, my body, who I am, my energy, I think it can be helpful. But I also think that in this lifetime right now, it is something that I can't really escape. I can't identify out of my sex-based depression. And to have that constantly gaslit is one of the most disgusting and disturbing things I have ever really realized about this place, and what piqued me so much. And it made me have a lot more deeper understanding and compassion, actually, towards myself and towards others who are in the same, position. I mean, everybody is. We can't really identify our way out of our sex. Our sex is immutable, but some people really love to gaslight this. And that's why, no matter what people want to call me, you can call me a woman still, you can, which people do all the time, if they know that I'm a trans man. But here, I'm going to turn off the camera because I'm going to have a little smoke, because this is a real aggravating situation that I keep finding myself in whenever I try to talk to trans.
Run to your drugs. You slander other people, you lie about them, you insult them, you gaslight them, you label them, you do all sorts of evil shit. You support violent demons. You're a real creepy creature. You're a real piece of work, aren't you? You truly are. You cry victim after all the evil that you've done. Mr. Transman, send me a dream. Show me a gender that I've never seen.
And a breeding. How's it? Let's do this. Evil existence. Everything is evil. I'm gonna say it again. Everything is evil except this awareness, which is talking to you right now. Okay? And there's a few of us spread around the world talking about these things that very few talks about, you know what I mean? How disturbed this, it's very disturbed. Every day when I wake up, I'm like, holy fuck, I'm still in a very disturbed existence. Everything is evil, people are evil. Yes, it's bliss, here you go again. Evil, yeah, it's evil. Everything is evil. We know what the aware ones, we know on a deep level. Now, hold on a second. We know on a deep level that what is right and what is wrong. Okay? So the slavery ain't right. The body that's been programmed or rearranged are hard bodies by the parasite. Mouth, ass and reproductive, dick and pussy. Ain't right. It is evil. Okay? Nothing ain't right in hell realm. This is a wicked, evil hell realm. Evil, wicked hell realm. Nothing ain't right in hell realm. Nothing ain't right in hell realm. Nothing ain't right in hell realm. This is a wicked, evil hell realm. Evil, wicked hell realm. Okay. Nothing is right. The stuff here ain't right. Okay? People driving around in their cars, okay, back and forth from their slave jobs to the cubicles, to put shit in their mouth and to shit out. Slavery, chasing paper like a monkey, chasing their banana, ain't right. It ain't right. The money system creates this hierarchy because people judge according to, because that's why they always ask you, what do you do for a living? Because they want to judge, they want to see if they gonna respect you or not, because they're gonna check, oh, you're nobody, you work as a janitor or you work in retail, you're not some manager or CEO of a big company, you've got your own business maybe, you know, that they wanna, it's this hierarchy, ain't right, it is evil. However, like the black pill, looks, money, status, it's only a symptom. We are being treated differently, not necessarily due to those looks, money, status things, which is mostly based off of science, but is due to the reason that we are targeted by the reality, the parasite. Okay, another thing I want to say is, let me not go off track again too much. Okay, what I said, discussed on a previous video in regards to the moon. Okay, the moon is, to get the right wording, to get the wording right, the moon is a artificial construct built by aliens. The moon is, listen, I'm going to expose these entities. It's my mission. It's my mission. I told you, I am one of the most desperate peeps in this evil realm. Okay, if not the most, I don't know, or whatever. Okay, but I know there are others out there as well that's got this urge to spread awareness of this evil realm. Okay, so I'm very desperate as fuck. I will do whatever. Okay, not even death will stop me, not even hunger, whatever. But anyway, yeah, so the moon is an artificial construct built by aliens. That's where they hide. It's not from another dimensional reality. They are physical beings. Physical. If an alien stands right in front of you, touch him, it's physical. It's a hardware body like ours, bones, flesh. But it's not, I don't know what they, if it's all also organic matter, what their bodies are made of, like ourselves, organic matter, bones, tendons, fat and muscle and whatever, but it is physical. That's what I want to say. It is technology. It's just technology. They don't come from other planets or other galaxies or from inside the water, inside the earth. No, the moon is out of place. The whole earth is a motherboard, it's hardware. Now you and I, all, including all animals, everything, all living organisms within this entire hardware realm is acting as a current that walks around constantly. People driving around constantly, always forcing us. Nature is the AI, is the evil, is forcing us to do this shit, forcing us to stand up and go about your day, and it's getting you addicted to an evil reality. Just admit it. Yes, yeah, I'm addicted, you see, to whatever. It could be video games, could be weed, could be alcohol, could be whacking your willy, swiping your punani, whatever the fuck. But we're all addicted to something or some things, okay? Whether even exercise, dopamine, chasing this, chasing that. It's just an addiction. It's just a cheese chasing game that leads to nowhere. It's meaningless. This existence must go. Like, while we're here, okay, someone asked me that, well, why are we still here if we know the truth and everything is meaningless, and see that we should just exit. Okay, that's for everybody to decide for themselves. We should never push anyone to exit, because you can cause, you must think of the consequences. You can cause yourself, you can get yourself into trouble with this NPC agents, with the badges. You get what I'm saying? The government officials, so on, the agents. You can get yourself in trouble with the law and shit, with a shitty law and whatever. So we should never push anyone to exit. Let them decide for themselves. Okay, I do not.
What's up, y'all? It's Truth Tiger, and today I'm going to talk about how the world wants you to be lukewarm. You know, the world wants you to be lukewarm and apathetic. The world wants people to be apathetic and uncaring. In Bohemian Grove, they literally do a ritual, and, you know, they are sorcerers, dark magicians, and they literally cremate a giant effigy that they call care, because they don't want people to care. They don't want people to have passion, you know? And that's the thing, is we're fueled by passion. You have to be fueled by some emotion, be it positive or negative. Obviously, you want to be fueled by positive emotions. You want to be fueled by love. You know, you want to be fueled by love and compassion and all that type of stuff. You don't want to be fueled by, like, hatred and, you know, fear and stuff like that. But, you know, I mean, Jesus said, like, I said in Revelations, I have this against you, that you're neither hot nor cold, you're lukewarm. I'd rather you be hot or cold. You know, he's saying, I'd rather you be in or out. Don't stop playing it safe. Stop doing a half-assed job of it. Stop trying to sit on a fence. You know, I mean, the fence sitters in the world. I mean, that's how so many people really are. They just want to play it safe, and whatever the prevailing ideology is, they want to just go along with. And I'm sick of it, you know. And I realize in myself, like, I'm either doing a good deed or a bad deed. I'm either sinning or doing something righteous, you know. I'm either creating or I'm destroying. I'm either creating or building myself or destroying myself. I'm either building or creating out there or destroying out there. There's no in between. There is no in between. It's the parable of the talents, where there's the one guy who buries his talents and he gets punished because it's like, why didn't you do anything with it? Why didn't you take any risks? Why didn't you roll the dice? Why didn't you at least try something? And that's the thing, whether you're doing an act of good or evil, it involves risk.
We all have that one drawer filled with dead batteries, tangled cables, and takeout menus we will never use again. Holding on to things just in case is human nature, but there is a massive, terrifying line between keeping a sentimental t-shirt and turning your home into a literal biohazard. On Hoarders, we watch that line get crossed, erased, and buried under tons of garbage. Number 5. Ray Sullman inherited half of a gorgeous Victorian in San Francisco's Nopa neighborhood, a house his family had owned for over 50 years. Property like that doesn't come cheap, and you'd
and you're like, okay, and then you avoid the news for a few hours, and then it's like, oh, and that's why I come to the forest. That's why I escape people. And let's not forget as well, to widen this a little bit, 20, 30 years of absolute free money for people who refuse to work has led to a very vicious entitlement culture. And so you've got millions of people in Britain who refuse to work, or they find it easier to tell the doctor they've got anxiety or ADHD. Where's the incentive to better yourself? You are literally a depressed polar bear in an enclosure in a zoo. You've seen that footage of those polar bears. They're just like, all day. No seals, no ice, a small bathtub to swim in, and you go mad. So we're all curious, what happens next? What happens next? Because maybe some other thing. And now in the era of body cams, mobile phone footage, no atrocity is done in the dark.
I can see you have a camera on, that's completely fine. We're just asking you some questions. My name is PC Selfridge. PC Paris. Anyway, what are you doing here? Do you need tickets to the matches? Yeah, I'll take that. I wonder what you're doing. I'm running in a minute, but...
Is Britain ruled by children at this point? These look like children. These don't look like police. What a clown world this is. Look at this. Are these children? These are police constables in Great Britain, apparently, with the checkerboard on. Look at this. Look at the little smirk of this tiny one on the left side. Her walkie-talkie is bigger than she is. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Are you kidding me? This one's got a pig nose. Look, this is just, what are you doing here? Shouldn't you be in kindergarten? What are you doing dressed up as police? Is this a joke? I'm sorry. What in the world is going on here? That looks like a little kid, especially the one on the left. I mean, she's up to my kneecap. What is going on? Who are they going to stop as criminals? Oh my goodness. This is just incredible that people tolerate this. This is who they're hiring. I don't even, I'm at a loss for words. It's just, every time I see this and play it, I thought it was a joke. It's real though.
My name is PC Selfridge. PC Paris. Anyway.
PC Claris. And she does this little smile.
Anyway,
It's almost
anyway.
right there. Look at this. It's just beyond words. Like, she could be in kindergarten. I can't believe it. She has a badge. Who's she gonna stop? What is going on here? And women say they want to be respected and taken seriously. Look at this. If I was dealing with her, I'd say, "Do you want a Happy Meal? Do you want to go to McDonald's?" I mean, look at this. I'd treat her like a child. I don't know how you could treat her as a police officer. I don't get it. I don't know how Charlie wasn't laughing right in her face. Like, how could you not be amused by this? What is going on here?
Anyway, what are you doing here?
What are you doing here?
Yeah, I'll take that. What are you doing?
Look at the little face on this one here. I can't get over it. And the angry one, the taller, chubbier one. What are you doing here? Look at the psychotic, demonic look of the taller one that I think is a Gingy. She's got kind of some Gingy features. Fucking hell, man. And people, you can't tell me you respect this. You got it. You'd be a liar if you said you respect this. Look at the little smirk on the little one, the shorter one. This is just unbelievable. This is something, if this was in a comedy movie, people would have been laughing 20 years ago. And now this is your reality and people take this seriously. If I were a criminal and they tried to arrest me, I'd probably just grab each by the scruff of their neck or their shirt and bonk their heads into each other. One in one hand and the other in the other. And knock them out. I mean, why not? What are they going to do to resist? They couldn't do shit. Is the reality.
I can see you have a camera on, that's completely fine. We're allowed to ask questions. Wait, what are you doing here? We're just approaching you.
What are you doing here? What are you doing here? Look at this.
Yeah? My name is PC Selfridge. PC Paris. Yeah, and you're recording us as well, that's fine. What else asking you? What are you doing here?
Guards is probably a little bit
What are you doing here? What are you doing here?
extreme. We're here because of the disorder that's here at this station. We have people that receive 999 calls.
What are you doing outside with a camera, outdoors? What are you doing?
We've got victims that come into this. Just need to make sure that this is a safe area for people to come to as business as usual.
The private area. Okay, you can perfectly see everything stood over. It's private land.
What I was
You're
offering,
obstructing
sir,
this.
is I'm from there, but secondly, so I could explain to you, you were at the front of the police because I just came over to explain that to you rather than saying please leave here without.
My belt was open. Oh, thank you very much. It's very good. You need to know that. Why do you need to know that?
We came from the police station. I'm offering if you want to talk to me, but you. So how can that be hostile? I'm offering for you to talk to me. For a metal gate, I thought I'd offer to come out and choose whether or not we allow people in these areas because this has kicked you out. I've asked you at the moment, haven't I? And I've explained it to you. No, because talking to them through a barrier isn't ideal.
Are women running the police forces in the UK? Is that what's happened? Is that what's because it's all women doing the talking? Are your police run by women? Are they the police chiefs, the head of the police? You're out on the street, the beat cops as they used to be known. Is that have women taken over policing? Is that what has happened? I mean, what is going on here?
Because number one, cars that come achieve from them, you can achieve from me talking to me outside.
I think it's weird enough when when I say you're going to the doctor, somebody says that, and I say to them, I hope he helps you, and they say she, it's a woman. I'm still getting used to women being doctors. I hope that offends some of you. I hope it gets under your fucking skin. I don't care if it does at all. I think some of you really need to be shaken up. You're letting women take over policing? Unbelievable.
What is it that you're taking photos of? It's a bit bizarre for you to be photographing through. It's not exactly a holiday snack, is it? Why are you photographing it? For a photo album. Take a picture of a person or a beautiful place, not a police station. For a photo album. You were taking a photo of me, you were taking a photo of... What I'm saying is it's not very appropriate, and there are actually laws in this country which means that they could take your camera to take that off of you. Okay, so we're not going to walk away until you stop photographing him.
They can take your camera, she said. And that's what women are for. Women are... Look at this. The police are still struggling to understand why people don't trust them anymore. Is Britain hiring children as cops now? Somebody said 5 days ago. A fun day out for PCs, Pixie and Snudge. Oh. Oh my God. Oh, sorry. OMG, UK police are now employing 14-year-old girls. Were the police having a take your kid to work day? Looks like it with the toddler in a uniform. This is a spoof, right? What the hell is going on? Somebody said, look, you've got kindergarten cops, for fuck's sake. You have kindergarten cops. Oh, you just oh my gosh. Oh, Jesus. Thank you. Thank you for the humor. You have kindergarten cops. Look at this. Who is she going to stop and arrest? I don't even know what to say at times. It's beyond words. It's Twilight Zone. And it's accepted as normal by people. They just accept everything as normal. You zombies out there. For you zombies, everything is normal. You demon tards, you retards. You zombies. Creepy creatures, parasites, cockroaches. Everything's normal to you. To you dumb fucks.
Expected more for a larger audience. It's just that I'm dealing with some very dark topic matters that I hope no one has to ever deal with. People impersonating you online, using your profile picture, your name, your likeness. Who knows what kind of incriminating or disgusting comments John Madore was leaving on that Mushroom Coyote 112 account. I just want that for any new viewers. That account is not me. I didn't even realize when that post they made on the community page was from a year ago. They've had this account since 2024. Nana Buke loves potatoes says hello there. Hello. That's actually very true. You never know if kids are on a stream. Yeah, exactly. You really don't. And some of these people like Stephen Colleen and AI antinatalism and all the rest, they're posting extremely sickening, disgusting things. And that's why I was like, oh God, I want to be really careful because, and that live stream didn't stay up because, you know, I was trying to understand who these people in my chat were. And yeah, I don't want anyone going after them. I don't want Stephen Colleen, who accuses people in covert ways, but I've also heard him blatantly accuse and lie and slander without any proof whatsoever that people are PDFs. Now, has he exposed a certain, or did that, no, that person exposed themselves. There was the Green Wizard, who openly stated online where yes, children may watch, have at it when it comes to 14-year-old girls. And he's going on his campaign, you know, about truth and morality and the truth the world doesn't want to hear. Well, you are a very deceitful, manipulative person who told me in email that, you know, he said, I'm just going to off myself because you're not participating and you're not sending me money. And it was like a very manipulative threat over and over again each month. So I tried to help somebody who was extremely harmed, obviously, and harassed and ridiculed by Stephen, but he turned on me too. And I think that he didn't have any good intentions from me from the beginning, because I don't think I've ever seen him have any good intentions truly for anyone. And I'm just being bluntly honest, having witnessed and, you know, seen this person online and everything that's transpired over many years. I don't see why this person should ever talk about friends or friendship or knowing what a friend is when they don't even want friends. And that little snide remark about how, oh, we shouldn't worship Allah or whatever, that was really fucked up. And that was like directed for probably many reasons. Because I'm sure a lot of the people that go on these channels are bigots. It's all, people, please, try not to judge other faiths, please. And don't be offended if somebody is bringing in their faith or whatever into a conversation. I don't like people trying to convert or whatever either. I think that's not the way to go about things, but I just see all the hidden resentment come out from these people towards my friends and me. And I tried to help him and be a friend. I tried to show him like, hey, there's other people that want to be your friend. And he bit me my ass off for that too. He's like, don't send people my number. And I'm like, I didn't send anyone your number. You have your number online on a short for the world to see. And I just sent my friend the link. That should have been, that was one of my big red flags in the very beginning of talking to Derek, is like, you are accusing me of sending your number when your number you made publicly online and all I did was send a short. Just unbelievable. Trying to get somebody to have some friends and show somebody that people care, and they just swat you away like a fly every fucking time. I don't have time for that. And I will curse, you know, it'll come out. I'm going to try to get better. I want this channel though, like, again, if people are being accused of being, and falsely, in some regards to some of these people, falsely accused of being that, I don't need anything. I've already potentially ruined my reputation for even engaging with Derek, the Green Wizard. So, you know, you're welcome. I've like, seriously, I've done so much for people that don't even care. Sticky, oh hey, Sticky TT6, hello there. Thank you for being here. Thank God I'm an atheist, K-I-Yay says. So, yeah, I don't know if Sticky is in here, but I did give you a shout out, Sticky. I appreciate you so much. You have no idea how much I appreciate everything that you do in calling out these lolcows, because a point where you almost feel sorry for them at first. Like that's how people get scammed and stuck in a situation where they're, you know, handing over their hard-earned money to people who are just scamming them. And I have definitely been through my fair share. Yeah. Thank you for sharing. Sticky says, yeah, you're most welcome. Like, you have my back. Seriously. I love everything you do, and that you're, you know, you, the videos, I won't say specifically, but yeah, please, I'm going to leave this live up because I'm really just documenting my own bullshit. I have my own lolcows, and ironically, one of the lolcows on here, Aaron Haywood, he used to say that the Sanity Machine, Stephen Killeen, was evil reflection. He used to say, this is all, we're all interconnected, man. I really do think there is a divine force that is bringing us all together in all these weird connections. But Evil Reflections used to be accused by Aaron Haywood that he was the Sanity Machine, who is an extreme troll, an extreme cyber stalker, and he has been harassing people, hundreds of people online. And Sticky, I seriously, I would pay you to make videos on these people. The Sanity Machine specifically, because he is so horrific. He is falsely accusing people of being PDFs. And he just did that to my friend. So I really, you know, I feel it, what you've been going through. He's sexually harassed me online. I've made police reports. He's in Canada, so there's like hardly anything I can do, and he knows that. Multiple of them know that. I'm just a dude, perping a dude who looks like Kenan Thompson. Yeah, well, it really helps. You have no idea how many people you're really helping out there. Because so many people, it's not that, I mean, yes, people are very gullible and naive at times. Like, I've been there. But sometimes I think people are really projecting their good nature on other people. They really want to help them. And I completely understand that. But if they don't appreciate it, no way. That needs to be cut off immediately. These people that are so ungrateful and like Candy Grand Prix doxing people after they've donated money to her. I don't know what these people are capable of that I've helped. I mean, they've made statements that, you know, horrendous statements that if those videos were still up, people, you know, no wonder. I think people were trying to get after that person who said, have at it with a 14-year-old girl, the Green Wizard. That is on record. And I tried to help this person while potentially ruining my own reputation because they were bullied and harassed so badly by the Sanity Machine that he kept talking about how he wanted to end his life. And he was a scammer too. All he wanted was my money. And now he is back on YouTube after he faked his death, rambling on about truth and morality. And it made me livid last night. I was crying. And I had some young folks comforting me, and it was very sweet. But it made me realize I need to be careful. I don't know who's watching. And I want this to be a safe place for people, especially people who are young, who may be going through this. Hello, Gravestone. Gravestone said, not sure if I'm late. I'm just getting done from Texas Roadhouse for Father's Day. Oh, nice. Awesome. Happy Father's Day to all of you wonderful fathers out there, and to yours, Gravestone. I hope you had a really good time. Sounds really awesome. Sticky said, I barely have time for these two nut jobs. I work a lot. I shouldn't have went live tonight. I was half asleep last night. Oh yeah, I completely understand. It's totally okay. But I do definitely, when I can, I'd like to, you know, try to get a membership and just give a little support here and there when I can. Because I really do think that this is despicable. It is truly despicable, and I just wanted to come on here because I'm being heavily covered right now all the time. Like, it's never ending. It's never going to end. I have stated, I have a video from probably now 2 years ago stating just stop. And apparently that is something that I'm trying to go about this in the most legal, like the right ways. And I just came across a short I shared on my community tab about a police officer saying, what do you do when you're being cyber stalked? And I'm just going through all the right protocols because I'm taking this very seriously. This has gone on for years. Words of advice from an OG troll. It's the internet. The cows are meant to be laughed at. Can't let it get to you ever. Yeah, the cow, you've really helped teach me, and like what I've seen from your content and everything that you do, and the artistic, you have actual like artistic flair to it. You actually create music. It's freaking hilarious. It's genius. I completely agree. That's what I've been saying. You know, they have to be laughed at. They are complete and utter lolcows. And that's what I want to do. I'm like, I must learn from the master here, because holy shit, if I can have the video and the ways to edit videos and everything, I want to do this. I want to seriously expose these absolutely sick, cruel people that are harassing people online. Yes, it's online, but it does come into real life. I actually had one of these people, John Mador, this AI antinatalism channel, go after me and bring in a animal abuser, Diane Bandicoot, into my life because she's in the United States. She comes in to bother me, and during Thanksgiving, I have a weak spot because it's the holidays, and this woman's like over 60 years old. I think she's harmless, and she's not. And I'm here to say, anybody in the antinatalist community, I want nothing to do with. I think so many of them are absolutely fucking cuckoo, crazy. They are anti-human. Thanks to the antinatalists for, you know, showing me how to never treat somebody. But yeah, the person actually came into my real life and gave me food that food poisoned me. And I talked about it in one of my last lives because it's been so traumatic over the years of dealing with this. It's the betrayal, you know what? It's the betrayal, it's the lies, it's people pretending to have my best interests at heart and then stabbing me in the back. That's where the CPTSD, that's where it really stems from. But it is also just traumatic to be food poisoned and told constantly, like, we're gonna off you and you're gonna be put down like a dog, and we're gonna pay somebody to, you know, there's so many violent threats that have been made against me. And I know it's the internet, and I want to just laugh at these monsters, but it does get to your mental health. And I'm just here to say, especially if you're very young and, you know, your brain is still developing, one's brain is like still so malleable, and people can be so much more easily hurt, especially, you know, not knowing, you have no idea what people have been through, what mental illnesses people may be dealing with that might make them even far more sensitive than somebody who could handle that like it was nothing. And it boggles my mind that the Demon Slayer channel, who exposes trolls supposedly, is basically, I don't know, he's like kind of brushing off the fact that there were people that wanted to end their lives because of Steven, but at the same time, he utilized Vivacious Vivian's video that he did on her and said, you know, if you keep harassing her, Steven, she's going to end her life. But then tells, you know, someone like me, well, you just need to work on yourself, and you need to get a lawyer. If he's saying that, you know, he doesn't care. I actually wonder if Demon Slayer is Charles. But he said, you know, get a lawyer. What is a lawyer gonna do? Somebody in Canada telling me that I deserve to be eternally raped and tortured? The cops don't really care, but what matters is as well. I mean, they do care, but the thing is, it's cyber stalking. It's harassment online. There's not much they can do, and this is building up and building up year after year. More violent threats, never-ending videos and smear campaigns made about me and people I care about, calling them PDFs, and it's gotten too much. Like, I have to record this and document this, and that was one of the things on the video of the short I posted that said you should document all this. So please, people, when you say, you know, just get over it, it happened yesterday. No, you are not people. You're not dealing with this. That's why I listen to people when they're going through it, and they might sound neurotic and they might sound like they're going off talking about a million things, but you have no idea what they need to express, what they need to let out, what they've been through. And these people cover everything I do. Sorry, let me read the chat. Gravestone said, I used to be a troll on other channels, but then I grew up, Sticky. Sticky said, it's all for fun and laughs. The music on my channel is just for laughs. I create music in real life, but can't share it due to anonymity. Oh, really? That's cool. That is good to be anonymous when you are doing that type of work, but that's really awesome that you make other music. Yeah, Gravestone, I definitely am not grown up laughing my ass off. Yeah, and I think it's fun to, you know, have kind of a childish nature about oneself, be explorative, be creative, have fun. We should all, you know, step back into that sometime and just have a laugh at these people. It's very healing. I'm seriously healed by the laughter that I watched on your last live, Sticky. So I appreciate you. Hello, Bubblelandia. Hi. I sent you some messages. I wasn't sure. I didn't say everything I wanted to say, but I deleted Discord momentarily again because my phone is so full. It's just, I wanted to come on here and maybe I don't, shoot, I don't know how to work StreamYard or anything like that, but I do want to learn because I would love to be able to post videos on here and just go over them. You know, these people constantly cover my material and make the most slanderous lies about me. Why don't I do that and just have fun and laugh at these people? And I was actually kind of crying last night because I am overwhelmed with the stupidity and the lies and the deceit and the people that just flat out, they'll listen to someone's video and they'll just flat out say something that completely wasn't what that person said. Like in one of Jeremy's last videos, I had to document some more of Stephen Colleen's harassment and stalking of me. So I did look and I listened a little bit, and I know he's going to cover this too, but I saw that Wendy character. Now I've screenshot a lot of these people's comments. They're very sexually harassing. They're very demeaning. They're very dehumanizing. I think all of these people that are on that channel and ever even connected to it, like Kirsten, I have her on a police report. She tried to get all my information from me and gave it to a Discord chat of people who I don't know, who hate my guts. I don't know these people. I don't deserve this at all. Nobody deserves, Candy deserves what she gets. Matthew deserves what he gets. But people like, I don't want to put people's names out there, but G and people like Gravestone too. I mean, he's a young man and AI antinatalism told him to go off himself. It's deplorable. I just don't stand for any true bullying and harassment of people who don't deserve it. Me neither, Stiggy. I only stay grown up for rhetoricism. I did receive your messages. Thank you. Thank you, Bubblelandia, for always, you know, being there for me and talking to me. It's like been really, really brutal. It's been heartbreaking. And some people don't feel like they have any support when it comes to these things. So, but I wanted to share a video of who I'm speaking about. You know, just Sticky TT6. I don't know if you have watched any of my videos on my channel, but there's one titled Ephilism's Most Noxious Abuser. These are people that are anti-children. This is a dude that said he would strangle infants. Okay? And they are a trans-identified male, but I don't have to respect them. It is my freedom of speech to say, you know what? No, you're having violent threats against me and women. Why should I respect your pronouns? Okay, I normally would, but this is ridiculous. And I'm not going to reward bad behavior. And I actually heard people, as always, I'm copying my words. Guys, I know that these people copy your words. I know that they watch everything that you do, and everything that you say that sounds good. It's crazy, dude. It's crazy when you realize how much they try to mimic you and try to be you. I just witnessed that multiple times with multiple people trying to cover me. It's insane. They are obsessed with me. It is so unreal what I've been going through. But I wanted to show, okay, so I'm sorry, I'm talking like a madman, but I wanted to show real quick. This was the initial first police report that I made. I want to turn on my camera, but I just don't want to like show my face. I get my face made fun of all the time by these pricks, so they don't deserve to see my face. But that was the first initial police report done on Stephen Killeen, Diane Bandy Koo, Kirsten, and whoever else. Like I was not playing around because I was getting violent threats. I was getting endless harassment, and that prick Steven, he actually recorded me showing this before, so have it on record again. There was a recent one that I had to just do because he won't stop, and he has sexually harassed me online and others, and I think it's sick. It's to a point where it's gonna happen to other people because it never ends, and he always is looking for new victims, and that's why I have to be very careful. People, I get my support torn apart. That's why people don't comment on my channel hardly at all. That's why people don't interact, because they don't want to be targeted by these people. They tear apart all my support. And I'm so sorry if you ever get any comments by Matrons Human Rot, which is AI antinatalism sticky, or if any of you get any kind of comments from any of these people, just know that they're attacking you, or they're trying to talk shit on me because they hate my guts and they're trying to tear down all my support. So I really appreciate those who are brave enough to stand by their own words and, you know, really truly show support regardless. I did to some people who never deserved any ounce of my support or time, and turned his back on everyone. It's just so sad. But I wanted to show a video so people can have some background, especially Sticky, on who I'm talking about. If you want to look up the Sanity Machine channel, he also has the channel El Diablo Radio International. This is a guy he's not a troll. He is actually deliberately vile and very malicious and very mean. I know I'm saying the same word in different ways, but he is incredibly vile, and he does not care about pushing people over the edge. He constantly talks about cursing people and that they're going to go to hell. He acts as if he's God. He says he wants to kill God. He wants to put God's face in the lake of fire. He is just disgusting. So any Christians, Muslims, anyone who's listening, you know, just check out the Sanity Machine. He's talking shit on all religions. Kirsten said when it came to Hinduism, she said, and I have this on a screenshot, she said about the goddess, the Hindu goddess Kali Ma, she said she called her an N-word goddess. It's just so, oh my goodness. Like, I had no idea how incredibly racist these people were. And they're all ganging up in groups, pooling together on these channels and spreading that hate all across YouTube and just tearing people apart. They've chased off so many people off of YouTube. And also, like, I want to say, I don't know how in depth you know, Sticky. You seem like you're pretty knowledgeable about the truth-seeking kind of community, the TI community, things like that. I don't know, maybe you've stumbled across these characters at some point, but they are insufferable. And what I was saying in the beginning, Matthew David Whiter used to be accused of being the sanity machine by Aaron Haywood. Evil Reflection. Obviously they're not, but they are kind of shaped the same. They are kind of portly and have man boobs. So I can see the resemblance, but kind of, but not really. Maybe Matthew David Whiter is kind of like a younger version of Steven. But they both, I think, hate each other as well. I don't know. Steven hates everyone. He really does. Anyone, I'm going to witness, you'll see, all the people that are on his channel, they go through like a revolving door. Or it's just like, nobody stays because he ends up turning on everyone and tearing them apart. And I defended a woman on his channel, Bex, who he relentlessly went after, even made an account impersonating her called the Bextra Lard channel, just constantly making fun of her weight, talking about her genitals, saying that he could smell her while he's walking around Canada. Like, it's the most creepiest thing. Can you imagine being so obsessed with somebody that you're talking about how you're able to smell their pussy from where you're at as you're walking, because they stink so bad and they're such fat losers and whatever else he also projects on to other people who he is? I could never fucking imagine making a live and saying something like that about Diane or anyone. I would look like a lol cow, and that's what these people have made themselves to be. They're disgusting. And yeah, somebody should show up to a person's door like that and be like, hey, let's talk. You want to call me violent? You want to call me a PDF? Like, we have to be careful with these characters because that could very well be projection. Why are they still going on about it? It's disgusting. Anyway, I just wanted, again, I keep going back, but here, let me get my other phone because I want people to be aware. The Demon Slayer is not doing the best job when it comes to these matters. But oh man, I wish I made that post actually public. I mean, not public, not temporary, because it's nice that people liked it. But anyway, here's the channels I'm talking about. Oh, I need some water. Hold on. Here, hold on. I'm trying to be very careful here. I was trying to look for water too, but just screw it. I'll just. So that's the channel. That's the channel I'm dealing with. But he also has El Diablo Radio International, and this guy has made over thousands and thousands of videos on people. It's disgusting. He uses crows and ravens because I think those birds want nothing to do with him. But yeah, that's his channel. I just, on record, obviously, he has a police report on him. So if he continues to make videos on me, you're just making more evidence. Like I've said, this can't go on forever. This is the Demon Slayer, who is a person that is exposing this person. Hate speech is not free speech. Do not enable narcopaths, psychopaths, a place to document the insanity of the Stephen Queen. And then if you want to go, there is this manifesto on Proton link here where you can see all the documentation of him harassing people. I mean, not all the documentation, but it's just, it's a huge file of just countless evidence that this person is so messed up. So let's see, what is one of the most popular videos? Actually, no. I just want you to get a feel of who this person is and how disgusting they are. Actually, like the most recent video I thought was pretty, not most recent, but here, this is a good one. This showcases why he doesn't have any more of his original followers, because he's so fucking disgusting.
I'm told you're an expert in narcissist psychopaths. Guilty as charged.
Hold on, let me clear off my phone case. It's all scratched up, so it looks really dirty, but it's not that dirty. I don't have the best technical skills, guys. I'm sorry. I just have to get this on record because it's so infuriating. I've been crying, and I'm not ashamed to say that. After what I've been through and the people that have betrayed me.
The cream of the crop. Nobody does it better. We bring the madness to the cream of the crop channel, the best.
This is a real lolcow right here.
The best that there ever will be. Can't possibly understand what I mean. Some things aren't meant for humans. We bring the madness. We bring the madness. We bring the madness. We bring the madness. We bring the madness.
Wait, what? I thought this was far longer. I wanted to see the one where, you know, nobody wants to sub to him anymore. Oh, here it is. This one was really good. Nobody's watching my shit. Yeah, only people like him are watching his shit. And I just heard that Wendy character blatantly lie. She said Jeremy was saying you should read all these books and magazines, and then he like contradicted himself in the next sentence. No, he didn't say that at all. You can't even comprehend what he's even saying, or you just twisted it. I just saw them blatantly lie. He said people tell you to read these books. He's making a case like you don't need to necessarily read all these books to find the truth in everything within. I'm just like, wow, you are just like that person because you just blatantly lied. It's disgusting. How can anyone with any amount of intelligence watch that and be like, oh yeah, I'm gonna believe what she's just said, even though it contradicts what I just heard and watched? And they're accusing this person falsely in a covert way of being a PDF, a young person, at least comparatively to Steven. He's trying to ruin young people's lives. Nobody's watching your shit.
Eyes on that creature. Save lives.
Now, Aaron Haywood said this is Matthew David Whiter. I think this is going to be Matthew David Whiter in his old age. I really do. This guy utilizes AI a lot too. I mean, for all we know, maybe he's utilizing Grok as well. Where is the sound? What happened to the sound? Oh.
No matter what time it is, it doesn't matter if it's this time, early morning, afternoon, most are lazy in this realm. Too lazy to participate, too lazy to support free channels. But they fled over to shit channels. They watch by the hundreds of thousands.
Well, you sell... Like, he has AI art on nearly everything right now, and it was put through some kind of... You can find on the Demon Slayer's channel that his artwork was put through a filter or some kind of thing that can tell if it has AI in it, and they all did. Even his so-called original art that he sells. So he sells AI art. He even says on his channel in descriptions that art made by Stephen Killeen and blah blah blah, and it's all there is that you can see is an AI thumbnail or AI shit all over the place, and he's saying that that's his work. Cringe. And they're all talking shit about my artwork being demonic and everything, and that I'm demonic and I'm a demon and I'm gonna go to hell and I deserve to be raped and tortured eternally. I don't even know these people.
They fill the comment section with thousands of comments, thousands of likes.
Whiny princess.
Because people love shit. You do. You show me that. Humanity has proven that to me. And even the ones that say they don't love shit, they'll sit here lazily for hours and do nothing. So this is kind of a fuck you stream. So this is kind of a fuck you stream. I turned off the comments for El Diablo channel, the whole channel, the videos. except for the shorts. Just videos for now. But I could turn off comments for the posts, the shorts, the live streams, everything. So far, it's just videos. On
Because he can't handle criticism. He blocks people immediately if you try to confront him on anything. He is a textbook psychopathic narcissist. And he can say that about me all he wants, but it doesn't make it true.
Diablo and on the Sanity Machine. So saved videos. There's no comments now. And there's also this live stream, the first live stream ever that I've done with no chat, no live chat, and no comments. You have no ability to communicate with me. And we can just keep leeching off of him forever. And we can just keep leeching off of him forever.
Yeah, this is actually, I really do agree with this message. A real truth seeker shares truth out of genuine love for doing so, regardless of whether others approve, care, participate, or not. And that's exactly like how Jeremy's channel is like. And he tried, you know, he really tore into him, and he was contemplating like, maybe I should just shut this channel down, and I'm so glad he didn't. Don't let any of these parasites try to control you and try to tear you down to not expressing yourself.
Isn't that lovely? Because you weren't participating. So I took it away, and it wasn't just one live stream. This is the way people are. I know your minds. You'll isolate. So, well, sorry about the last. It wasn't just the last live stream. I've been saying this over and over again. Wendy was here many live streams ago, 2, 3, 4 live streams ago, and it was just her. And it was me talking and then typing to her in the chat. While I was playing things, and it was just Wendy and me. This guy.
Hey,
While I was
Bella.
playing things, and it was just Wendy and me. Out of 2 channels with thousands of subs.
You mean fake subs?
So if you're not going to participate, you're just going to lurk. Sometimes there were 16, 18 lurkers.
Why do you care? Because you're
It was just
obsessed
me and Wendy typing in the chat. Everyone else.
with attention.
No participation.
This idiot claimed that he was doing sorcery, and that's how he got all these views and likes and shit. He paid for fake views and likes and called it sorcery. He's a lol cow. You're 60, like, what the fuck?
Typing in the chat. Everyone else was silent. It was just me and Wendy typing in the chat. Everyone else was silent. We'll take it away. It'll go away. The whole channel will go away. All of my channels will go away. And I'll go somewhere else. Less and less views, less participation, less people interested. Less and less views, less participation, less people interested. Less and less views, less participation, less people interested. You're not here for the truth. Less and less views, less participation, less people interested. Less and less views, less participation, less people interested. Less and less views, less participation. Look at the eyes. Look at the eyes on that creature. Save lives.
So that doesn't give like a whole bunch of serious detail. Sorry, my kitchen floor is kind of dirty, but here he is. I will also show another video of him verbally harassing and sexually harassing a woman. Bubblelandia said, I would imagine anyone who won't co-sign all their beliefs narrative would be criticized, demonized. Yes, absolutely. All I did was say, you know, he was claiming somebody had, like, he's a psychiatrist or a licensed therapist that can diagnose people. He was saying that people were certain mental illnesses, and I'm like, those are 2 very different things. And on top of that, I wanted to say, you know, he was just completely fat shaming, tearing down another woman who many people didn't seem to really give a fuck about. And I just stood up and ever since then, I've been on his shit list. But there's endless videos on here, like Steven calling others retards while he clearly is mentally ill. Let's see, where's that one? I shared it on a post. I was like, this stuff actually matters? Maybe it was this one. Or maybe, who knows, maybe Demon Slayer, like, I kind of stopped wanting to comment on his channel because he kind of just was very flippant with me when I said, you know, people are wanting to self-exit and it's really harming people. And I that shows who Demon Slayer is if he blocked me, because I've been supporting and shouting him out and everything. Like, apparently he can't take critique either. I don't know. Oh yeah, it looks like he did actually remove my comments. Wow. I wonder if this actually is Charles. This is why I like to document things and cover. Okay, so my comment is there. I take that back. I make mistakes. Okay, I make mistakes. But if Charles is behind this channel, Charles was very rude to me too. He used to have a channel called WeC33, just for some background for anyone new. And he was very rude to me and very attacking of me. And Steven, quote unquote, like, stood up for me at one point, and that's how I got sucked in, thinking that this person had good nature, and he really didn't. He makes fun of people like me all the time. And he heart reacts to it. He's like, I'm like, please, for the love of all that is good, please go away, Steven. You are a major detriment to society and all of eternity. You wished me and others to be raped and tortured for all of eternity. You are a real sick fuck. And Demon Slayer says, get a lawyer before this goes any further. I said, why? What is a lawyer going to do? I nearly gave all my money to Derek and he discarded me when I couldn't give him more. And he told me and the entire internet how to self-exit peacefully. So he's like, well, I've done my duty. Like, go off yourself, because I really don't care about you. And Demon Slayer said, I mean, you're being harmed on the internet only. Can't you just get off the internet maybe, at least for a while? And 3 people like that. Nobody liked my responses, but there was other responses where I have done on the videos where I'm like, but you put a video, you're kind of like, he probably deleted those. That's what it appears to be. But I was bringing up Vivacious Vivian. He made a video on her. It might be in one of the most popular ones. Oh, he changed the title. That also messes things up, because he changed the title of so many things. Oh, here it is. I have a playlist. If you look on my channel, it says The Sanity Machine, one of the most evil cyber stalkers and people who harass people on the internet. Like, please don't brush off people who want to self-exit, because, I mean, he utilized that and he weaponized that here. But yet he brushed it off when it came to people like me and others. Like, it's like, oh, just go work on yourself. How am I not working on myself? And how am I not trying to bring attention to these matters? I even shouted out his channel and shared his content and comments and likes and everything. But this is why I want to do it myself, because I don't think that Demon Slayer has been the nicest person to certain people. So here is another very damning evidence of this person, why they have a police report by me, but they do this to hundreds of people. This is really hard to watch, guys.
You're in for a treat, everyone. So get ready, hold on to your seats, hold on to your hats. This is just amazing, remarkable, magnificent, erotic, you might say, sensual. She's just a remarkable woman, just remarkable, glorious, you might even say. She's glorious. She's glorious.
Hello everyone, this is Vivian, and today I want to present an original burlesque act that I first created back in May of 2019. Today I'm going to be just performing it to my camera and then releasing it to YouTube Lands.
Please don't laugh when that ball hits the ceiling. She's got some chunky thighs, and her calves seem almost the same size as her thighs, which is a bit disconcerting, I guess you could say. It's just she has some big calves on her. Compared to her upper body, it's all her weight's down here, it seems like. She doesn't have much up top. Arms, very little boobs, very little cleavage. I'm sorry. I'm trying to take this seriously. I already had a laugh attack earlier, trust me. This is me holding back. I'm sorry, people. What the fuck? Jesus Christ, I'm sorry. I'm gonna carry, hold on. Okay, I'm gonna give her a point for creativity right there. She gets a point for creativity. I have to critique this stuff. Break in and give commentary, criticism. You've all seen The Breakfast Club, right? Is that her? Be honest. Be honest. Rather look at a stripper on a pole, or would you rather look at this? Come on, be honest. Be honest. Baby, baby. Baby, baby. Push it. Push it. Come on, push it. Hear the music. Get a stripper pole in there. I can't help it. Can't call her the B-girl. That's already been done. She doesn't have glasses on. What could we call her? The Limonade Wasp Girl? I'm not sure. She's kind of a wasp. Ugh. Yucky. I don't like that too much. I don't like that. That's violating my sovereignty of my eyes. You're violating me. I gotta say, I like more curvy hourglass type of women. I prefer, bigger boobs, bigger butt, just the hourglass, more exaggerated, and hips. I like curves. I like curvy, and she doesn't have much up top, and she doesn't have a booty either. Not much boobs. She's just leg heavy, you could say. She's got like bigger legs, and then up here, there's not much. So that's really she's not my type. This Breakfast Club B-girl hybrid, or I don't know what you'd call her. I don't know. You're not voluptuous, though, that's for sure. You don't have a voluptuous body, or you'd have something up top. You don't really have big old titties, that's for sure. You just don't. Serious look on her face, though, just crack me up, because it's just, it's pretty awful. But is she going to start riding this little toy ball at one point, like a cannonball, like Miley Cyrus, and be like, coming on like a cannonball? Or is she going to undress and start riding this like a cannonball? You've heard of Girls Gone Wild. This is Truthers Gone Wild. Gonna do a striptease. Give her a round of applause. Come on. Don't be stingy. Don't be stingy. Okay. Great job. You tried. In a whole 2 years, she got 606 views. Her channel has almost no subscribers. She might not be the brightest around, but here she is at a farm, showing some camel toe, you might say there.
What if Vivian is dealing with trauma in her life, watches this, and is unable to cope, committing suicide? If she commits suicide, it will be your fault, Sanity Machine. You are to blame for her death. You are on Team Evil, and you deceive your audience by claiming to be against Team Evil. What you did in this video is wicked and unacceptable. That is obvious to anyone with a smidgen of common sense. But you have brainwashed your subscribers to the point where they not only do not perceive the heinous behavior, but they comment on your video and agree with you. You are promoting hatred while hiding behind a sliver of the truth you spew. You must be stopped.
Well, YouTube hasn't done anything for years, but it is very, very... Obviously, it's incredibly disturbing. You can go check out the Demon Slayer if you want. I have tons of his videos on a playlist called The Sanity Machine. I used to have the Manifesto Proton link in my bio, but I just, honestly, I wanted to distance myself from all of that, but it's hard not to try to still keep exposing, regardless if they make videos on me or do whatever, because I don't need to leave the internet. That's the thing. Like, I should be able to express myself. People should be able to express themselves without being fearful of coming on here and dealing with super creeps like that and just harassing women and sexually. I mean, he does it to men too. He says a lot of really fucked up shit about guys' bodies. He like it's almost like he's fantasizing about men's bodies. I mean, he was talking. He's never even seen certain guys' bodies, and he's talking about how they're pear shaped and how a certain man's mouth looks like a pussy. Is that actual like? Does that actually sound normal to you? Like normal behavior? I mean, what is normal? But is it? Does it sound like somebody who is confident with themselves and secure in their sexuality when he is hating on gay people all the time? He's hating on all LGBT people. Yeah. Did I say that right? LGBT people. He's all over the board harassing anyone. You'll see lots of racist remarks, against everyone, and he takes it and says it's humor, but it's really just having a bunch of that crappy energy and the people like him and racist and everything else. Like that Wendy Pegasus person, I don't know if she ever spoke shit about my art, but I always noticed she had this like really childish, shitty Pegasus drawing as an icon. And I think that person should be absolutely held just as responsible because all of these people are doing this together. They're all stalking and harassing people and twisting it around and saying, oh, you're stalking and harassing them and that you're obsessed with them and you've been talking about them for years. I've been trying to not just like defend myself. I don't even have to defend myself, but I've been trying to stick up for others. And the people that I did, they turned around and stabbed me in the back, many of them. Well, there isn't like many, but Charles and that other guy, I don't even want to say his name, they both are just not very nice people, let's just put it that way. And then the friend that I thought I had made on his channel, Kirsten, who is on a police report, was actually just a flying monkey and an enabler, gathering all this info to hand over. So I'm basically trying to have an educational channel here where I've gone through these things and I'm trying to warn people, don't let anyone do this to you. Don't be cruel. What is that saying? Take no shit, do no harm, but take no shit. I'm done with this. And it is on record. I have stated that as severe as it has been, because I thought Steven was a friend at first, and he obviously is anything but that, and he will never be my friend. I will never give him another chance. He was coming on to my live streams over and over and over and over again. Guys, it's so hard to break the trauma bond. I didn't want anything to do with this person, but I was complimentary because I was in a very traumatized state, and I was very traumatized by what I went through with the Green Wizard, who I want to call the Greed Wizard at this point, threatening me that like if I don't do something and I don't act in the ways that he wants to, he's going to end his life. I was going through it. I was trying to help people to my own detriment when I'm already feeling like I don't want to be here. And that was a big point I wanted to make again. It's all divinely orchestrated. I had these young people come onto my live stream last night, and I'm talking about these serious topics, and I want to discuss a channel who at one point was telling the entire internet how to painlessly self-exit. How does that person know? How do we know if a child, basically, like a young 20-year-old, I'm not saying you're a child, Gravestone, I mean younger than 18, some of these people on here are younger than 18 and they're coming on and they might feel extremely in that state of mind where they don't want to be here and they come across something like that. Maybe they won't have the resources to buy those things, hopefully, but it still can be put into their idea, okay, this is what I can do. And it's a very, very touchy subject, obviously. There are people on here who say I deserve all of this because I simply speak out against. That's a whole other thing. That with the F-lists and the anti-natalists on here trying to expose them. That's hey Bella. there's an ice cream truck going on outside right now, passing by, so that's why Bella's losing her head. But yeah, it's just I've pretty much got to a point where I felt extremely severely depressed, and it hindered me having all these backstabs and betrayals one after the other when I just tried to be these people's friends. And it really got me down, like, as a very, sensitive person, in the sense, like, I deeply care and I deeply want to help, and I don't want beef or drama with anybody. It's really painful to just basically stab me in the back and discard me as if I meant nothing at all. And then these people go on about morality and truth and being a good person. It's just so disgusting. I'm gonna read the chat. Bubblelandia, you said, I would imagine, oh yeah, I want to read this again though. I would imagine anyone who won't co-sign on their beliefs narrative would be criticized, demonized. That's been the case for Steven. That's been the case for Derek. He made a video called, like, something like yelling to everyone, "You are my subordinate," calling people subordinate to him. Like, he claims like he's like on some higher level spiritually, when Bubblelandia, you know what went down. People know. And he said, don't tell anyone that, I'm still alive. It's very culty, because then I can't report to other people that this person's being abusive towards me. And I'm like, no, I didn't even tell who he was exactly to you, Bubblelandia, right? I didn't even say his name. I just said there's a person who keeps threatening that he wants to off himself, and he keeps wanting money from me, and I don't know how to handle this situation. I want to be his friend, but this is getting weird. And I didn't even say his name, but it got to a point now where I have to let the truth be known that, I just felt so crazy back then for the things that I tried to do. But what made me feel even more sad is just the way that these people discarded me when I couldn't send them any more money. And I just completely understand what the victims of people of Candy Grand Prix, and them helping her, and then they dox her, or she doxes them. She doxed my friend. It's just so sick. These people must be put on blast. I gave over, like, and it's not like I wanted that person to have that money and those gifts. I completely am like, those are yours. Obviously, if I'm giving, I'm not griping because I did something nice for somebody in that sense, and like they owe me. No, I was trying to build a friendship and a connection, and I was trying to show how much I cared, and I gave even my personal artwork away, and it was just very heartbreaking. That's what I'm hurt about. I don't give a shit about the material stuff I gave away, although it did, when he kept bugging me and threatening that he was going to off himself, it did get to a point where I was like, I can't send any more money, because this is absolutely going into, hurting my finances. And I didn't even give him half. I gave him more than half, because this woman that has been helping me and my mom out is dying of cancer, who has been helping. I was giving this person $100 a month for a couple of videos. Those videos are like, I guess they should be priced like gold. They should be priced like $50 a piece for what I paid for. And then when I'm like trying to talk to him, he's like, or if I ask questions, he's like, you're texting me too much. So he's not a good instructor on what he was instructing, and he was not teaching these classes, a fitness class, going about it the right way. When you're doing it online, even if you're going to teach a fitness class, there's certain protocols that you have to go by through the state of Massachusetts. And so I just don't want this guy doing this again to people. Like, I don't want him trying to make classes for people and trying to hook them in to sending him money all the time and making some kind of death cult, because that was basically what it was getting into. It was. I look back on it now, and when he was trying to tell everyone the solution is just to self-exit and we should all just meet up and, that's the way out of here. yeah, that this is dangerous. There are children, there are young adults on this platform, and I think there were a lot of young men on his channel. And that is scary, and it is disgusting, and I am gonna call it out. That dude, Gravestone said that dude is weird, even when I'm only hearing it. Yeah, all you have to do is hear that crap, and you're like, what the fuck? And I'm just gonna keep covering this. I don't really care, because if they're gonna keep covering me, how about you cover yourself? He won't ever show a lot of this stuff on the Demon Slayer channel. And I do give kudos and I do give applause to Demon Slayer, because watching that video on Vivacious Vivian, I cried. I had no idea about that whole thing, because it got deleted or it got taken down or whatever. And I just really, it woke me up. I mean, I was already getting tired of him hating on people all the time. It was like he was a quote-unquote truth-seeking channel that was exposing grifters and exposing shills and exposing people in that community. But he is the biggest shill, and he is the most hated in the not the trans community. He is the most hated in the truth-seeking community. He is so hated, and he probably would be hated by trans people as well, because he attacks those people too. He's vicious. He talks about my genitals. I have videos on my channel. They're private, because I took a moment like where I wanted to just, distance myself from this and not post this stuff anymore. But I was like, no, I'm gonna put this stuff back up now, because it's never gonna end, and I want people to know completely when I draw the line in the sand, where I'm at. I don't want anything to do with this person. I complimented him only because I was in a real huge state of not fear, but just anxiety and stress, and wanting to just not have him go after me and yell at me and threaten me again, because he threatened to make my mom and I go homeless. Bubblelandia said, there can only be one person there can be only one person disseminating a message, and everyone else has to repeat it. Otherwise, his group will lose cohesiveness and begin to wander to new pastures. Yeah, pretty much everybody has. The people that are still on there, they're basically the cream of the crop. They're the total epitome of the most darkest hearts that you will ever find in this world. And I think Kali, she went by Kali, but that's not her actual name. And I think it's kind of disgusting and repulsive that she would use the name of that Hindu goddess as like a handle or whatever, or like to go by on here. I forgot her actual name. She had it up online or whatever. But that person, she was one of the worst. And then she got turned on by Steven, of course. And it was just like, wow. Now you can have a taste of the shit that you did to others for years. Going to their channels and harassing them. And now you're getting talked about. Now you're getting honed in on in your picture, and that mole that you try to, or whatever that is, that bump on your nose that you try to hide, Callie. That big old fucking giant fucking whatever that is that on your nose that you try to hide with the sunglasses, and you make fun of other people's appearances, and were like gaslighting me about my own abuse that I've been through. I was talking about how, she's like, oh, these matters are they're just so first world problems. They're like, this isn't even a thing. Like, trans people or any of these problems are not even a thing in these other countries. And I'm like, how do you know that for sure? How do you know that there aren't people out there? And why are you just dismissing something where I'm talking about that there are a lot of trans individuals that go down that path who have been sexually abused? And I'm talking about very serious matters, and she's like, oh, that's just first world problems. Sexual abuse apparently is first world problems to Callie. It's not like that shit doesn't go on everywhere and torments and tortures people for life. They have to deal with that pain for life. And I'm talking about these matters in regards to myself, and Steven's just mocking it. He actually mocks victims of sexual abuse. And he did that to me. And I'm not going to be gaslit on that. He can call me Kai the Lie, that I'm a liar, that I'm a narcissist, that I'm a psycho, all he wants, that I'm violent. He can make up whatever lies he wants. He curses people constantly. Animals can be affected. Don't give these people power, but your animals can absolutely soak in all the negative energy and evil eye that is being sent your way. And I really do think that that's why my dog passed away. In that, the way that all that happened, I don't trust that person, and I don't think that that person cares. If you can curse and say the most horrific things about individuals, human beings, who are technically, we are all animals, you don't care about animals. He likes to show animals being ripped apart all the time. And just promoting, like, just saying, oh, this is a hell realm, this is a hell realm. You guys just don't see it. You don't see the truth. Like, you make it a hell realm all fucking day. And he's trying to go back on that and be kind of nice. He's tried to go back when people were really dealing with mental health issues. He's like, I care about mental health, when he's basically making some guy want to off himself. And to the point where, you know, I don't want to throw people's past up in their face like I have in my last lives. Like the fact that he said, the Green Wizard said, have at it with a 14-year-old girl and all the rest. I don't want to throw this shit in these people's faces, but if they are actually scamming people and just breaking hearts and telling people how to off themselves, we have a problem. But that cowardly monster will never face me. He's just making video after video, and he's just ignoring things and, you know, just trying to, like, I guess, get new people hooked into his bullshit. Because whatever he's promoted, if he deleted the things that he's shared from me, or he's taken out everything, I just don't care. He said he's not sorry about anything that he's done. And I see that as a true show of a narcissist, of a true psychopath. Does not care about the pain that he causes others, but yet he's like, oh, I deeply care about certain animals and people, but you didn't care about my animals, that I need to have my savings and my funds to take care of my animals and my mom and things that I have to do and take care of. That didn't matter when he constantly said, it's not about the money, it's not about the money. Oh, if I had just done these videos and showcased that I was working on things, it would be different. Well, it would be different if you apologized truly to people that you absolutely broke the heart of. And I had my dog dying at the time. My mom, I thought, was dying at the time. And there's just no care. And the woman that is helping us out is dying of cancer, and he's just taking my money. And I have to say stop, because I had to put my foot down. It just wouldn't end. It was never enough money, never enough. And so I completely understand what some of these people are going through on here, where you try to help people and they just completely resent you, and they feel entitled to your money, to your time. They have no self-awareness. Gravestone said, Steven and many others give commentary channels a bad name. Yeah, they do. He does. Gravestone, Steven talk is not even healthy. Steven's talk is not even healthy. It never is. Everything that, when you look at him now, it's like everything that he says positive about things, like, I want you guys, like, you know, the good spirits, I want you guys to get out of here, and I'm gonna be the one to help you get out of here. You know, I'm the only one. All these other people are liars and they're deceivers, and they're not gonna help you get out of here. Why does he think that he has the keys to get out of here? It's so cult-like, and acting as if you're some dark magician and you have powers, and it's so cringe. You saw this guy. He's got a blanket over him, a crusty ass blanket over him, like a robe, like a, you know, like, and he's showing off his man tits. and like licking the screen, like, you know, he's tonguing the screen, and he's like, I'm making fun of you guys. I'm you know, doing the Sanpaku eyes and pretending to be looking all crazy like you. And it's like, no, you just make yourself look like a fucking lolcow. It's hilarious. And I just say to anyone, well, I was going on about like last night how I just don't want to give any more attention to these people because it broke my heart last night, and I felt so depressed. I passed out. After that I was like, oh my goodness. But just I wanted to like confirm that, yeah, nothing good is ever going to come of listening to any of these things, but I do think it is worthwhile to screenshot what they've done. But it's really hard because sometimes like I don't have the time to listen in on all of these smear campaigns made against me, but maybe I should take that time because he has said some very damning, very sexually abusive and horrific things to me. And I don't see how anyone can see that as okay. I don't see why YouTube allows this to continue. I've made so many reports, like back then when Derek kept talking about ending his life, I kept making so many reports that somebody is wanting to end their life due to this person. Can you please, for once, YouTube, like take down a channel that deserves, because they've been violating TOS year after year after year. It's unbelievable. I almost had my entire channel taken down just because I said one time that I had, you know, wondered what, I won't go into it, but it was something so dumb. I was basically saying that, oh my goodness. Bella, it's okay. Someone outside? I won't get into but it's just every little thing that I have had strikes upon my channel for just basically giving my freedom of speech and telling, you know, it's so basic. If you actually knew what I said that got a video taken down, you'd be like, oh my God. This platform is totally has certain agendas and totally wants certain things pushed, and they definitely want hatred pushed. And me saying, I'll just say it, basically, my thoughts on the whole non-binary label, I'm like, it doesn't really make sense, and I don't see how that really exists. Because aren't we all I mean, it exists in the fact we're all non-binary. We're all, like, we're not a binary code. Anyway, just that alone got YouTube to be so triggered that it took down my video just because I questioned a word that it doesn't make sense to me. I don't care about that stuff. People can label themselves and be whatever they want. It's as long as they're not hurting themselves or others. But this guy really is. Hey, I put Bella down and she's back to barking. I'm gonna actually hand her to my mom really quick because something's outside.
I had never been fully introduced to her at all.
Can you just chill with her for a bit? She's barking at every little thing outside right now. Oh my goodness, but I'm gonna probably end this soon. Steven's talk is not even healthy. His talk is like he watches too much porn. I'm gonna head out. Have a good one. Oh, okay, Gravestone. Have a good one. Thanks for the commentary, though, on what you said. It does sound like that. I mean, he's always posting videos that are sexual in nature in regards to women, and it's just like a creepy old man doing this for 12 hours, typically 12-hour stream, just harassing people online. And YouTube allows this. It's absolutely despicable. YouTube should be absolutely held responsible for allowing this shit to continue. And I'm just gonna keep documenting it as much as I can because I'm fed up with this. And just let it be known, even if people didn't commit suicide, I hope this video can stay up. Even though people didn't do it, it doesn't mean that it can't happen in the future. And that his actions and his behaviors couldn't push somebody to do that. Now, Demon Slayer says those people need to work on themselves. I agree. People do need to always work on themselves, whether they feel that way or not. But it's very victim blaming and just shaming after he made that video on Vivacious Vivian to be like, and I think he deleted my comments like, hey, you posted this video So why are you not like acknowledging that here and now when it's a man that wants to end his life, or it's somebody else, you know, it's like, oh, you just need to work on yourself. But that's the problematic shit I see, that it doesn't matter who it is. If somebody is feeling down, and then we have people on here like the Green Wizard saying, I'll protect you, and putting that into my mind psychologically, thinking that he cares, only to basically get what he can from me. And he says he's not sorry. He doesn't regret anything that he did. Isn't that rich? After people tried to be his friend and that's all they wanted to do. But I'm not going to stick around and tolerate being abused and berated and told, you know, I need your money when you said it wasn't about the money. It's so disgusting. I can't believe people now when they say, I'm going to protect you. Because Steven did the same thing. Well, he didn't say he would protect me, but he defended me in a video. And it was kind of like that leverage, like, hey, I did this for you. And that's what he does. He goes on and he posts about how I've done all this for this people, and he does it covertly. He talks, you know, he got it in his head that I'm borderline because of Kirsten, because I shared that story with her privately. I shared a private story about my own experiences with the mental health field. So I don't know, it's not like she's held to any like HIPAA violation, but she is the type of person that if you tell something private to her, that's something very, very personal, she will go out and say to everybody that you're crazy, you're a narcissist, apparently. And yeah, that's what Steven told me. He said she thinks you're fucking crazy, and I'm like, I don't care. I know what I dealt with her. I know what I experienced with her, and how she tried to basically get a gay man to off himself because he was obviously dealing with severe depression, and she had all these smear campaigns done on him. She had all these smear campaigns done on Charles Bryant, which his name has been made public because of this, so I'm just putting it on record, that numerous videos were made about this guy, and all because she had a falling out with him because he rejected her. He's a gay man. What the fuck? It's just so disgusting. She has a hatred. And I can say this with quite certainty that the actions that she has done to me and Charles is very much clear that these people have a vendetta against the LGBT community. And I saw her making very homophobic comments. That's why she didn't want to have her account or her true identity known. That's why she went all these sock accounts and said the most horrendous, racist, horrific, homophobic, transphobic, all the rest, sexist even shit. And I want these people put on blast. I'll talk about it as much as I need to. You want to put all my information on blast? You want to smear my name and call me violent? It's a projection of you. That's why I really do think, and I have forgiven truly, ashes to ashes, beautiful ashes. Truly, we have made up, we have apologized, we always talk things through, because yesterday I had a little bit of fear in me and kind of felt anxious, and that's my defense mechanism. I don't push people away, but sometimes I get nervous when I've had a really bad interaction before, and I'm putting up my defenses. But this woman goes on, and that's why I just let it all out the other day, because all my information has been out already. And I misspoke on the fact that I guess a licensed therapist, like a master's level, can actually diagnose people. But this woman I had as a therapist trying to diagnose me as borderline after meeting me twice, and simply because I said I dissociate and just didn't want to deal with me. It shows me that she's not really trauma informed, and she doesn't care. And she said the most horrific shit to me. I don't even know if I want to say it. But I just completely lost it after. I'm just going to say it. This is actually going to go in my writings, because I want people to know how sick this place really is. And you probably already know how sick this place can be. But saying that, you know, I hadn't seen a therapist for very very long time, since I was a kid. And I was simply going back there because I was brainwashed into thinking I needed a certain surgery for something when I really didn't necessarily need that. It was basically back then that if you had gone to therapy for a year, you could have it covered by your insurance. Now it's all covered by your insurance. It's not a problem anymore. But back then, that was my initial reason for going back. And this incredibly sick woman, maybe I don't even want to go into this right now. I might end this live here because I know that Steven is going to use everything against me, but I want my story out. I don't want a twisted version. And people can use their own discernment if they think that's fair. I will go in on this therapist though one day, because what she did is so disgusting. She basically victim blamed and shamed somebody who is a survivor of sexual abuse. She victim blamed me, and I was like, wow. She has tons and tons of bad reviews. I remember reading some of the reviews where people said she mocked and ridiculed their religion and stuff like that. You think that these therapists or whatever are, you know, professional or whatever. No, they're just everyday human beings that clearly make mistakes. And some of them are actually, I think, truly mentally ill themselves. That's actually a stereotype. You know, they say like quacks, they have that word or whatever. These people go into that field because they are messed up themselves. I'm not trying to offend anybody that is in that field and actually does care and does try to help people. But there are, I think, legitimate psychopaths that go in there and they like to see people suffer. And they like to warp and play and twist the minds of their clients. Because clearly what is the common denominator if you have people enraged after dealing with you as a therapist? The common denominator is that therapist, that they are very extremely abusive. It's not that, oh, all their clients are crazy. This is why I really want to speak, and I want to help destigmatize mental health, because what do these narcissists always do? They always try to pin you as the crazy one and gaslight you. And it's disgusting, and I'm just not having any more of it. So that was my whole story on, you know, being claimed to be that. And I don't even care. Like, even if I am, why is that a reason to torture someone like me? Michaela Raines, the one who ran the Save a Fox rescue, she had borderline, and she had tons and tons of haters and people harassing her, and she did end her life. If anything, it's going to be someone like that, with that one of the most serious mental diagnoses, that is going to be super sensitive, and it's not just a matter of working on themselves. It's so gaslighting. You have no idea what people have done to try to work on themselves and try to lift themselves back up and go through the painful torture of being very sensitive. And we need that. I don't want to start crying, and that's another thing, that whole video I shared about borderline, it says like they cry a lot, and I do cry a lot. I am not ashamed to say that. I am quite emotional when it comes to this stuff, because it's been very heartbreaking. I did everything I could to help people, and there was help that they said they would, you know, give to me, and they didn't at all. They just, including the therapists that were pushing very sick agendas that I tried to warn. And that's again where I come to, where I looked into the TI community, because after that whole thing I went through, I thought maybe there is something going on, and maybe that's why the police told me to delete that review. Maybe they're all in on it. I don't know. But if anything, if I at least record this and I keep it up, and YouTube, and I document this, at least YouTube will be held responsible, hopefully one day, if anything does come of this, because this is going to go on for years. This will never stop, unless, what I think, it should be taken on a federal level, and then also a class action lawsuit should happen. All the people that have been harassed, had their images used, copyright, you know, I don't want my image used. I don't want my face and pictures up. And I know there's freedom of speech and there's free use and everything, but when it's done to deliberately harass me and smear campaign me and call me out as some kind of violent criminal and trying to basically get me killed and get people that hate me, that hate people like me, to go after me, how are these not hate crimes at this point? And you think people say, oh, I care about the LGBT community and I'll protect you, and they're just completely full of farts, completely full of hot air. They're not there to protect anyone but themselves. All they care about is themselves. So I just want to say, you know, I love to give gifts and everything. I don't have a problem. I hope that money and all that stuff was utilized in a good way. I hope it wasn't completely put to waste. But what was a waste and what broke my heart is that I just get blocked and discarded when I confront this person and say, hey, you know, your friend is not the one in the wrong for saying she doesn't want to pay you anymore. Even if she has $2,000, you say that's a slap in the face, but excuse me, that's not a lot of money. And why aren't you going out there and just getting a job and working for your own money? Instead of trying to do this like covert, getting female-bodied people to go and pay money for you while, you know, giving my friend who is a male 5 videos for free. That's like half the videos you gave him for free, but you had made all these women pay. Which is what he said, you know, I know a group of men who will fuck up a woman, essentially, if they falsely accuse them of... I distinctly remember him saying, like, a woman falsely, supposedly, allegedly accused him of raping them, and then he took it into his own hands with a group of men to show this woman. And I didn't even realize that video. I had no idea that it was so long ago when Steven covered that, and I go back on that channel as I'm documenting all of these things, and I'm like, holy crap. I would have never spoken, and I never should have, to that individual at all. If he made a public apology, and instead of doubling down on his degeneracy, if he made a public apology like, wow, yeah, that was fucked up. I made many posts. I hope you know how divinely interconnected all this is. I made a post saying, you know, that was the exact age that happened to me, and I will blatantly put it up front for anyone to hear that is a major reason. It's not the only reason. Body dysphoria is definitely a thing, but it is a reason that a lot of trans men, female to male transsexual people, transition to escape female sexualization. And here you're berating us and you're calling us ugly, fucked up freaks when we're victims of sexual abuse. And maybe this was a route that some young women go down that path. And then that leads me to John Madore, who all I said is we shouldn't trans children. We should, you know, I don't agree with these bottom surgeries. And then I have this prick after me ever since online just because of a disagreement. Even coming into my real life, getting Diane to come into my real life, give me food. That food poisoned me. She comes in and, you know, sitting at Thanksgiving dinner at a restaurant that she wanted to go to, that she, you know, and shows me a video that he did. She's looking on her phone. One of the first things she's doing at the table is just scrolling on YouTube, looking at her phone to show me John Madore's smear campaign video of me. Now, can you believe I am so important? I am such a unique specimen, or whatever John put on one of his posts. I am such a unique specimen that these people got together, made a plan, and executed it in that manner. Just to show me a video because I was trying to ignore his ass for years. The whole time I'm trying to ignore this person. And because I'm not getting baited by his videos, he has someone else come into my real life to show me this during Thanksgiving. And as we all know, narcissists love to destroy the holidays. So It's all disgusting. It's repulsive. I've been through multiple things that sound absolutely crazy. And that's why Jay Charles says life abolitionism, the guy that just is anti-life and everything. He's like, yeah, you deserve this. I don't care. You know, he doesn't care that people have wanted to end their lives due to this, while he promotes and wants to get MAID, MAID, you know, self-assisted suicide. He wants to get that going, and that's also being abused in the system. So these people are very anti-life. They hate their life, and I don't deserve this, Jay Charles. It's not that I want to be relevant. I don't want to be relevant to you. You're not relevant to me, but you do become relevant when you start threatening violence against Steve. It's disgusting. And now I know, like, if anyone threatens violence, you're on my shit list. I don't want to be your friend. I don't want to have anything to do with you. And that's why I completely put my own reputation in jeopardy for even trying to help Derek. Stripe.6 said, hi, Mushroom. Do you think that Steven's movies are bigger in cup size than Tony Sayers' movies? I don't know who you are, Stripe6, but that's pretty funny. I don't know. You'd also, you know, maybe throw in the comparison of Matthew David Weider's movies. We should maybe, you know, do a lineup and see who has the biggest moves. Because they all got a pretty good cup size. I mean, they're bigger than mine. I don't have any. They like to mock me all the time and say I'm a mutilated woman who cut off her tits. So, I mean, maybe they're jealous of me because I have a flat chest. But they are disgusting. It is disgusting to mock somebody. Though I think these lol cows who do this constantly to others absolutely deserve it. And I'm not afraid of any of these people. I was actually kind of overjoyed that Steven is still speaking on me, because I said that if he speaks on me or Jeremy or anybody I care about, we're going to get so much more abundant. I'm transmuting all of that negative energy and evil eye and all that shit talking and lies and just complete gaslighting and making it and turning it into pure gold and abundance for all of us. And I was just like, I can't watch this anymore. This is so gaslighting. When they were covering Jeremy's videos and Wendy just blatantly lied and said, yeah, this he's telling us to read all these books, and then he's saying in another sentence, he never said to read. Oh my, you have to just watch the video. These people will twist and they will say, oh yeah, yes, yes, there'll be yes men and yes women completely to somebody like that until he turns on them. And that's why it's funny, because none of these people that are on his channel, that they don't have often any profile pictures or anything like that. They don't have any content of themselves, and I would think know by now that if they got on that person's shit list, they're gonna be next. I'm just letting you all know that because he is covering my channel and he's probably gonna cover this video, just know you can think of me all whatever you want. You can think I'm violent, you can think I'm angry. That's what they love to do, is gaslight people who they've abused and be like, now look, you're the problem, you're the angry one. Well, no shit, because I've been through absolute hell, and so have others. And yes, it is just the internet, it is just, you know, whatever, but it does come into real life, and I'm here to vouch for that. This shit came into my real life where I had to file a police report because these people said we were all in on it. I actually got food poisoned. I actually got physically harmed. So yes, this does come into real life. And these people even said, like, some of these people even wanted to fight each other in real life. It's a bunch of man children, man babies, as far as I'm concerned. Man children with man movies. And thanks, Stripe, for saying that. I think that's hilarious. I think that's bringing some comedy into these trolling creatures. And I'm not going to be ashamed to say creatures. They are. That's what they call everybody else. It's creatures in the sense, like, not like a beautiful animal or anything. Like, they're just like the creepiest, most disgusting people that are just so cruel. These people have never ever discussed anything with me. They've never had a talk with me. They have no idea about people's lives, and they're going on as the morality police while they're just torturing people and dehumanizing them. I think that anybody that, you know, aligns with that and can stand by a guy who sexually abuses women online, and men too, I wonder what these other people like Wendy do to others in their real life, because they're okay with that. To have a woman be okay with a man abusing another woman like that and just shaming her body, you really are a misogynist. And I'm not afraid to say that about any of these people. You really are. Make commentary. Say I'm a misogynist. Say I shouldn't be talking about love, or I shouldn't have. You know, they're trying to tear down my quote unquote credibility on talking about love and being loving towards others, because they're bringing up me being trans and talking about how I cut off my tits and I mutilated myself. So how can I speak on love? These people don't love themselves at all, and they're disgusting. And I'm done. I've had it up to here. I want nothing to do. This is on record. I want nothing to do with these people who have abused me, who have also sexually abused me online. I've showed the police report number on this channel, on this video. I've had another one in my community post, the one I did most recently, because he hasn't stopped. And I'm like, again, looking more into what are all the necessary steps that you have to do, because I know some of you guys who watch my channel are also going through this. How on earth do you go about protecting yourself from these incredibly monstrous cowards? How do you protect yourself? And if more people just stood by the other people being abused and letting them know that they're loved and they're cared about and they're supported, you know, it's not people are big crybabies and they're just whining and they can't, and they'll go on about how everyone's envious and jealous. Why would anyone be jealous or envious of Steven? That is the most ridiculous thing that I could ever imagine anyone being envious of that person. I think that person is envious of everyone else simply because they have to tear everyone else down. They have to tear every single person down. And one of my last shorts that I just posted, I wrote a message. It was actually while I was journeying. I wrote these messages in that drawing in pen, and it said, "You never have to tear another person down. People need more love," something along those lines. And I really, that is my message that I've come forward with as much as possible, even though sometimes I do have some biting words to say. Some cutting words to say to these people who are very, very abusive. And that's fair to say. I haven't even gone on in regards to John Madore, but again, in the earlier my live AI Antinatalism, who likes to show videos of, you know, make AI videos of pregnant women being kicked in the stomach, has said, I want to they want to kick pregnant women down the stairs. They're repeating and regurgitating the stuff that Gary Mosher said in Mendham, who influenced Guy Edward Bartkus to, you know, kaboom the IVF clinic in Palm Springs. He also influenced Adam Lanza. And I was speaking on those things, and then what does Steven go do? He's talking about psyops, how like these things are psyops and people believe this stuff. And, you know, Alex Jones got sued for calling that whole incident a psyop. So whatever is really the case that is going on, I wish that these people would be held responsible for gaslighting people's pain and putting more pain on them and torturing them. And they gaslight me too using those words, but that is absolutely what it is. They try to bait you if you even try to ignore it. Like I said, I had someone come into my real life just to show me a video. That is how, I guess, a threat I am to the antinatalist community as a dissenting voice, because I don't want to have anything my name attached to this anymore at all. Anything in that community, I would just call myself child free. I've been sterilized. I don't want to bring children into this world. I don't want them to deal with what I've had to deal with, but I don't want to shame any parents at all. If you've had children, and if you are a very loving parent, loving family, I am so grateful that you have actually given love and brought love into this world to give more love to that being. I know that there is immense suffering, and there's no condoning any of that. There's no justifying any of that. But these people, I just am trying to tell you, they don't care. They don't care about these important topics. It is all a mask. It is all a charade to make you think that they care and that they love, and, you know, as much as you do. They're trying to steal who you are. And I'm hearing phrases by people of things that I actually said in my videos, so I know they're watching. I think it's hilarious. And again, like, if people said sorry, you know, didn't keep doubling down on the disgusting things that they said, and, you know, made a public apology, then it would be different. But I just don't see that happening. You're not going to see that with a true narcissist or a psychopath. And I have said I am so sorry to anyone when I was on that channel back in the day. If I made any kind of rude comment, I was getting my heart really darkened. I really was. It becomes like when you're in that space, that mentality, it was just disgusting. I was thinking and believing all the smear campaigns that he was saying on people. Then when I actually got to talk to these people that are quote unquote on Team Evil, I realized, you know, this is not the case. And a lot of these people are just trying to live their lives, and they're getting like their work and everything stolen. And he thinks that he, like, basically can take credit for every single thing out there. He never really gives credit to anyone else. It's such a cult mentality, and I just don't want people getting sucked into that shit. There are endless cults on here, and I am not a part of any cult. If I am on any channel, it is simply because I actually support what they're doing. And like Sticky TT6 in here, it's not a cult. The Red Triangle cult is not a cult. It's just a bunch of, as you can see, it looks like just a bunch of friends getting together and making some laughter and comedy off of some lol cows. And I applaud him, and I think it's disgusting what these, you know, people say in regards, and then try to lump all those people into a certain category, all because they're exposing people. People lumping everyone into like a certain category because they're exposing you. It's all projection. You just don't like being exposed. You can slander, you can harass, you can dox people all freaking day long, but heaven forbid somebody stand up and be like, hey, you gonna keep talking shit about me? Because I'm going to defend myself, and I'm going to stand up and be like, quit this shit and cut this shit out. If I'm going to have my channel covered all the time and have videos made on me, just let it be known, like in the title, that this person has a police report. I've stated and said numerous times to leave me alone. Leave people alone that you are pushing to the point of wanting to self-exit. I did take that very seriously, and I do think we should take that seriously. And I'm not trying to gaslight anything, but that person should have been aware, and was aware, well aware, that I too was also feeling severely depressed. And I was actually, and I've told some of you in private, what I was actually willing to do. And it's nothing to harm anyone else at all. It's that I told you guys, and I thought that person was serious, and I was like, you know, I was in a very dark place, and I'm not going to be there anymore, and I'm not going to go back there. But I just want people to know that this person is the type, these people are the type, and I've had numerous accounts stock accounts from John Madore saying, to go off myself and all the rest, while he's talking about strangling infants. Where are the people bold enough to make videos and stuff about these people? I would like to do that, because it's kind of, you can't really make any kind of comedy off of the really disgusting shit they say, like strangling infants, or trying to get other people. John Madore was trying to get Shangel Thunder, like I said, that channel. He was trying to get him, and saying, he just made another post saying, how much do I pay to eliminate somebody? And he's like, why do you keep tagging me? Eliminate who? What? What are you talking about? Why do you keep tagging me? He's trying to get other people into just... I mean, it sounds like threats, and I know it's just the internet, and this person's in Canada and all the rest, but it is very disturbing to have somebody so vengeful and so vindictive. And he made a video. It's in my last live, the one that's on my channel, Ephilism's Most Noxious Abuser. If anyone can just go watch that. I'm not going to play it here. Anyone just go watch that. This person says, to a question, just go look at the thumbnail. I'm not going to repeat it. That's a scary thing too. You could have your voice used now with AI. You could have your image used and everything. People... Like, I don't want people... He even said, I'm just going to clip your words, Steve, and say, I like... He's basically admitting that he falsifies claims that people are rapists and PDFs just by clipping their words. So how do I not know that, my words can be all clipped in a certain fashion to make me say something? Which obviously, it sounds like this has been edited and everything. But with AI... I don't know. That should absolutely be prosecuted to the fullest extent as a crime, because that is complete libel and slander, and I've had that done on me for years. And then these people threaten to sue me when all the evidence is there. I have endless videos of documentation, private. So again, if anything happens to me, I'm not saying I'm suicidal or anything like that. I'm just saying, like, if I were to pass away for any reason, or something were to happen, and, I don't know, like, if it's just there. Like, I mean, I don't think anyone would investigate that, but, I mean, who knows? Because I think it's been years and so many people just haven't cared. So if I have to bring attention to it more and more, to get more people to understand where I'm coming from, so be it. But I'm gonna leave it there. Thanks for that like. Somebody just gave me a like. This has been ongoing for over an hour. I appreciate anyone who's been in here and listened. These people are despicable. If I am sharing somebody on this channel and mocking them and ridiculing them for any reason, just know there's a good reason why. They're lolcows and they should be laughed at. The trolls need to be trolled, and they are despicable. So go ahead, cover this, do whatever you want. It's going to be making me more abundant, and it's going to let everyone know, your new viewers, if there are any. There probably never will be any new supporters, but just know that these people are on police reports, and they can talk shit all they want about me, call me crazy, say that my story sounds crazy, it never happened, whatever. That's the typical narc and their flying monkeys response to try to isolate you and all the rest. And I'm just here for you guys, anyone that's going through it. Much love. Take care. So this is my third time starting a live. Third time's a charm. I just have a lot going on right now, so I can't fully go into everything I want to say at the moment. So I just feel the need to say this now instead of waiting. But there's so much going on right now. Honestly, I'm just taking a moment to take some silence for this entire live stream. I was actually going to meditate yesterday and do this and light a candle, but I just had too much going on, and I did meditate. I just didn't go live because I thought maybe I could go live and meditate during 4th of July, and maybe some people would join me, probably not. But my intention was to just basically intend with, you could call prayer. Some people don't like that word prayer, but, and I understand because like you don't know who people are praying to, so, and some people use that as a way to belittle you and come off all high and mighty, and that they're the ones that are right, so they'll say, I'll pray for you. But what I'm saying is, I just intend, and I put out that focus for protection and healing, especially with all the animals and the fireworks that were going off and everything, all the harm that can be done, and just intending protection and healing and safety and calmness and everything else for those beings. But yeah, I kind of just did that to myself personally, you know, walking my dog while meditating. Basically, it's really hot out here, so I have to walk him pretty late at night. And I just wanted to say, because I had just heard the news of the passing of our friend, and I wasn't going to say her name because there's just a lot of wicked people out there, but I want to honor her and show her love and appreciation in some way, shape, or form, even publicly. Judy was the one woman, a family friend who deeply, deeply cared and loved my grandma. She had a very close relationship with her, and because she loved my grandmother so much, she loved us, and she was a true earth angel. If there ever was one in this place, and she was helping us. And it wasn't, you know, the entire time her giving me $100 every month to help me as a gift. It was more so up until this kind of past year, in the later months. And I could calculate, you know, every dollar that she, you know, gave and everything. And it's just, you know, it's absolutely so loving to do that for somebody that isn't your family, just somebody that you love. And I know she deeply cared about us, but I'm just so sorry that she passed away. And I don't even want to, you know, dwell on the things that happened, but it's kind of hard not to have this super hyper come into focus, the mistreatment that I had been bestowed upon me. And even telling this individual, because out of all the, you know, money that she did give me, I didn't spend it because I don't have a job right now. I don't have any income, really, other than, you know, my mom, in a sense, like helping me out to help her out. And to be her caregiver, it's like, I feel so depressed because of how much illness, sickness that she has been given in life, pretty much my whole life. And it just breaks my heart every day. I have to witness this and feel helpless because there's things that I just can't do. But that money that Judy gave was one of the sweetest things that anyone's ever done for me and my mom and our family. And I was just saving it up. You know, I thought my mom was actually going to die last year, so I thought I should save this up and just in case anything happens. Because I can't really afford where I'm living, obviously, by myself. So, yeah, anyway. There came a time where we had to pay a gardener to, you know, do some work. And I've been trying to keep up on that too, so I don't have to pay somebody, but I remember using that money once for doing that, paying a gardener. And then the rest, a lot of that money, I gave to somebody, and I wanted to give that to somebody. You know, I wanted them to have it. And I thought that they were teaching me, you know, in exchange, some of it was a donation, so I don't really expect anything, obviously. But then this person wanted to change this friendship more into a business transaction. And it just got really weird, and I'm just very wary of that now. Like, if anyone wants to involve money with me right off the bat when I'm trying to, you know, get to know them and become their friend or whatever, like, that's a huge red flag for me. You want to talk about red flags? So, yeah, it just, you know, I knew that this day was coming, and I told this person, you know, this woman who is helping my family and I, she has cancer, she's not going to live very long, and these are my only funds. So I'm giving you this, but just know I'm in a tight spot myself. So if money doesn't really matter, as being said, and I never asked to like, hey, like if money doesn't matter, can I lessen this to $1 a month, $50? But no, it was always like, well, can you pay me back? And it's kind of odd when, you know, you start looking up this content, or you've seen some of this type of content before, like teaching martial arts or survivalist skills. You've seen these things before for free on YouTube. And I was just wanting to help this person out. It became like, you know, I'm just trying to help you out and showing you that I appreciate all the skills and the money that you've probably had to put all into that to learn those skills, and then everything else and giving your time and energy. Like, I wanted that person to have that money. So I gave a large portion of that money. And I thought, you know, I would need to learn survivalist skills. I would need to learn how to protect myself if I'm going to go homeless, if I'm going to like be actually living out of my car. Maybe that would be beneficial. And I was also in a line of thinking that you know, I was severely depressed. So, with that said, I try to make people aware, like, this is my situation. Can there please, if you are all about empathy and caring about others, like, can you please at least give empathy to me and somebody who is trying their hardest, you know, to do everything right, to be a friend and be supportive? But that was not given to me at all. There was no grace, compassion, patience, understanding, anything. I was just ruthlessly torn apart and torn down to make myself feel like I didn't matter at all and I was easily discardable. And that's why I brought up the content and the things that I've said recently in my lives. And I find it interesting, the moment I start talking about certain things, you know, it shows really what people care about. It's very interesting to me when I'm talking about certain things that I guess people just want to completely tune out. If you ever mention God or anything in terms of some certain religion or whatever, there's so many people that everything triggers them. They talk about not being triggered by things, but everything, you know, they don't have an understanding that people have different viewpoints and that's okay. And maybe you could learn something from it even if you don't completely agree with it. And that's why I have tried to hear people out. I've tried to understand them in the ways in which they would like to be understood. And that hasn't always been given to me at all. I've been very misunderstood and I have been very misspoken about. Things that I've never said or done have been claimed, you know, the smear campaigns and all the rest. If you are going through those things, just know that you're not alone. Nor do you deserve those things. Those people are being tested. And the things that they do here, every sick word indeed, it will be accounted for. One thing, though, for me, in the sense that I feel peace, is that I have asked for forgiveness and I have forgiven these people, and I have actually prayed and intended for the highest good of all. But that, you know, I don't know if that's really happening. It doesn't look like that outwardly, but again, it goes back to the understanding that there's something far greater going on that I just don't understand yet. But one day I think it will all make sense. And I'm having like a hard time talking right now because our handyman is here at the moment and I feel kind of weird just like rambling on my phone about all these deep topics, and there's different things that I wanted to talk about and share and go over. There was a video that I found and I was re-listening to it, and I was actually going to re-listen to it on here and be like, hey, this is like, what do you guys think of this? Like, this is one of the explanations that has touched my heart, at least, and my spirit, that I felt moved me. And, you know, in this sense of the question of why does God allow suffering? I get it. I get the anger. I absolutely understand the anger towards this place and everything, all the wickedness in it, all the horrible things that happen to really good people. where evil just seems to flourish. Corruption is everywhere. And it is something that absolutely wants to corrupt you and bring you into that energy, and just don't go there. It's just not worth it. There's so many things that video alone that I came across, it was like I was meant to see it, and it spoke to me on so many personal levels of what I'm dealing with. I was just shocked. Like, there's no doubt that there is some sort of story, some sort of deeper understanding, obviously, to your life. And one day I think it will make sense. But, yeah. Judy passed away June 21st. And I pretty much felt that was going to be the reason, that was going to be, the cause, or what am I trying to say? Not the reason or cause. I'm kind of thrown off because of all the things that are going on right now. But yeah, it's the cause of my sadness, my profound depression, because of so many different things that I could say about the whole situation. Obviously, losing her, knowing that she was not going to be with us much longer, and me telling people that I really wanted to help because I thought that they were going to off themselves. I did everything I can, and what does this person do? They mock and ridicule me, even despite giving them at least probably around an estimate of $900 of my resources and money. They're mocking me and saying, you say, I tried. Yeah, I did try. I did try to help you, and you did not acknowledge that or see that. But there comes a time where you can see me as cruel as you want, because I had boundaries. I said, hey, I can't send you any more money, whatever. What you think you want isn't always the best for you. I'm not going to coddle you. And sometimes, putting your foot down and being like, hey, you need to take accountability for your life. Not everybody's going to give you handouts. Not everybody's going to be your sugar daddy or mama or whatever you are trying to establish. I don't know. And that goes for anyone. I'm just saying in general. Like, people who are dependent on others, they may think that others are cruel for saying no more and saying stop. But that is really, it's giving that person the opportunity to actually do the work that they need to do themselves. You can't just depend on, especially it's very weird to try to get your friends to pay for everything for you, pay you in exchange for videos that I have found many of them for free, that knowledge, and could, if I really dug hard enough and I wanted to. And I could also pay teachers locally. I could do lots of different things, but I specifically chose to help and honor that person and the struggles that they were in. And even despite saying, this woman that is helping us is dying of cancer, this person just, it never was enough because I didn't make a video. Even though I apologized over and over and over again that I didn't make a video, and there's numerous reasons why, but everything was like, I've heard every excuse. I've heard all the excuses, and it's like, okay, and what do you do? Do you look at yourself? Do you ever look at your own behavior? Do you ever take accountability? Do you ever apologize to beings that you have absolutely broken their spirit and tore them down? And some of these people even physically abused people. And some people condone abusing others and do. They actually abuse others online all the time. And probably if you do it online, what makes one think that you won't do that in your own personal life? And they don't see themselves as being abusive. They have a self-righteous attitude that whatever they say and do, it's for their selfish cause. If you really look at it, it's for their own desires. It's for them to prove themselves right. It's for them to have an audience. It's for them. It's not to really help anyone specifically, truly. Because if you are a real truth seeker and speaker, you would want to give that information freely. You would want to help your friends out, knowing that when you are super giving, you are going to be given in return. People love to be appreciated for when they help others. Obviously, why, you know, they love that you see them, you recognize that they care, and you appreciate what they've done. And is that really too much to ask? Because I was very appreciative of everything that everyone has done, including my enemies. I don't claim them enemies, but they want to see me as an enemy, so I'll just say people who really intend harm on me, let's just say it that, you know, they really do intend harm on me. And it's pretty sick. I think it's very strange to see that crazy dichotomy of a person saying they care about suffering, but yet they inflict it upon others. They say empathy is all that matters. When you really get to know them, you see they lack complete and utter empathy for those around them. So, again, I hope that that person utilized that money wisely. I really don't know why a person would behave in that kind of way. I think there's something mentally wrong with a lot of people, and that doesn't excuse their poor behavior at all. But I'm just saying, you know, I let this person know, look, I can't send you any more money. I might be going homeless. My mom, I think, might be dying. My dog died. I have 2 other animals that are going to have to be put first because they are like my children. And in case anything happens to them or me, and of course Judy, who I knew wasn't going to be with us much longer, I just can't send you any more money, and she's no longer here. So yes, to the Green Wizard, Derek, I hope you really appreciated that money as much as I appreciated it from Judy. I saved a lot of it, and I gave a lot of it to you because I saw your worth. I saw the beauty and the skills and everything that you had to offer. But I will be honest with you if you want honesty, and I will not coddle you. Because I think you're better than that. And I think that you can do things for yourself. But you have pushed so many people away. And you have hurt a lot of people. And until you can take accountability, your life is going to be fucking hell. and you're gonna break your own heart, and you already did. But really, what I honestly truly regret is that through all my depression, I wanted to do some art for Judy. You know, that was partly why she sent money too. She was like, I want you to use some of this money to buy some art supplies and do some art. And I did that a little bit, actually. There was a time where I did have fun, and I kind of used some of that money to buy some new paints. They're not the best paint. They're kind of cheap and shitty, but that'll do. Oh, hey, Venus Cupcake. Team Megan said, are you okay? This Team Megan forever. And VJ Prem said hi. Hello, sorry, I haven't been reading the chat. I've been just kind of rambling because I feel like community is so important here in this reality entirely, not just YouTube. I'm just saying community, understanding that people care, that people have one another's backs. That is so important. And thank you, Venus, for being here. And you understand a lot of these struggles that come with being on here and the cruelty of the world. I know you've been through it. You've been through a lot of hell in your life. And I was just kind of wanting to do a ramble, I don't know, event of just, I started this 2 different times, and this is the 3rd time I went live, and I never know like what it's all going to come out. I just need to say that yesterday I wanted to light a candle for Judy, because that was when I found out that she passed away, June 21st. And I was going to say, I've been all over the place, but I was going to say, I knew that she wasn't going to be with us much longer, because within the last month, you know, her caregiver was said writing this courtesy of Judy. So she wasn't even able to write us a letter. And yeah, I really have to start, when I'm saying, you know, I have to take, or others have to take accountability for their life, I have to do that for myself as well. And I really need to buckle down and focus on creating abundance for myself. And that's why I've affirmed with my magic, with my wand, my word is my wand. Anyone who wants to slander me, speak badly of me, or anyone that even says anything nice, you're going to make me and those I love so much more abundant. And even if you don't say anything, if you write something negative, if you whatever, it's still going to bring more abundance to me. And I have to focus on doing that for myself. And I'm not going to feel bad. I'm not going to feel guilty. And it's not even selfish. And it's okay to be a little selfish in the sense, like, you have to protect yourself and your loved ones first. And unfortunately, money is what this whole place kind of revolves around in order to function. So I have to go find work, more work, do the same things that I'm saying everyone else is needing to do. I would never ask my friends or anyone on here on YouTube to pay me $100 for anything. And it's not because, like, you know, I mean, if it was an art piece, maybe, if I had something physical to actually give somebody and it was like a real, like, I mean, it was worth it, you know, then yeah. But I'm saying I'm not going to be asking, hey, I need you to give me $100 every month, and like not even follow through with the videos and everything that was done. It was just like, this is not how you run a business, and I want people to be warned not to fall into these trappings again, and to give money and appreciate those who actually appreciate it back. Because if you are just selfish and angry and miserable, do you really think that anyone's going to want to continue to help you? No, there's some people that I realize, like, wow, dude, I am not a mental health professional. I wanted to go into that profession, seeing how fucked up so many of the people were in that, and how just so many things I could say. I don't want to be mean, but I thought I could help things from the inside. But I realized I don't think I could handle that, because I'm dealing with my own mental illnesses and dealing with everyone else's, and these people are quote unquote, paid to, deal with these people. Maybe that's why they're also so cruel, because they're just, they get their own, they're dealing with it all the time. And they also have everybody does, I think, to an extent, just being here. And people get into all sorts of delusions. People think that I'm delusional. It doesn't really matter to me, as long as what I know I'm doing is right within my heart. Whatever I'm going through, why is it your business? Same with anyone else. Unless they're hurting somebody or themselves, potentially going to harm themselves, then yeah. But I'm just tired of being made the villain and the bad guy and all the rest when I simply tried to help. And you can say I'm cruel. Not that I don't know if anyone said that I'm cruel, but you can think like I'm the problem. It's my fault because I didn't do this or that. And it's like, where is the accountability? You can never do anything right when you're dealing with somebody like that. And there's some videos that I wanted to show, but I don't know. The whole situation I knew was coming to an end. And again, rest in peace and power to Judy. I wanted to light a candle for her, and I think I'm just gonna make like a separate little video for her, but I just feel bad. It goes back to, I wish I had done art for her or showed her some of my older art, just sent it to her to see before she passed, because she knew my family. She knew my biological family are a family of artists, and she really supported that within me, and that was so beautiful. She even wrote letters, notes to me, just saying, please don't stop doing your artwork. She was an earth angel, completely. She was an angel. And I hope that she knows that a lot of that money went to a very selfish person. Now she knows this, and she's not mad or anything like that. She just hopes that I feel that person finds grace and humility and kindness within their heart to apologize to those who have been hurt. I just feel like I'm channeling this right now. I've been really connecting with her energy, and I don't want to start crying, but it's just really sad because I care more about that person than clearly they ever did about me. And when somebody just discards you and blocks you, and they're always talking about wanting to end their life, I worried about them during that time, hoping that they hadn't done that, saying that the last conversation on the call that I had with them was saying that I was the only person that they had left, that they had blocked everybody else and turned away from everyone else. And I was just trying to bring the topics onto some other things, something positive, and trying to get them out of that state of wanting to end their life. And being put in that position, in those spots, I always think, like, what can I say? Because I've been in that position, and I've had a last conversation with somebody before they self-exited, and I'm always in a regret of what I could have said or done differently. But I don't think there is anything that you can say or do differently. I mean, whatever you say in that moment, I mean, that's your one shot in this now moment. Just say and do what you're gonna say, and you're gonna mess up. I mess up on my words. I am a Gemini, and if you think any of that thing with astrology is real, I don't know. I feel like it, as my sun sign, it's so crazy how I feel. It reflects me, that archetype of very much in the mind, having a lot of thoughts, a lot of things going on, and having a lot of facets to yourself as well. There's a lot of duality within the Gemini, and I see from a lot of different sides and angles, and I know when people are hurting the most, and everybody's turned away from them, or they've turned away from everyone. I feel like it could just be that one person to show them kindness and say, hey, I'm here for you, and I'm here to hold space for you, and I love you. To just change that moment for them completely, to know that they are loved. And that's exactly what I did. I said, I love you, and I got really torn down for that and said, you know, that's a really red flag, really big red flag. Well, it's not a really big red flag if you mean it. There's a lot of people, of course, that say they love you, but they don't. But what does love mean then to them? Does it mean I don't love them because I didn't send videos, or I didn't do this, or I didn't do that? I mean, maybe there are reasons for why I didn't move. I didn't take action on those things. Part of it is honestly some of the most severe depression I've ever fucking had in my life. And I'm trying to get over that hump in and of itself. Plus, I mean, everything going on in the world in itself can make us feel so depressed too. But I actually really did have a lot of severe narcissistic abuse given to me in various forms through various people over the past few years, especially. I mean, it's been throughout my life, but man, like, these people are just so cruel and sadistic. They're sick. And that's how I look at them. Like, I just, like, I hope that they can heal and find ways to be better people, because that's the work they're gonna have to do, and that's gonna have to be put on them, and they're gonna have to take accountability for all of that. Just like everyone will have to take accountability for everything, but some people really do not think that they do anything wrong, and so they don't have to apologize. But I just truly wonder what these people who want to berate people and tear them down, and, you know, like, if you can't give grace to me when I think my mom is dying, and my dog died, and all the rest, and everything, the heartache I'm dealing with, the cyber stalking, all the harassment and everything else. If you really cared about that, do you really think, like, you would get mad at somebody who says, I think I'm going to be homeless? Would you get mad at them for not being able to give you money? Like, if you were really a friend? Would you say, oh, you're no longer loving, you don't really love me, because they had boundaries in order to protect themselves? No, you don't love them. You don't love me. You don't love the things that I have done. Because everything I talked about basically became a burden. Like, they started to resent me. So, yeah. When somebody told me that when you help somebody, they'll start to resent you. How does that make sense? maybe some people who clearly are, I guess, insecure. Maybe that they don't feel like, oh, they can never measure up because you're doing all this. No, like, you can measure up by just being kind and being a friend and meaning what you say. Like, is that hard to do for a friend that you consider a friend? That's what I just really am hurt by, is that people will take everything that you say personally, all your hardships, and use them against you and just throw them all in your face. So you never feel safe or sure to connect with anyone. And I get why people are wary. They don't want things thrown in their face. But you know what? The things that I've talked about, they've been publicly discussed by these people. And if they said something messed up, there are things that I haven't said at all. But if there are things that they have said or done to others that harmed them, I think it is well within my right to let the public know, whoever may hear me speak, that this person is not loving and is not who they say they are. And I just want people to be careful. But yeah, being put in that moment of, you know, what to say to somebody when they're talking about wanting to end their life. I don't know. I don't know what to do in those situations other than what I tried. It didn't seem to work, but I hope maybe it helped somehow talking to me. Maybe that money, I mean, you can say thank you for it in the moment, but if you treat me like shit when I'm not able to give you money anymore, were you really ever thankful for it? I don't think so. It sure doesn't seem like that. I just wonder, there's so many thoughts going on in my head, people getting into my head, things that people said that make me wonder, like, where were people's true intent? Where is the intent to actually just understand me and know that I am not your enemy? I'm not coming here to harm anybody or hurt anybody. And by saying I love you, I don't mean to hurt you. I think people are like super afraid of love, and people who are actually like that, because they don't even think that could even be possible. Like, how could that even exist in a world like this with so many people who are just completely bitter? And a number of these people that really have it out for me, well, not a number, but just one person, they'll know who I'm talking about by even hinting to them. But I've spoken about it on my channel before. You know, these people who claim that they just want everything to go extinct. I have them on my back, so it's interesting. You know, you can't talk about empathy and love and then in the same breath, not that that person does, but just in the same breath, like, well, yeah, they do. They do say and claim certain things, but in the same breath, they're like, yeah, let's just basically destroy everything. So in that sense, I have people, what I'm trying to say is I have people on my back slandering my name who want to destroy everything. So they have no problem destroying me or others, and I just want people to be careful. I was actually going to go over, because I was reading some of the posts that somebody had that I shared, and I was reading over, I clicked their channel just to see what kind of bullshit they're saying. And yeah, sure enough, you know, I have them blocked so I don't get notifications or anything, but I reread a little bit of what was said to me, and I just, again, the same time I read it the first time, I couldn't read any more of it because it was so gaslighting, and it was such a projection of what they were doing, and that's all I have to say. I don't have to pick it apart and go look through it and say, you know, well, this is actually what you're doing, and by you saying, like, me tagging somebody is harassing because I want to, yeah, I don't want to harass them. I'm just confronting them, and I'm sharing my own opinion. Now, what you're doing is actual harassment because you constantly say the most fucked up things and the most slanderous things about others, myself included. I mean, the most horrendous things that you can think of, this person. And then they claim, don't go around and say, you know, Amendum is a PDF, or that I promote this or that, when they do. They clearly do promote femicide. They clearly do hate women. They clearly don't want anything to exist, don't care about anything that exists, use AI constantly. Think about all the water that freaking takes. People probably know who I'm speaking about, and this is for my documentation. But I thought about it, you know, I meditated on it, and I don't think it's even worth it to even like acknowledge this person truly ever again, because they are that crazy making and gaslighting, and just there's nothing that you can say or do. You can have all the evidence presented. You know, they say you can't prove that this sock account is me. I have a video on my channel where where this person is saying themselves that from their old channel that got deleted or taken down, whatever. Why does YouTube allow them to keep making more channels when they've been terminated? I thought that was the case. Once you've made a video, or I mean a channel, and you've been terminated, you can't be back on YouTube making more, you know, channels. But they have numerous ones, and they say the most awful things about my dad, about my mother, about my animals, about, I mean, not only like violent in nature, but sexual in nature, just the most horrific things that one could ever come up with, and tagging me constantly. And I have all that proof. And you're saying that I mean, it was just one thing that they wanted to point out, that, oh, because I wanted to tag this guy who is threatening violence against somebody, and it is just completely doing Darvo tactics and acting extremely narcissistic. Jay Charles, he is absolutely there. If you can't see that, you cannot see what he's doing and trying to get a channel taken down falsely through false copyright strikes and doing according to YouTube's TOS rules, that channel and every single channel that is trying to wrongfully terminate that channel should be also, they should be terminated, not his, because they're ganging up to do this. And if you can't see that guy, life abolitionism isn't an absolute total toxic person for this entire community, I don't know what to say. I don't know how to help you. Just know that these are the types of people that if you disagree with them, if you have your own opinions, or if you critique them, they will try to get you taken down. And there are some people who, I don't even know if they should be taken down, because I think what they're allowed to do is accumulate their actions. Accumulation of all the things that they do. You know, you reap what you sow. All the things that you do, it will be accounted for. So that's why I say let them, you know, show that this is obviously abusive and you won't tolerate it, and you don't like watching people being abused. You're not trying to be a martyr. You're not trying to like be a savior. You're just putting your foot down and being like, this is fucking not okay, because hardly anyone else is caring. But yeah, just thank you to those who really do care, like truly do care about others. I don't even know if anyone will listen to this. There's nobody in the chat right now, so I guess not, but not right at this moment, but who knows, like, it really doesn't matter. The only audience, you know, you need to worry about is internally and your connection with that love. You are your own competition and should only be your own competition, not to compete with others. It's just sometimes I wonder, like, what is it? It's not even that it's necessarily like what is it that has people so pulled in? Is what I'm saying just, you know, people, I just have been so torn down and gaslit and just shat upon. Like, what is it that I'm saying that isn't of worthwhile? Why must I be discredited for, you know, I don't have any meaning or purpose. These people basically project onto me like that I'm excusing suffering and all the rest, and it's like, no, I'm trying to alleviate suffering. I don't need anybody to see that. I don't need anybody to see what deeds I've done or anything like that. I don't need an audience for that, but I really do not put up with bullshit, and I think people really take kindness as weakness and to take advantage of others. Maybe that's why people don't always want to show that. People are wary of also the fake kindness, and even I have my moments where I become a little bit wary of people because they showed me a completely opposite face to themselves of what they're when they're all nice and everything. Like, you know, if you want to just if you are like, I don't know, I don't want to give that example, like, of just whatever, just showing some kind of hatred towards me out of nowhere for something that, like, I have no control over. I mean, I guess I do have a sense of control over myself and my body to some extent, but like what has transpired, I don't have control to change what's happened in the past, and I am very aware of my physical reality and the preciousness, the fragility of our existence. And so when I'm trying to explain something, it doesn't mean it I take away from one situation from another just because I acknowledge different realities that are actually in existence. Life is so much more complex, and there's so many more nuances, but I'm glad I hope I'll have to hear this back. I'm like really kind of wandering all over the place with what I'm talking about, and I don't want to be vague. You know, when I say these people, I'll just say who I want to say, but there's some people that just don't even deserve to be acknowledged any further. I just feel this need to, you know, they come up and into my reality somehow. I get to looking because I want to also make sure that I can document any more harassment. And, you know, please, if anyone can, if anyone listens to this, this Mushroom Coyote 112 channel is not me. If you could please report that channel for impersonation. I've done that already with YouTube, and I was going to do it again. But YouTube doesn't seem to care. And, you know, this person is saying that posing as me is that I'm going to end John Mador. I'm going to end him. He's talking about ending himself. posing as me. Do you know how crazy making that is? And he's done this numerous times. And I would respect the pronouns of that person and them as an individual if they were actually not a raging misogynistic piece of shit. Okay, I don't want to start saying like names and like being mean and everything, but it's just amazing to me what people will support, knowing who these characters are, knowing what they've done. It's just really wild to me. People could say the same to me. Well, you knew what, who that person did. You knew what he did, and you still chose to give him money and blah, 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 all the rest. Look, I was told by somebody that they saw me. They saw me, that they cared. I finally felt seen. I felt cared about. I thought this person actually cared. It's very easy to get sucked into, and I was not an idiot. I was not foolish for thinking that, like this person meant what they said and that they wanted to be my friend. And then the same thing goes with Kirsten and even Charles and all the rest. I wanted to be their friend, but when I actually interacted with these people over a point of time, I was like, wow, they really are not somebody I want to spend time with. Why? Because they lack really any other care for other beings. They really do. And I give people a lot of chances. I watch them, I interact with them, I give them a number of chances to prove me wrong. And, some people do make a fair, correct assessment about others in some sense. And some discernment is true on how they've perceived things or how they went about things. And I do think that people who want to destroy everything, basically, or destroy themselves, please just be careful, because these people don't seem to have any problem with hurting other people or animals even. That's the psychopathy, that's the danger, that's where I am on a high alert that, holy shit, this very much fucking exists in our reality. These types of beings. And I've been looking up more videos just online, YouTube, why does God allow suffering? And, all the things that Judy went through, I feel like she's going to be so rewarded, obviously. She's, she is who she is. Just being who she is a reward in itself because of her beautiful, vibrant spirit. And she helped, obviously, not just me, but others, because I gave that money to other people. But, thank goodness that things did not work out that way in the ways that what I wanted at the time. What we want is not always the best for us. And that's where people, religions, whatever, bring in this sense that, there is something going on that is just far beyond our understanding. And one day I do think it will make sense. I want to show this video because instead of focusing on these people, I've already said enough. But hell, you know what? I'm on this page right now. Maybe I will. I do maybe feel called actually to bring this up because you know what? This is my channel. And if nobody wants to watch my lives, then it's not for you. If you don't want to watch over an hour long or skip through it or whatever, then fine. This is really for myself. That's why I don't understand why people are like, don't, why are you trauma dumping? Well, that's your perception? Sorry, there's a dog outside. Our handyman is outside. And he's with, I think that might be his new dog. Wow, beautiful dog. I would like to show him, but I don't want to just record unknowingly, you know. But yeah, Yodi's having a fit. You know, those dogs. Oh, that dog wanted to bark. He was barking at Yodi when I took him out, and I think they wanted to play. Is that your new dog? Oh wow.
Yeah.
He's beautiful. What's his name?
Her name's Carmel.
Oh, Carmel. Her.
Yeah.
Aw.
Yeah, she's a Belgian Malinois.
She's beautiful. Yeah, so it's kind of chaotic here right now. Obviously. Stripe 6 says, is this the real mushroom channel? This is the real channel of the one speaking. So yeah, I just want anyone to just report that Mushroom 112 channel. That is not me. Report that for impersonation. This person likes to do that to a lot of people. Because, I mean, at least I've witnessed it happen to, I don't know. Well, yeah, a number of people, actually. Not just one, but a number of people they will actually try to impersonate. So that is just next level low. And, you know, there's the plausible deniability because, oh, it's like you can't prove it. Well, you can by the hatred, the things that they say, and all the rest. But I don't want to read this post right now with everything that's going on. So maybe I'm going to end this live because this has been a really long one. But I do want to end it off with one video. And I'll put a copyright thing, or not a copyright, a disclaimer, you know, for fair use, because I want to share this video in terms of there's another video I wanted to show, but I posted it on my community tab if anyone wants to see it. The one about why does God allow suffering. I don't know if anyone will watch it or care to watch it, but try it and see. But I want to share this one little clip and then I'm going to end this live. Because this, I think, is pretty powerful. So yeah, just I want to use this for educational purposes and to share. Sorry, Yodi was pawing his bag of food. You have food, Yodi? He's just anxious, or I don't know, rambunctious, because he's like, there's so much going on, and it's hot. It is hot today. That's why we're getting our swamp cooler worked on. And our handyman is here. Thank goodness for Warren, who oh my god, I want to do some art of his dog Carmel too. That dog is so beautiful, and Rudy, I'm gonna give him that art. And I know Judy wanted me to do art, and I'm gonna let those kind words push me forward into the things that I'm passionate about, even though my passion was tried to be smothered and killed by this place, and the people in it try to make me feel like, well, no one can make you feel like anything. It's your choice to truly, you know, take on what they say and do. But it really deterred me. Let's just put it that way. I like really felt deterred from doing anything, at least with those people in regards. Because I've been going to body combat, I've been going to body pump, you know, weightlifting, I've been going to Pilates, yoga, I've been doing all kinds of different things, like all the time throughout the past months. And the progress and the satisfaction that you get from working on yourself, nothing can beat it. And you don't have to prove shit to anyone. If they don't see you doing work and trying to like just even build yourself up to be able to do the things that they want you to do, then they don't give a fuck. They just, again, some people only care about themselves. And the video that I was going to share, the other video I was going to share, I'm going to do it like in another live. I don't know when it'll just be random, but I think that's when I'd like to light a candle for Judy and maybe make some art, maybe do a live, just doing artwork, painting or something, and in memory of her, and kind of a meditation. Since I didn't do the meditation last night on a live, that was just to send that energy out, you know, to the entire public eye. And that I intended with that, like if anyone came or saw or whatever, it would amplify that energy. But it's okay. There's time for other things. So let me find this video really quick. I think it's a really cute animation. I'm not gonna bother actually with reading anything that this troll has to say about me, because it really does not matter. Like all this slanderous shit people do and say to run circles around what they're trying to say and combat everything, it's never going to be enough, and they're always going to gaslight it anyway. So it doesn't matter. It's only going to put you in a sense of exhaustion, wasting your fucking time, your precious time. It's like totally a waste of time. So sorry, there's so much going on right now. Of course, there's so much going on. So it's really hard for me to just even like concentrate and just look up this video, but I put it in my community post. Oh, that was another thing. There was a critique of me. I will say this. There was a critique of me making temporary posts. And so what? I actually want to like read what that person said really quick in regard to that. So people know who I'm speaking about. They can... Oh man, hold on. I feel like there's a reason why all these interruptions and crazy things are happening right now, trying to deter me once again. I know I keep going back and forth saying I'm not going to show this. Wait, I am going to show this. Hey, I changed my mind. Okay? I changed my mind. So, hello there. I love you. I don't really want to be seen. But here, let me turn off the cam, or not the turn it off, but flip it. So when I do check this channel and I do support this channel and they get really freaking mad about that I share this channel, that I have anything to say, and I was reading some of it, I was catching up on some of the things and posts, and the knee-jerk reaction I wanted to have is like, oh my goodness, I want to like totally defend this because what you're saying is a blatant lie. But and no one's asked me to do that. I don't have to do that. I don't have to do really anything, but I just feel like I really do not like when people are lying like this about others. But anybody that has a sense or a brain should be able to see what's going on. But it says this thread tells you all about AI antinatalism, hands down, one of antinatalism's most disgusting and deranged individuals. And it shows this this status. I can't click it, but if anyone wants to type that in, or maybe I'll bring it up, or maybe it's this post, I'm not really sure, but it says, as a point of comparison, here's the nonsense Joy. Their name was also John, but okay, for the sake of this, Joy has posted to smear me, as no actual evidence exists to support Joy's accusations. Joy has to use AI to manufacture false evidence. And they start, you know, debating this as well, like, oh, just because it has that mark doesn't mean that it, you know, I mean, it's just like crazy making bullshit. But this is what I'm talking about. This is talked about in the Quran. In the end times, this is what people are going to do, and I'm showing you evidence of this, of the wickedness of this realm. This person blatantly makes the worst smear campaigns you could ever come up with. Says, and the truth finally comes out. Talked Bartkiss into attacking the clinic. And then tagging the FBI. While his little friend, Jay Charles, is all upset and has his panties in a twist because Steve reported him to the FBI for saying that he would potentially like to do or want, a suicide by police officer. So, this person's tagging the FBI with a false accusation. I was trying to get something off my phone. And, does this shit. I mean, this is a complete blatant lie. I mean, at least with Jay Charles's statement, it was actually recorded and word for word the transcript was read. And I just find it just so insane how these people will lie. So in this next post, and then let's read the comments too. Does this guy go by Yerf Dog online? He's referring to the Ephilism channel. And this guy is not, he just says, oh no, this guy is a nutsoid. He accused me of supporting CSAM because I listened to Inmendham and agree with many, not all his points. And his response was freaking amazing. Like, I wish I had the intellect to respond like this, but he says, you support and promote Gary while knowing he's a child predator, CSAM advocate. If you aren't aware of these facts, which I doubt because I've heard you say you've looked into it, then read this and watch this. Now I've linked you to that info. Going forward, I'm proceeding on the basis you're familiar with it. Categorical intolerance is the only acceptable response to people who groom 13-year-old girls, e.g. by gushing over their appearance and telling them they're infinitely, and who advocate in favor of adults having unfettered access to CSAM to satisfy their urges. Anything less than categorical intolerance raises suspicions and invites uncomfortable questions. If you promote and support such a person, especially as some kind of moral, ethical educator, while giving that person a free pass for that kind of stuff, it's reasonable to ask if you are a PDF or pro-PDF. Do you have any other explanation for why you give what he said and done a free pass? And that's what I've wanted to ask these people, and I have numerous times, and they never can give an answer. They never do. They remain completely silent. Asking you to explain why you give Gary a free pass isn't the same as saying you support CSAM. However, absent a viable explanation to the contrary, it isn't unreasonable to suspect that might be the case. Also, for the record, LA lied to you. Life Abolitionism lied to you when he told you I've accused Gary of doing that to children. I've never made that claim. What does LA have to constantly lie? Why does LA have to constantly lie about what I say? And that's true. Why do these people have to constantly lie about what is being said and slander people and go after them and accuse them and project onto them of the actions that I am absolutely fearful that they might be doing or supporting because of who they do support? It's all a learning lesson for me, in the sense of I went through that too, and I knew about somebody that, again, I've apologized for it, and I never would condone any of those things, but I thought that this person was going to off himself. So anyway, but yeah, all of this is so gaslighting. This response, apart from the fact you advocate in favor of femicide, forced abortions, and CSAM. Oh, look at you. Yodi, he's right here. Yodi. Hi, Yodi. Okay. Okay, whoa, my face. I didn't mean to show my face, but here, let me turn the camera on. Yeah, force that and all the you accuse and manufacture false evidence of me being a multiple offender, doing this to children, grooming children in your family. You're just too dumb to bother with. E.g., in this case, you fed LA's quote into ChatGPT, but you're too stupid to realize GPT responded as though I said what LA said. Grands. And that's the thing, you know, these people put something into Grok or put it into this AI shit to spit out a response, and it you can't take it seriously, and you can't really, like, I don't know, because it's just too gaslighting. But this is a blatant lie. I've never been the one to shut down your channel. You absolutely have. Sabotage your platform. You absolutely have. Or stop people from hearing you speak. You absolutely have. Hey, let's just check out actually what he's saying here. Let's look at the evidence of what these people are given, but they don't Huh? Oh, I'm on the phone. Yeah. Oh. Sorry. I'm actually like live on YouTube right now. I don't know if she... Anyway, yeah, it is a lot of work that he's doing. What is this? What are these things here? People are aware of this, but they just don't care. You can read this if you want. And you can also look, obviously, into his channel. And you can click that link and read all that. Oh. Well, shucks. I used to have that app, and I have an account. I just don't use it. But I'm downloading it right now because I want to see what this is. Because I actually do want to provide, you know, proof of what people are saying and doing, and I'm not... All of these things that this person that guy accuses of others, like, he's actually doing himself. And that's what I really see, is that, you know, when people are just trying to really accuse everyone else of wrongdoing, they'll say, well, like, that's what you're doing. You're calling everyone a CSAM advocate. No. No. These people are actually doing real wrongdoing. I'm saying if you're projecting you're doing wrongdoing onto others and they're not, you're projecting your own nature, then that is where the problem lies. Not with people who aren't lying. The problem lies within the lies. I'm trying to just sign into this really quick. I can't believe I even was able to download the app, but I had room for it on my other phone. Okay. Just bear with me. Okay, I'm signed in. Maybe I should use X more. Wow, it's weird because it says... Oh, you know what? I signed into a different account, I guess. Because I had been following people. That's so weird. I don't know what's going on. Well, anyway, at least I'm signed in, so I can at least view this content. That's really what I wanted to do. But I'm just like, what the heck? I don't have any... Because I followed Steve on there, and it says I have no followers, and I'm not following anyone, so I don't know what happened. But,
desires. And why wouldn't that? All right. He says it's good because it gives pedophiles an outlet for satisfying their desires. And why wouldn't that be a good thing?
We aren't intended to start being sexually active until at least, whatever, 9, 10, 11.
I wouldn't even legislate against already existing pornography with children in it, if it already exists. I mean, I would execute anybody who actually produces such content, but the existing content, I'd say, okay, fine. If it gets you off and it's going to satisfy your needs, great. Okay, indulge in it all you want. That's child pornography. I'm not advocating for it. I'm just saying that once you have this stuff that's already been produced, if you can satisfy somebody who might hurt a child by letting him do it virtually, I'm saying yes, let him do it virtually. It does more good than it does harm, in the sense that it creates an outlet where people can build their fantasies and have some sort of life, okay, in their little secret porn world that satisfies their desire. And that without that mechanism, then they would become more dangerous, because they wouldn't have any satisfactory way to relieve their need to commune, okay, and satisfy these basic desires that we all have. I don't think you're going to fix pedophilia by burning the pornography, making it inaccessible. And I have the sincere belief that you'll, again, mitigate against their dangerousness by giving them a richer, more satisfying experience. Clearly, the same statistical arguments could be made to say there's a correlation between child molesting and pornography as there is between rape of women and pornography. So if you're going to advocate for burning the child porn, why aren't you advocating for burning the regular porn? If you say it causes the exploitation and it causes the malicious violence, then why don't you demonstrate that with some evidence? But you'll never have any evidence. You'll never find any real evidence. Just like the tabooers of 200 or 500 years ago, where you couldn't even hint that somebody was homosexual. They burned them at the stake. They put them in concentration camps. All right, with the same bigotry you're talking. Okay, there's nothing wrong, okay, with being a pedophile. Just like the tabooers of 200 or 500 years ago, where you couldn't even
there you
hint
go.
that somebody was homosexual. They burned them at the stake.
Alright, fuck, I'm trying to turn that off. And yeah, these people, like Kate Goletza toothpaste eater, Jay Charles, like Joy, whatever. Just all these people just are on a campaign to like defend this person who probably doesn't give a fuck about them. I know Mendham said that person had no brains in head, and that's why they had that name. And they see that person as God. So that's kind of a cruel God, right? But you think like you can speak for everything that created the intricacies of all of this and that person? Who created Mendham? Who created all these fallen, lost beings who just lost the way? I would say maybe the same who created you, who is slandering and just creating chaos. But it is weird. I don't know what happened. I haven't been on this app for a while, and it basically like took away all my followers and all my following, and I don't know. how that happened, but it's good to document this stuff. I don't need to go into, I guess, all of that, but yeah, again, I found myself defending myself, like, okay, why do I make posts temporary? Well, it's not because I'm like, what did they say? Well, they didn't even say it, Grok did, I guess, but like graffitiing on my own channel, yeah, my own wall or whatever, and just taking it down so, oh, no one can debate me, or no, you can debate me. What did you do? You screenshot my posts because you stalk me, and you make your commentary and you say, nobody cares, girl, who cares? Who cares about, nobody asked. Well, nobody asked you to even comment on mine. You chose to do that. So if I choose to make my commentary and you don't like it, then, well, and who I'm referring to is this person. Here's Yup, Life is Hell, Mask Off, an antinatalism, ethalism, quote-unquote activist who says he'd K-I-double hockey stick a woman who tried to have his child, and that he could see himself torturing and raping women for the same reason, all while agitating for access to women's spaces as a Tim Traw, which it means a trans-identified male trans rights activist. I mean, this is what piqued me to the trans rights activism crap, okay? Like, part of it. There were other things, and like, even if you look up anything supportive of trans people, you're gonna find the opposite being like, yeah, well, we also need to protect women's spaces and everything, because I just witnessed that today. I was like looking for some kind of support. I was gonna make a post, and I decided not to, but I was trying to find something supportive towards trans men to be uplifting. So I'll make my own content maybe, but I was trying to find something, and then I find, a comment. Actually, I wonder if I can find that post again. Maybe it was on this, oh, no, I guess it was on my other phone. It doesn't really matter. But anyway, it was just, it was like a page called On the Board or something. Like, it was a whiteboard and people wrote positive messages on it and whatnot. And yeah, somebody left a comment like, yeah, but there's also this. There's also these factors that are harming other people, taking the protections away from other people. And then when you witness people like that who are actually in this reality and speak like that, it's like, holy shit. I'm looking on my page to see if I shared it, but I guess I didn't. I don't think, yeah, I didn't share that post. It doesn't matter. It must be on my other phone. But let me show you the comment that was, the screenshot of the thing that was under it. That somebody said in reply to the woman who's like, yeah, but we also need to, like, care about women's spaces and all the rest. So it says 23rd of December 2024 on or of the 245 transgender prisoners who reported their legal gender as male, i.e. those who identify as women, non-binary or gender fluid, on March 31st, 2024, 151 were convicted of a sexual offense. This includes both contact and non-contact offenses. Offense data was not available for one individual. Of the 50 prisoners who reported their legal gender as female on March 31st of 2024, the number convicted of a sexual offense is 5 or fewer. We do not provide exact data for such a small sample size as it risks identification of individuals. This approach is in line with our standards on data disclosure. So there you have it. And then, so with giving you that background, you have people like this saying this kind of shit. And I have it on my channel because this can't be shown on the channel that it originally was on because these people are trying to get it taken down. because they can't handle critique, they can't handle being exposed. Pardon my hairy dog-haired covered legs right now.
There are certain.
Yeah, that's like just what just a bunch of fuckery nonsense.
If the situation arose where someone basically stole my DNA to create a fucking child, yeah, I'd stop them from creating that fucking child by any means necessary. I do not advocate for murder. I advocate for sterilization to avoid having to murder. I advocate sterilization, doubly so in the situation where, hey, you're going to have to kill someone if you get them pregnant. And there's nothing that I really say that's advocating for violence or murdering pregnant women. Not a goddamn thing. How do you really torture a woman for months if that meant she wouldn't give birth to a single child? I mean, there are certain situations where I could see myself being driven to do that. It's like when you're picking who to focus your energy on advocating antinatalism to, if that's what you're going to be doing, pick the ones that are causing the most harm first.
Yes, exactly.
Right.
Which is
Okay, I get what
Westerners,
you mean.
non-vegan Westerners, as far as I can tell.
F-list and pro-mortalist YouTuber, Evil Blaze. Welcome to the Exploring Antinatalism podcast, Blaze.
Thank you for having
me. You've made a very strong impression on pretty much everyone that's encountered you. Your videos are exceptionally powerful, very, very moving. You're really producing some of the strongest F-list content that I've seen in a long, long time.
Oh fuck! You want to kill everyone? That's not a bad thing. That's not a. Oh fuck! Everybody's gonna be dead. That's not a bad thing. That's the best thing. If there wasn't any repercussions, I would just fucking just shoot that bitch in the head who's pregnant. What the fuck is she doing? She's a killer. She's a rapist. A fucking murderer.
Yeah. So that.
So, let me start by saying that I do think that procreation is murder. So what?
Hold up. Oh God. So yeah, that was my friend Blaze, but I didn't condone any of those things that he said or what he did. But these things are just popping up, and I think there's a reason for that. But I don't know if my mom wanted me off the phone. It's just that there is a reason. There's a reason why I talk about these things, why it's important to me, why I want to defend what, people who are standing up against this are doing, because, yeah, my friend, Blaze, he was repeating things that Mendham said. He was going down this path, and he took his own life, and he thinks that everything dead is going to, solve everything. No. I don't think he didn't. I don't know what he believed as far as the afterlife, what he thought, but he definitely didn't think there was any loving God, and I can understand why, but when people say, don't trauma dump on your channel, this is my channel, and if I want to talk about what I experienced, the paths that when I was looking into antinatalism and my understandings, if I want to make commentary on these topics and my friend and how this can impact people who are young and how they can maybe grow out of these types of thoughts, which are in a sense like entity attachments, demons, these demonic thought forms, which is why you have to be so careful what you put into your conscious awareness, what you're doing and looking at and everything. But with this, I really just want people to be aware of these things. And when they say there's no evidence, bring evidence. Well, there was plenty of evidence, but these people falsely accused or falsely claimed of copyright strikes. So this evidence can't be shown, and that's so, you know, that's why I'm trying to show it here on my channel, and that's why I'm also tagged and said, you know, well, this one's going to be next. This one's going to be the channel to back up this person's content. And it is important to me. I've said it numerous times. Like, my friend, he passed away. And he was really into this, and he was really misguided, and he still has his YouTube channel up. And still young people are probably coming across that content. And even I mentioned or tagged him in a video. At some point, he mentions me, and so if people do come across me, then, you know, maybe they can hear what I have to say. I'm just kind of looking over this person's content. Yeah, antinatalism has become a dumpster fire. I mean, look at this shit.
Do whatever I can to stop.
So, let me start by saying that I do think that procreation is murder.
So what I'd be concerned about is if it's akin to murder and someone is determined to do that action, is it ethical to stop that person?
I would literally do whatever I can to stop that person from procreating.
Well, let me be very specific about it. Like, would you euthanize a pregnant woman? Would that be ethical to stop her from procreating?
If there's no other way to let her abort that child, then yeah, why not? Because to me, there's no difference between somebody who's planning to have a child and a terrorist. There's no difference between an ISIS fighter and a parent. So yeah, I would do what I can do in order to stop these people from procreating.
There was a 15-year-old girl in Santa's lap at the time. Maybe the Santa thing, maybe that's the gig to have over the holidays. You know, people have asked me, you know, employment advice. Maybe that's the job to have. What is a 15-year-old girl asking Santa for? Send her boyfriend a book on how to do anal sex better? Yeah, people shouldn't be playing sex games with 15-year-olds. But there's undeniable fact that the average male wouldn't mind being paid to have a 15-year-old girl sit on his lap all day. It's just a fact. I'm not saying anything nasty should be going on. I'm just saying the average male wouldn't find that a hard day's work. Well, I shouldn't say hard. 17,328 boxes of Girl Scout cookies. Might be a world record. You're saying, how did she sell those things? I mean, what was she wearing on the street? You know, 17,000 boxes of cookies. What else was she giving away besides cookies?
Okay, so again, people actually really support this person. It's just wild to me, despite all this shit. I hope these can be heard, the sound. Nobody's saying anything. The numbers in the chat keep going up and down. Nobody's saying anything, so I don't even know if the sound's working. If it's not, I'm just going to go over this content again.
Offer him a root beer float.
Okay, there's just a lot going on right now.
Huh?
Crapola.
I can't do this right now. There's too much noise going on.
Yes, and I do understand that. And so my next point is, I use the red button thought experiment. I have for years. You know, I certainly didn't erase it from the Ethelist.
Okay, I will look at this later. Because there's too much going on right now. Wait, what? I don't use this much, so I'm like trying to figure out. I'll repost that because I wanna look at that again later. And I can make commentary on things. I can do whatever I want. It's my channel. But with the sound and everything right now. My mom just wanted me to make a root beer float for our handyman, so I am gonna do that. And I am going to do one more thing, just very fucking quickly, because this video is so not long, and this is what I was originally gonna show. I just, you know, when people are like, I don't need to care about what these people do to gaslight me. I really don't. It really doesn't matter what they're doing to gaslight me or others or smear the names of other people. It does not fucking matter. They will have to take accountability for everything that they do. But this is very, very interesting and very beautiful. I always think that just the sounds alone when people recite from the Quran, it is just, it moves me somehow. It just moves me to tears, really. Hey, Yodi. Yodi. Don't be disturbed by my messy room. Oh man, I don't know what, just piles of clothes and stuff. But anyway, so I'm gonna show this. Let me find it first. Here it is. It's in my. I just want to show Yodi. He's so cute, laying down here. Yeah, these fleas. Gotta give her another bath. It's okay. So this video right here, this is what I wanted to share. And later on, I'm gonna do another live, and like I said, some art, light a candle, in remembrance of Judy, and I wanted to do that for David Wilcock too, and just other people. But again, time just is flying by. I have so many things to deal with and take care of. But okay.
وعسى أن تكرهوا شيئا وهو خير لكم وعسى أن تحبوا شيئا وهو شر لكم والله يعلم وأنتم لا تعلمون.
So yeah, there's things that we think we want, but we don't really know what's best for us. And I think that I was absolutely divinely protected from being in certain situations that I could have been in. I just want to look that up really quick. Not just with the little short, but the actual passage, Surah al-Bara'a, Baqarah 2:16. Two 2:16 through okay, so it says Surah al-Baqarah verse 2:16 is a fundamental Quranic passage about divine wisdom, trust, and human perspective. It translates to, fighting has been enjoined upon you while it is hateful to you, but perhaps you hate a thing and it is good for you, and perhaps you love a thing that is bad for you, and Allah knows where you do not, while you know not. It says the core meaning and context of the verse. The verse was revealed to outline the concept of jihad, struggle and fighting in the cause of Allah, during a time of intense persecution when early Muslims were required to defend themselves against those who attacked Islam. The principle, it teaches that human desires and reasoning are limited. People often judge situations based on immediate comfort or personal desire, while Allah's infinite knowledge encompasses the ultimate outcomes of all matters. And the broader application, while initially addressing the trials of war, the verse provides a universal life principle. It brings solace during times of disappointment, hardship, or missed opportunities, reminding believers that what initially appears to be a misfortune may actually be a blessing in disguise, and vice versa. So keep that in mind.